It started with a knock at the door around 2 a.m., the kind of knock that makes your blood tense up before your brain can even process it. I live alone in a small, older house on the outskirts of a Midwestern town. The streetlights outside barely work, and there's a quiet emptiness around the neighborhood that feels almost unnatural at night. I had just gotten home from my shift at the factory, exhausted, and had barely managed to make it to bed when the sound came. I froze, heart hammering. I wasn't expecting anyone. My closest neighbor lives 2 blocks away, and she's an early to bed, early to rise type. I got up slowly, clutching the baseball bat I kept by the bed for situations exactly like this. The knock came again, rapid, almost urgent, like the person outside was panicking. I leaned toward the window and peeked through the blinds. No one was there, just the faint glow of the streetlight and shadows stretching across the yard. I convinced myself it was probably some kids messing around, though I don't have any illusions about kids in this part of town at 2 in the morning. Still, I told myself it was nothing and tried to go back to sleep. That was the first mistake. By 3 a.m., the knocking started again, louder this time and accompanied by scratching. Soft at first, like fingernails dragging across wood, but growing sharper and more insistent. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911, whispering into the receiver as if the person outside could hear me. The operator tried to keep me calm, telling me to lock the doors and stay quiet. I did, but I didn't feel safe hiding in the bedroom. I edged toward the living room window and peeked out again. There was a figure standing under the flickering streetlight. Tall, thin, and wearing dark clothing that seemed to blend into the night. Its face was obscured, and I couldn't tell if it was looking at me or just standing there. I wanted to back away, but my legs felt like lead. I watched as it slowly raised one hand, tapping on the side of its head, and then it turned and started walking along the side of the house. The operator stayed on the line while I tried to follow it, but it vanished into the shadows behind my garage. I thought maybe it had left, but then I heard it, scraping, dragging, coming from the back of the house. I ran to the kitchen and peered out the back window. The ground was wet from the rain earlier, and there were footprints leading from the edge of the woods to my back door. They were too large to be mine, and the spacing suggested a long-legged person. I panicked and started yelling. The line to 911 stayed open, and the operator told me to remain inside and lock all doors. That was when I noticed the sliding glass door was slightly ajar, though I was sure I had locked it before bed. My stomach dropped. Someone had been inside. I grabbed my bat and moved toward the door. I could hear faint breathing, low and uneven, coming from just outside. I swung the door open, and the footprints in the wet concrete ended abruptly at the threshold. Nothing was there. The yard was empty. The woods behind the house were black and silent. I called my neighbor, the one 2 blocks over. She was asleep, obviously, but when I explained the situation, she promised to come over in 10 minutes. I waited, every sound making me jump, the wind rattling the trees, the distant hum of a car engine, even the creak of my own ceiling. Then I heard it from inside the house. A whisper, soft and deliberate, coming from the hallway outside the bedroom. "I'm here." I froze. The line to 911 was still open, but I couldn't speak. The whisper came again, this time closer, moving toward the living room. I clutched the bat, shaking, trying to convince myself it was my imagination. The operator kept talking softly on the line, asking if I was okay. I couldn't respond. Then the lights went out. The entire house plunged into darkness. The whisper turned into a laugh. Low, guttural, and unmistakably human, but wrong in a way I couldn't identify. My neighbor arrived moments later, banging on the door, and the intruder vanished. I opened the door to see her, frantic, shining a flashlight around, but there was no trace of anyone. I stayed at her house that night. The police came the next morning, checked the house, found no signs of forced entry, and left. They said it was probably a burglar who left when they realized someone was home. But that didn't explain the whispering, the laughter, or the footprints that didn't lead anywhere. Weeks passed. I tried to get back to normal, but the sense of being watched never left. Then it started happening again, always late at night. Knocks at the door, whispers in the hallway, shadows moving just beyond my vision. Each time, I called 911, neighbors, anyone I could think of. Nothing ever turned up. One night, I woke to the sound of my phone buzzing on the nightstand. I checked it. It was a video message from an unknown number. The video showed my bedroom, dark, and in the corner, I could see a figure standing perfectly still. Its head turned slowly toward the camera. Even through the grainy image, I could feel it looking directly at me. I dropped the phone, heart pounding, and when I looked back up, it was gone. The police traced the number. It was unregistered, coming from somewhere in town, but no one could identify who sent it. They suggested I get cameras for the house. I did. Security cameras in every room, outside, front, and back, recording constantly. I thought I would finally have proof, something I could show anyone who doubted me. The first night I set them up, I checked the footage in the morning. The cameras showed nothing unusual, just the house, quiet. But when I checked the camera by the bedroom, there was a time-stamped clip at 3:02 a.m., the exact time of the first incident. In the footage, the room was empty, but the bed sheets were pulled back as if someone had been lying there. The blankets were rumpled, though no one had slept there. I started seeing a pattern. The incidents always happened in the early hours, between 2 and 3 a.m., always when I was alone. The whispers, the knocks, the footsteps, they all stopped when anyone else was in the house. It was like it knew when I was alone. Then came the scratching inside the walls. It started small, a faint rasp behind the drywall. At first, I ignored it, thinking it was just the house settling. But it grew louder, persistent, moving from one room to another. I could hear it even over the TV during the day. At night, it was unbearable. Sometimes I would wake to scratching right outside the bedroom door, stopping abruptly whenever I opened my eyes. One night, I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed a hammer and tore into the wall behind my bedroom. Inside, there was nothing, just insulation and studs. But then I saw it. A small crawl space, just big enough for a person to hide. The floor of the crawl space was covered in wet footprints that matched the ones outside my house. They didn't make sense. They led to the middle of the wall and stopped. I called the police again, and this time they actually investigated. They found the crawl space empty, no signs of habitation beyond the footprints. They didn't believe me about the whispers or the videos. I was exhausted, paranoid, and starting to question my own sanity. Then I started receiving letters. No return address. Each one typed in a font I didn't recognize. The first said, "I've been waiting." The second said, "You can't hide." The letters mentioned details only I would know, what I had for dinner, what I was wearing, what dreamed the night before. It was impossible. No one could have known these things. I stopped going out at night. I stopped answering the door. I barely left my house. But the intrusions didn't stop. One night, I woke to the sound of breathing right next to my bed, heavy, wet, and ragged. I flicked on the light, nothing. Then I saw it, a hand, pale, thin, resting on the edge of the bed. I screamed and swung the bat, but it vanished, like it had never been there. I tried to leave town, but I couldn't. Every time I packed a bag or tried to get into my car, I would find the tires slashed, the windows smashed, or my front door wide open, like it was warning me not to leave. The worst incident came one night when I woke to the whispers again. This time they were right in my ear. I couldn't move. The bat was out of reach. The voice was calm, almost polite. "You shouldn't have looked in the wall." I turned my head toward the sound, and I saw a figure standing in the corner, taller than the ceiling, its limbs too long to be human. It had no face, just a dark, void-like space where its features should be. And yet I could feel it looking at me, seeing into me. I felt every secret, every fear, every memory, like it was reading me. I blacked out. When I woke, I was in the hospital. The doctors said I had collapsed from exhaustion and stress. There were no signs of anyone else being in the house. My neighbors all said they had never seen anyone suspicious. The police found nothing. But I knew what I had seen. I could feel it still, lingering, watching from the shadows. I moved to a new town eventually, trying to escape it. I got a new apartment, changed my number, even changed my routines. But I can still feel it sometimes in the corner of my eye, in the faint creak of the floorboards at night, in the scratches on the walls that I didn't put there. And every now and then I get a letter or a video message. Always the same message. I'm still here. No one believes me. Friends tell me it's stress, paranoia, or a sleep disorder. But I know the truth. Whatever it is, it's not human, not alive in any way I can understand. It knows me, it has followed me, and I know deep down it always will. Sometimes late at night, I hear it whispering my name through the vents, the walls, even the phone. I know it's coming for me. I don't know when or how, but I can feel the inevitability of it. Every light flicker, every shadow moving just right, it's testing me, learning me, waiting for the moment I slip completely. And I know that when it finally strikes, there will be no one to call, no one to save me, because it doesn't just want to scare me, it wants to consume me, and it will. Story the end. It was the summer of 2014 when I took a job as a nighttime security guard for a construction company in rural Indiana. The pay was good for what it was, just watching over a half-finished shopping complex from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., but the isolation was brutal. The site sat about 5 miles outside a small town called Winona Creek, surrounded by farmland and empty fields. The company had been working on the property for months, but for reasons no one clearly explained, construction kept getting delayed. Some of the workers blamed the weather, others blamed bad soil, and one guy, half drunk at the bar one night, muttered something about the land not wanting to be disturbed. I didn't care about local superstitions. I needed money. My job was to do rounds every hour, make sure no one trespassed, and log anything unusual. Simple. I was stationed in a small trailer with a flickering fluorescent light, a coffee maker that barely worked, and a set of security monitors connected to half-broken cameras scattered across the site. The feed was grainy, black and white, and often static-filled, but it got the job done. The first few nights were uneventful, quiet except for the hum of insects and the distant hoot of owls. But by the end of the first week, things started to feel wrong. It began with the cameras. Around 3 a.m. each night, one of the monitors, always the same one, would glitch and go dark for a few seconds. Camera 6. It faced the northeast edge of the site, where a patch of old forest pressed against the cleared ground. When the feed returned, the camera would be slightly tilted as if something had bumped it. At first, I thought it was a raccoon or some kid trying to mess around, so I went out with my flashlight to check. The first time it happened, I found nothing, just the sound of leaves rustling in the trees. The second time, though, I found something strange. In the dirt beneath the camera, there were footprints, small ones, bare. They led from the edge of the woods right up to the base of the construction fence and then stopped. No other tracks going back. I reported it to my supervisor, but he brushed it off. "Kids from town," he said. "Probably just messing with you. Happens all the time." But the tracks were too small for a teenager, and there were no signs of anyone climbing the fence. A few nights later, the sounds started. At first, faint tapping, like pebbles hitting metal. Then it escalated into whispers, soft, broken voices that seemed to come from the wind. I tried convincing myself it was the breeze moving through the steel beams, but one night, around 2:30 a.m., I heard a voice clearly. "Don't build here." It came from behind the trailer, a low, rasping whisper. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped outside, my heart pounding. The air was heavy, the kind of thick silence that feels alive. I circled the trailer, light sweeping over the dirt and weeds, but there was nothing there. Just the feeling that someone, or something, was watching me. When I got back inside, I saw that camera 6 had gone dark again. The next morning, I told one of the day workers what had happened. His face paled. "You heard them too, huh?" he said. "A couple of us did when we were digging the foundation. Thought it was the wind until one of the guys swore he saw someone standing in the trees. Looked like a little girl, dirt all over her, just staring." He tried to laugh it off, but I could tell he was rattled. Later that day, I overheard a conversation between two other workers. They mentioned something about an old house that had stood where the construction site was now, a farmhouse that burned down decades ago. They said a family had died inside, but no one could agree on how many or who they were. By the end of the second week, I was on edge. I slept during the day with the blinds drawn tight and a knife on my nightstand. Every night I told myself I wouldn't go near camera 6 again, but every night I found myself drawn there. Curiosity, fear, whatever it was, I couldn't stay away. One night, after another round of static on the monitor, I decided to walk the perimeter again. It was around 3 a.m. The air was unusually still, and the woods looked darker than usual, as if the trees themselves were swallowing light. I approached the fence, scanning the ground. The footprints were back, smaller this time, child-sized. I followed them along the fence line, and that's when I heard it again. Aaron. My blood ran cold. It wasn't possible. I had never told anyone my name except the site manager. The voice was coming from the woods, soft but distinct, like a whisper carried just far enough for me to hear. Aaron, help me. It was the same voice as before, young, feminine, pleading. Against every ounce of reason in me, I stepped closer to the fence. My flashlight beam wavered as I scanned the trees, and then I saw her. A small girl, maybe 8 or 9, standing just beyond the tree line. Her hair hung wet and stringy over her face, and her dress, if you could call it that, looked like rotted fabric. She wasn't moving, just staring straight at me. Are you okay? I called out. Do you need help? No response. Just that blank stare. I took a step back, and she mirrored me, moving one step forward. That was when I noticed her feet, bare, covered in mud but not sinking into the ground. Her outline seemed to flicker like bad reception on a TV. Then, without warning, the lights on the entire site went out. Every single floodlight, every monitor in the trailer, dark. I was surrounded by complete blackness, the kind that swallows sound. My flashlight flickered, and for a split second I saw her right on the other side of the fence, face pressed against the chain links. Her eyes were white. I ran. I didn't stop until I reached the trailer, slamming the door shut and locking it. The air inside was freezing, my breath visible in the dark. Then I heard tapping, light, rhythmic on the trailer window. I turned slowly. She was there, outside the glass, staring in. Her mouth opened, but no sound came out. When the floodlights flicked back on a few minutes later, she was gone. I quit the next morning, told the company I'd take my last check and be done. The supervisor didn't argue. He just gave me a look, half understanding, half relief. As I was leaving, he said, "You're not the first. Don't feel bad." Months later, I read a short article buried in the local paper. Construction at the Winona Creek site had halted indefinitely. A sinkhole had opened under one of the main structures, exposing what workers believed were the remains of an old foundation and several small human bones. The article said they were sent for testing, but I never found any follow-up. I've tried not to think about it since, but I can't shake it. Every time I close my eyes, I see that girl in the trees, her pale face and hollow eyes staring through me. Sometimes, late at night, I hear faint tapping on my apartment window, just like that night in the trailer. When I look, there's nothing there, but the glass is always cold to the touch. Maybe there's something in that soil that remembers. Maybe some places are never meant to be disturbed. I don't tell people this story anymore. Most wouldn't believe it. But sometimes when I drive past empty lots or construction sites, I can't help but glance toward the tree lines, half expecting to see that little girl again, standing there, waiting for someone to listen. Story the end. It started after my brother's accident. He died in late March, a car crash on I-65 just outside of Nashville. They said it was quick, that he didn't suffer. I wanted to believe that, but the way the car looked in the photos told me otherwise. I was the one who had to identify his body, and I remember standing there under those awful fluorescent lights, thinking his face didn't even look like him anymore. He and I were close once, though life had pushed us apart over the years. After his death, I was the only one left to handle his things, his small house, his storage unit, his personal accounts. That's how I ended up in that creaky one-story house on the outskirts of Clarksville, Tennessee. It was an old place, built sometime in the 1950s, and it hadn't aged well. Peeling paint, rusted faucets, and the faint smell of something damp that never really went away. The first few days were uneventful, just the uncomfortable quiet of being alone in a house that used to belong to someone you loved. His belongings were scattered around like he'd planned to come back any moment. Half-drunk cups of coffee on the counter, mail unopened on the table, laundry still in the dryer. The first strange thing happened 3 nights in. I woke up to the sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate steps moving across the hallway outside the guest room where I slept. At first, I thought it might be the house settling, old wood creaks and shifts, but then the steps stopped directly in front of my door. I waited, listened. Nothing. The next morning, I found the door slightly ajar. I was sure I'd closed it. I remember locking it even because the silence of that house made me uneasy. But the lock had been turned from the inside. I brushed it off. Sleep deprivation, nerves, grief. Any of it could explain the mistake. The house itself didn't help. The walls seemed to breathe when the wind blew, the lights flickered randomly, and sometimes I swore I could hear faint whispers in the vents. I didn't mention any of it to anyone. Who would I tell? My parents were gone, and my friends were scattered across states. A few days later, I began sorting through his things. In the bottom drawer of his desk, I found a notebook filled with messy handwriting. Most of it looked like fragments of thoughts or half-finished sentences. Don't look directly at it. It learns your face. It hides behind sound. One line, written over and over again on the last page, made my chest tighten. It's in the house. I dropped the notebook on the desk, half laughing at how paranoid it seemed. My brother had always been imaginative, especially after his divorce. Maybe it was a story idea. Maybe he'd just been drinking. Still, something about that last line crawled under my skin. That night, I couldn't sleep. Around 2 a.m., I heard the footsteps again, slower this time, heavier, moving down the hall toward the living room. I grabbed a flashlight and crept out, the beam cutting through the darkness. The living room was empty. The windows were locked. Then the flashlight flickered. For a fraction of a second, I saw something in the reflection of the TV screen, someone standing behind me. I spun around, heart slamming in my chest, but there was nothing there, just the long, empty hallway and the faint hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I called the electric company, thinking maybe faulty wiring was causing the flickering lights. They sent a technician who said everything was fine. "You're drawing less power than most," he told me, laughing. That same night, as I lay awake, I heard something new. Breathing. Deep, ragged breathing just outside my bedroom door. I froze, every nerve screaming. The breathing grew louder, closer, until it sounded like it was right beside my ear. And then it stopped. I turned on the light, but the room was empty. The following day, I found fingerprints on the inside of the mirror in the hallway bathroom. Long, thin prints, smudged like someone had been pressing from the other side of the glass. I left the house that afternoon, stayed at a motel for a night. But guilt brought me back. This was my brother's home, and it felt wrong to abandon it. I told myself I'd stay one more week, pack everything up, and sell the place. But I never made it that long. On the 6th night, I found his phone. It was tucked behind the dresser in the master bedroom. I charged it, half expecting it to be dead forever. When it powered on, I saw dozens of unsent text messages, all to my number. I see it again. It's closer tonight. It's learning me. I think it likes the dark. The last one was sent the night before he died. That night, I heard him, not footsteps this time, not breathing. Him. My brother's voice calling my name softly from the living room. Eli. It was his tone exactly, that half-whisper he used when trying not to wake me up as kids. My whole body went cold. I wanted to believe I was dreaming. But when I stepped into the hall, I saw the faint shape of someone standing in the doorway, tall and motionless. Eli. The voice came again, but it didn't sound right anymore. Like it was copying him, the words slightly too long, like the mouth forming them didn't belong to a person. I ran back into the bedroom, slammed the door, and shoved a chair under the knob. I stayed like that till sunrise, shaking, listening to that low voice whispering from the hallway. The next day, I packed a bag and left. I didn't go back, but a few days later, I received an email from a local real estate agent asking if I still planned to sell the property. Attached to the email were photos of the interior. In one of the photos of the living room, near the couch, you could see someone standing behind the curtain. Tall. Pale. Not quite shaped right. The agent said she hadn't noticed anyone there when she took the pictures. I didn't reply. 2 months later, the new owners moved in. A young couple. They lasted 9 days. The woman called the police, saying someone kept standing in the hallway at night, watching them sleep. They left without taking their things. Now the house sits empty again. I drive by sometimes, always from a distance. Every time, I swear I see movement behind the windows. Last week, I got a voicemail from an unknown number. Just static at first, then a voice, faint and muffled, whispering my name. Eli. I deleted it immediately. But 2 nights ago, I woke up to the same voice right outside my apartment door. Soft, familiar. I didn't open the door. I won't. I know what's waiting on the other side. Story the end. It was supposed to be a fresh start. After losing my job in Denver, I packed everything I owned into a U-Haul and drove across 3 states to take a new position in a small town in northern Idaho. The company had arranged temporary housing for me, an old 2-story rental house on the edge of town that had apparently been vacant for years. It was cheap, quiet, surrounded by pine trees, and far from anyone who knew me. I thought I'd lucked out, but within the first week, I realized something was deeply wrong with that house. The first night I moved in, I noticed how cold it was, even though it was late June. The air inside felt stale, heavy, like the house had been holding its breath for too long. Every sound echoed slightly. I told myself it was just the lack of furniture. I set up my bed in one of the upstairs rooms, unpacked a few boxes, and went to sleep early. Sometime around 3 a.m., I woke up to what sounded like a door opening downstairs. I held my breath, listening. Then came slow, deliberate footsteps moving through the hall. I froze. I didn't even own a TV or radio yet, and I was sure I had locked the door. I waited, my heart hammering. The footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs, paused, and then nothing. Just silence. I stayed awake the rest of the night, clutching a flashlight. The next morning, I searched every inch of the house. The front door was still locked. The windows were all latched shut. No signs of forced entry. I told myself I must have been half dreaming. That night, I set up my phone to record audio while I slept. The following morning, I listened. For the first few hours, nothing but silence and the occasional shifting in bed. But then, around 3:13 a.m., I heard it. Slow, rhythmic footsteps moving across the wooden floor downstairs, then the faint sound of something whispering. I couldn't make out the words, but the voice was unmistakably human. The recording cut off right after the whisper. The phone had died, even though it had been fully charged. By the third night, the atmosphere in that house had changed. The temperature dropped inexplicably after sunset, even with the heater on. I'd hear faint tapping sounds inside the walls, sometimes in one room, sometimes in another, as though something was moving inside them. One evening, I noticed a wet footprint on the kitchen floor. It was bare, small, like a child's, and it led from the back door toward the living room. I followed it with a flashlight, but the prints stopped abruptly halfway across the floor, as though the person had simply vanished. I checked the door. Locked, bolted. There were no signs anyone had been there. I wiped up the prints and tried to convince myself there was a logical explanation. But deep down, I felt watched. A few days later, I met my next-door neighbor, an older woman named Mrs. Parker. She must have been in her late 70s. When I mentioned where I was living, her expression darkened. "That place again," she said quietly. "They shouldn't be renting it out." I asked what she meant, but she just shook her head and said, "Keep the lights on at night." That was all. I pressed her for more, but she refused to elaborate. The look in her eyes, though, fear, real fear, was enough to make me uneasy. That night, the house felt different. The air seemed thicker, and every sound was amplified. Around 2:30 a.m., I woke up to the faint sound of humming. It was coming from the hallway outside my room. It was soft, high-pitched, and eerily childlike. I turned on the lamp. The humming stopped immediately. I waited, listening, then stood up and opened the door. The hallway was empty. I turned to go back inside and froze. On the wall across from my bed, written in small, uneven letters, was a message, "Don't look down." My skin went cold. I glanced down instinctively and screamed. At my feet, a wet handprint was pressed against the floorboards, fresh, dripping. I stumbled back, turned on every light in the house, and stayed awake until dawn, too afraid to close my eyes. The next morning, I called my landlord. He brushed me off. "You're not the first tenant to complain about weird noises," he said. "Old house, drafts, pipes, raccoons, whatever. Don't overthink it." I almost packed up and left right then, but I couldn't afford to. The new job barely covered my rent, and I didn't know anyone else in town. So I stayed. That decision was the biggest mistake of my life. By the second week, the noises had changed. The footsteps were louder now, more deliberate, as if whoever, or whatever, it was wanted me to know it was there. I started locking myself in my bedroom every night. Still, I'd wake up to find my things moved. My wallet would be in the kitchen, my phone on the floor, my closet door wide open. One morning, I found muddy handprints on my bedroom window from the inside. That was when I called the police. They searched the place, but found nothing. No footprints outside, no signs of entry. One of the officers, a local guy, muttered something as he left. Same damn house again. I asked him what he meant, but he just said, "Stay somewhere else if you can." I started looking into the house's history. According to town records, it had been built in 1948 and originally belonged to a couple named the Mathers. They had one daughter, around 8 years old. In 1963, all three were found dead inside the house. The parents had been strangled, and the little girl drowned in the bathtub upstairs. The case was never solved. The town sheriff at the time had ruled it a murder-suicide, though the details didn't match up. After that, every tenant who moved in left within months. The last renter before me had vanished. Police found his car in the driveway, keys in the ignition, but no sign of him inside. I sat there staring at those records for hours, a knot forming in my stomach. I wanted to leave, but something held me there. Maybe curiosity, maybe pride, maybe fear that it would follow me. That night, I set up 3 cameras in the house. One in the kitchen, one in the hallway, and one outside facing the front porch. I let them run all night. When I reviewed the footage the next morning, my blood ran cold. Around 3 a.m., the camera in the hallway captured movement. A shadow appeared at the end of the hall, slowly growing taller until it reached the ceiling. Then, for just a split second, a pale face appeared. A girl's face. Her mouth open, eyes black, wet hair hanging in front of her. Then the video cut out. When it resumed, the camera angle had changed slightly, as if someone had touched it. The outside camera showed nothing, but the one in the kitchen caught something even worse. The fridge door opened by itself and a small glass of milk slid out, hovering in midair for 2 full seconds before falling and shattering. I deleted the footage and couldn't stop shaking for hours. The next day, Mrs. Parker came to my door. She looked pale, anxious. "You saw her, didn't you?" She asked before I even said a word. "The little girl." I nodded, speechless. "She doesn't want you there," Mrs. Parker said. "She never does. They buried her wrong. The family's graves were moved when they built the new road, and hers was disturbed. She wanders that house looking for it." She reached into her pocket and pulled out an old rosary. "Keep this with you," she said, pressing it into my hand. "If she comes to you, don't talk to her. Don't look her in the eyes. She hates being seen." Then she turned and walked away without another word. That night, I slept with the rosary clutched in my hand. I prayed for silence. But around 2:58 a.m., the humming started again. Closer this time. I could hear it right outside my bedroom door. The doorknob began to turn slowly. I held my breath, clutching the rosary tighter. Then, from the other side of the door, came a whisper. "You can see me, can't you?" I froze. The voice was that of a little girl, soft, trembling, but filled with anger. The door creaked open an inch. I shut my eyes, trying not to look. I could hear her breathing, shallow and raspy, inches from me. "You shouldn't look at me," she said again. "Now you can't leave." The door slammed shut so hard the walls shook. Every light in the house went out at once. I don't remember much after that. I must have blacked out. When I came to, it was morning. My bed was soaked through as if someone had poured water over it. My phone was gone. The rosary was missing. I stumbled downstairs, still dizzy, and found every faucet in the house running full blast. The water was ice cold. The mirrors were fogged over, but when I wiped one clean, there were words written in the condensation, "Under the floor." I almost ran right then, but some insane part of me needed to know. I grabbed a crowbar and pried up the boards in the living room where the message had appeared. Beneath them was a small, shallow crawl space. Inside was a bundle wrapped in plastic and duct tape. My stomach turned as I realized what it was. A child's remains. Small bones, still wrapped in what looked like an old dress. The air in the room dropped instantly. I could feel something behind me. I turned slowly, and there she was. She was small, maybe 8 or 9, with dripping black hair, skin as pale as wax, and dark holes where her eyes should have been. Water pooled around her bare feet. She looked at me, or at least I think she did, and whispered, "Thank you." Then her face twisted into something monstrous, her mouth stretching open far too wide, revealing darkness deeper than anything human. She lunged. I fell backward, hit my head, and everything went black. When I woke up, I was in the hospital. They told me a gas leak had been reported at the house. A firefighter found me unconscious in the living room. They said I was lucky to be alive. I didn't tell them what I'd really seen. I didn't say anything at all. I quit my job, moved out of Idaho, and never looked back. That was 2 years ago. But sometimes, at night, I still wake up to the sound of humming. It's faint, but it's always the same tune. And when I close my eyes, I see her standing in the corner of my room, silent, dripping, watching. Story the end. It started when Megan took a new job in a small town called Cold Brook, New York. The company had offered her a modest salary and even arranged cheap housing, a small single-story house at the edge of the woods. It wasn't much, but it was quiet, peaceful, and exactly what she needed after years of city chaos. The rent was suspiciously low, but the landlord, an older man with tired eyes, just said, "People don't like being out here alone too long," and handed her the keys. The house itself wasn't particularly old or creepy. A bit weathered, maybe, with faded siding and a front porch that sagged slightly on one side. Inside, it smelled faintly of pine and something else she couldn't quite place, like damp soil. The first few days passed easily. She settled into her routine: wake early, drive 20 minutes to her office, come home at dusk, heat dinner, read or watch something, sleep. It was almost peaceful. Almost. On the fourth night, she woke at 3:17 a.m. to a loud thump. It sounded like it came from under the house. She sat up, heart pounding, straining to hear. The house was silent. Then came another thump, followed by a dragging noise, slow and deliberate. She got out of bed, grabbed a flashlight, and crept to the kitchen window that looked out into the dark. Nothing, just the woods swaying in the wind. She told herself it must be raccoons or maybe a stray dog. Still, she couldn't shake the unease. The next morning, she checked around the house and found claw marks on the wooden skirting under the porch, deep, uneven grooves that looked too wide for a small animal. She shrugged it off and went to work, trying not to overthink. But that night, the noises returned. This time closer, scratching along the floorboards as if something was crawling beneath her. Then she heard whispering, soft and wet, like words spoken through water. Megan froze in bed. It was impossible. There was no crawl space, no basement, nothing under the floor except dirt. The next day, she mentioned it casually to her coworker, Hannah, over lunch. Hannah went pale and set down her fork. "You're in the Greaves place, aren't you?" Megan nodded. "Don't stay there long," Hannah said quietly. "People hear things out there. Voices. Scratching. My cousin lived there for a few months and she left in the middle of the night. Wouldn't say why." Megan laughed it off. But a knot of fear tightened in her stomach. She told herself it was just rural superstition. That night, she left all the lights on. Around midnight, her phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. "You're not alone." She froze, the room suddenly colder. She typed back, "Who is this?" But the message failed to send. Then, from outside, came a faint knock on her window. She didn't move. The knocking came again, louder, deliberate. 3 knocks. Pause. 3 more. She forced herself to peek through the curtain. Nothing but darkness. When she finally slept, she dreamed of something crawling from the dirt, pale, eyeless, whispering her name. The following morning, Megan noticed her front door slightly open. She was sure she had locked it. The doormat had been dragged several feet into the yard, leaving a faint trail in the dew-covered grass. Inside, muddy footprints led from the door to her bedroom. Small, human-like prints, but wrong somehow. The toes were long, curved, like claws. She called the landlord immediately. He came out that afternoon, his expression grim. "Did you go under the house?" she asked. He shook his head. "You can't. There's no access point." He hesitated. "This house, it was built on old ground. People disappeared here back when the town was smaller. My father used to say the ground remembers." "That's comforting," Megan said sarcastically. He looked at her seriously. "I'd move if I were you." That night, she heard the whispers again, clearer now. They came from the vents, from the walls, from the very air. The voice was rasping, distorted, repeating her name. Megan, drawn out like a sigh. Then laughter, low and broken. She ran outside, barefoot, shaking. The woods were silent except for the wind. Then she saw it, a shape at the edge of the trees, tall, pale, impossibly thin, swaying like it didn't quite know how to move. It tilted its head, and she saw a mouth stretched too wide, teeth like splinters. Megan stumbled back inside, locked the door, and pushed a chair against it. She didn't sleep. The next day, she packed a few bags and called Hannah, saying she was thinking of moving. Hannah agreed to let her stay the night. But before Megan could leave, she heard something under the floor again, louder now, like fists pounding from beneath. The lights flickered. The air turned heavy, suffocating. Then, silence. She crept toward the hallway, every instinct screaming to run. A shadow moved under the light, long and crooked, dragging itself toward her. Her flashlight flickered once, twice, then went out. She ran to her car, heart hammering, fumbling for the keys. She started the engine and floored it down the road, not daring to look back. When she finally reached Hannah's, she was trembling, unable to explain what had happened. Hannah helped her inside and locked the door. Megan stayed awake all night, staring at the ceiling. Around 2 a.m., her phone buzzed again. Unknown number. It followed you. Hannah's dog started barking from the living room. Then came the scratching at the back door. The next morning, they found deep claw marks in the wood, exactly like the ones under Megan's porch. Days passed. Megan refused to go back to the house. The landlord called, angry, saying her belongings were still there. He'd gone in to check on things and claimed the place was wrong. He described the smell of rot, the furniture overturned, and something written on the walls in what looked like mud. She stays. He never called again. Weeks later, police found his truck abandoned on the property. The driver's door was open, and the ground beneath it had sunken as if something had pulled him down. They searched the woods for days, but never found him. Megan moved into a small apartment downtown, thinking she was finally safe. But the noises began again. Faint scratching behind the walls, whispers in the vents. One night, she woke to find mud smeared across her floor, leading to her bed. Her phone vibrated. Unknown number, still here. Desperate, she called the police. They searched her apartment but found nothing. She barely slept after that, terrified that the thing from Cold Brook had followed her. A month later, Hannah stopped hearing from her. When officers entered Megan's apartment, they found the door locked from the inside. The windows were sealed. The entire floor was covered in a thin layer of dirt, as if it had risen from beneath. On the wall above the bed, scrawled in what looked like dried blood, was a message, "It's warm under the ground." Megan was gone. The police report said there was no sign of forced entry. No fingerprints. No struggle. The only thing left behind was her phone, which had one unsent message on the screen. Don't dig. To this day, locals in Cold Brook say that if you walk past the old house after dark, you can hear tapping beneath your feet, like someone knocking from under the earth, trying to get out. Some say they've seen a pale face in the dirt, whispering, moving its lips, mouthing a name they can't quite make out. And every year, someone new rents that house. They don't stay long, because the ground never forgets what it's been fed. Story the end. It began with a call that made no sense. Emily Harris was working late at the hospital, her shift in the emergency room dragging past midnight. She had always been used to the incessant alarms, the smell of antiseptic and fear, but this night felt different. Heavier somehow, like the air itself was holding its breath. Her phone buzzed on the counter. She glanced at it. An unknown number. "Hello?" she answered. No response, just a faint static-laden breathing. Then a whisper, so soft she almost didn't hear it. "I see you." Emily laughed nervously, thinking it was a prank. She hung up and tried to shake it off, but the feeling lingered. Every time she glanced at the darkened hospital corridors, she felt eyes on her. She told herself it was exhaustion, the long hours, the stress, but deep down she felt that something was watching, waiting. The next night, it happened again. This time, the call came during a break, when she was alone in the staff lounge. The whisper was clearer, and this time it said, "Behind you." Her heart froze. She spun around. The lounge was empty. She checked the cameras. The security feeds were all static, distorted, showing only flickering shadows. No one else was there. Emily's friends dismissed it as paranoia. "You've been working too much," one said. "Take a night off. You're imagining things." But she couldn't. Something had latched onto her, and she felt it every time she closed her eyes. She started seeing movement in her peripheral vision, figures standing just outside her sight, vanishing the moment she turned. Shadows that weren't hers stretched along walls, following her, whispering her name in the dark. Then came the hospital records. Emily was working in the pediatric ward that night, checking on patients. One child, a small boy named Jacob, had been admitted with a severe case of asthma. She had been tending to him for hours. When she looked away for a second, she saw him staring at the corner of the room, wide-eyed, pale as a sheet. "Do you see him?" she asked, kneeling beside the bed. Jacob nodded slowly, trembling. "He's behind you," he whispered. Emily's stomach turned. She turned, but the room was empty. The child whimpered and pointed toward the doorway. "He's always there. Always." That night, Emily couldn't sleep. She dreamt of the hospital, but it was different. Darkened, twisted. The corridors were longer, the ceilings higher. Shadows moved against the walls, forming shapes that made no sense, stretching impossibly, crawling. She woke to the sound of breathing, slow and deliberate, coming from the corner of her bedroom. Days later, Emily decided to investigate. She stayed late at the hospital, alone, monitoring the pediatric ward after hours. The lights flickered as she walked down the hall. Equipment hummed with a low, sinister tone. And then she saw it, a figure, pale, featureless, standing at the end of the corridor, staring at her. Emily froze. The figure didn't move at first, but then it began to glide toward her, silently, impossibly fast. Her phone slipped from her hand, clattering to the floor. She tried to call out, but no sound came. The figure stopped just short of her, leaning in. She felt a coldness that penetrated to her bones, an emptiness that swallowed the air. "You can't leave," it whispered, in a voice that wasn't a voice, but a feeling, a crushing presence inside her mind. Emily stumbled back, running into the staff room and locking the door. The lights went out. The room was pitch black. She fumbled for her phone, shining the flashlight. Shadows filled every corner, but the figure was gone. Over the next week, it followed her everywhere. At the hospital, she would find shadows standing just beyond the edge of the security cameras. At home, she heard scratching at the windows, breathing in the dark. Her friends stopped calling. Her family thought she was losing her mind. One night, Emily awoke to find her bedroom door open. She never remembered leaving it unlocked. The figure was there, at the foot of the bed. Its presence made her throat tight, her chest heavy. She tried to move, but her body refused. The figure leaned closer, tilting its head as if studying her, sensing her fear. Then it whispered her name, her full name, slowly, deliberately, like a chant. And Emily realized in that horrifying instant that it knew everything about her life, her fears, her secrets. It had always known. She screamed, but no one came. The walls of her room seemed to breathe, stretching and contracting. Shadows crawled along the ceiling, forming shapes she couldn't comprehend. She felt herself being pulled toward the figure, toward the darkness, and the last thing she remembered was its cold, crushing presence enveloping her entirely. Emily's body was never found. The hospital staff reported her missing, but all cameras had blacked out for several hours the night she disappeared. Security footage from other hospitals in town showed fleeting glimpses of a shadowy figure, always moving behind staff, never touching, always watching. Residents in her town report hearing whispers at night, and some say that if you walk alone down certain streets, you can feel cold breath on the back of your neck, even when no one is there. Others claim to see a shadow out of the corner of their eye, following them wherever they go. And sometimes when phones ring in the dead of night, if you answer, a voice whispers your name, and a cold presence presses against your mind, waiting. Story the end. It started on a night like any other in the outskirts of Cedar Creek, a small town with more trees than people, the kind of town where everyone knew everyone, and strangers stood out immediately. But the stranger didn't stand out. At least, not at first. James Whitman was a maintenance worker for the local power company. The shift he had taken that Friday night was supposed to be routine, checking transformers and service lines on the east side of town. The weather was overcast, a low, oppressive fog rolling in from the nearby river, making streetlights look like faint halos. He liked these late-night shifts. There was no one around to bother him, no phones ringing, no coworkers asking endless questions. Just him, the hum of electricity, and the faint click of his flashlight against metal poles. By 11:15 p.m., James had finished inspecting the first few lines. The next assignment took him to a stretch of road that locals avoided after dark. Not because of crime. Cedar Creek was mostly safe, but because of the old Holloway property, a decrepit farmhouse that had been abandoned for decades, its windows boarded, the paint peeling, and the yard overtaken by weeds and fallen branches. James had driven past it countless times, but had never stopped. The old road curved tightly around the property, forcing anyone passing to slow down. When his van's headlights illuminated the farmhouse, he noticed something odd. A single window on the second floor had light flickering behind it, orange, like a candle. No one lived there, or so he thought. He frowned, shaking his head. Must be a reflection, he told himself. But as he passed, he caught a glimpse of a figure standing at that window, motionless, watching. James pulled over. His instincts screamed at him to leave, but a mix of curiosity and responsibility kept him there. He grabbed his flashlight and started toward the edge of the property. The grass was damp, sticking to his boots, and every step seemed to echo unnaturally. The closer he got, the stronger the sense of being watched became. Then he heard it, a faint tapping, rhythmic, like someone tapping a fingernail against glass. He froze, straining to see. The figure hadn't moved, but the tapping continued, slow and deliberate. He called out, "Hello? Anyone here?" No response. James approached the boarded window, peering through a gap. The figure was gone. Relief washed over him. Must have been a trick of the light. But as he turned away, he caught movement in the corner of his eye. A shadow darted between the trees behind the house, too fast, too fluid to be human. Heart hammering, James backed up, intending to leave when he saw it, a small, weathered path leading around the back of the house. Something about it drew him in, though he couldn't explain why. The air grew colder as he followed it, and a damp, metallic smell filled his nose, like iron and water. The path opened onto a clearing. In the center was an old well, half collapsed with rotting boards around the edges. But what made James stop dead in his tracks was the sound. Soft, wet sobbing. He edged closer, flashlight shaking in his hands. Peering over the edge of the well, he saw her. A girl, maybe 12 or 13, her hair matted and her skin pale, clinging to the edge of the well as if afraid to fall. Her eyes were wide, blackened around the edges, and she stared at him with a hollow intensity. James felt a surge of relief. Finally, someone alive, or so he thought. "Hey, it's okay. I'll help you," he said. He stepped closer, but the ground beneath him shifted, and a rotten branch snapped underfoot. The girl's eyes snapped to him, and her mouth opened in a silent scream. The sound of it hit him inside his skull, echoing, vibrating. He stumbled back, dropping his flashlight. The light rolled, casting shadows that danced and writhed across the clearing. When he looked back at the well, the girl was gone. Only darkness remained. A whisper came from somewhere close, almost directly into his ear. "You shouldn't be here." James spun around. No one, just trees, swaying in the unnatural stillness of the fog. He ran back toward the path, toward his van, but the landscape had changed. The trees seemed taller, closer, the path winding in impossible directions. Panic clawed at him. He turned again and again, but the well, the house, and the trees refused to let him escape. Hours, or maybe minutes, passed in a blur. The fog thickened, pressing against him. He began to see shapes moving in the mist, figures with pale, featureless faces, staring, reaching. Some whispered his name, others just moaned. His flashlight flickered, then died. Heart racing, he felt something brush against his arm. When he looked, nothing was there, but the pressure remained, like someone had grabbed him and refused to let go. Eventually, he stumbled onto a clearing that looked familiar. The farmhouse was there, looming, but this time the door was wide open, and light poured from inside. Compelled by a mixture of terror and fascination, he stepped inside. The interior was worse than he could have imagined. Walls covered in handprints smeared with dirt or blood, furniture overturned, and an overpowering smell of decay. From the far end of the room came the girl's voice, whispering, "You shouldn't have come." He turned and saw her again, standing on the stairs, black eyes staring directly at him. But now she wasn't alone. Shadowy figures filled the corners of the room, moving closer, silent and fluid. James ran for the front door. It slammed shut before he could touch it. He tried the windows, but they were impossible to open, as if the house had swallowed itself, reshaping around him. The whispering grew louder, overlapping, incomprehensible but unmistakably accusatory. And then he saw them. Faces pressed against the walls, mouths open in silent screams, eyes black voids staring at him. They moved with impossible fluidity, stretching, merging, closing in. James screamed, pounding on the door, but the house didn't respond to force. Desperate, he tried the stairs, only to find they stretched upward endlessly. He climbed, step after step, until his legs burned and his lungs ached. At the top, a hallway stretched endlessly, lined with doors. Every door he opened revealed a room worse than the last, one filled with water and floating bodies, another with flames that consumed nothing, only casting shadows of screaming people on the walls. Finally, he reached a door at the very end. He opened it, expecting release, but instead found the well from outside, now indoors, dripping with thick, dark liquid. The girl stood beside it, whispering, "You belong here." Before he could react, hands erupted from the well, grabbing at him, dragging him down. The darkness swallowed him, the whispers screaming in his head, and he realized with horrifying clarity that there was no escape. The house was alive, a living trap that fed on the fear of those who dared enter. Outside, the fog rolled on, silent and indifferent. Locals who passed the Holloway property in the days after reported seeing a van parked at the edge of the yard, lights flickering, but no driver inside. Some said they heard screams echoing through the fog at night, faint and broken, as if carried from another world. Weeks later, the power company reported James missing. Search parties combed the area, but there was no trace of him. Not a footprint, not a clue, nothing. Only the Holloway property remained, silent but waiting, and the faint glow of a single window flickering like a candle, as if someone or something inside was never going to leave. Those who venture near still swear they hear whispers in the fog, a girl's voice calling your name, a warning, but it's too late once you hear it. Story the end. It was the summer of 2012, and I had just moved to a small town in northern Indiana called Milford. The place was quiet, mostly farmland and two-lane roads that stretched for miles, bordered by cornfields and dense woods. I was 27, recently divorced, and looking for a place where I could start over. I found a small house for rent on the outskirts of town, cheap, old, and far enough from neighbors that I could pretend the rest of the world didn't exist. The owner, a thin older man named Leonard, barely looked me in the eye when I signed the lease. His hands trembled the whole time, his voice hoarse as he said, "You can do what you want with the place, but if you hear anything in the walls, don't open them." At first, I thought it was just some local superstition or a bad joke. The house was old, creaky, with peeling wallpaper and uneven floors. I brushed off the warning, telling myself that old houses make noise, and I'd lived in worse. The first few weeks were peaceful. I worked remotely, spent evenings fixing up the house, and often sat on the porch at sunset with a beer, listening to crickets and the distant hum of passing cars. Life felt calm for the first time in years. But then I started hearing it. The scratching. It began one night around 2 a.m., faint but steady. A soft scraping sound coming from behind the walls of my bedroom. I figured it was mice or squirrels, so I bought traps and sealed up any visible cracks. But the scratching continued. Slow, deliberate, rhythmic. It wasn't random like an animal trying to gnaw its way out. It was methodical. It would start in one corner, then stop. Then, a few minutes later, it would start again on the opposite wall, almost as if something was moving through the walls themselves. After a few nights, I began losing sleep. I tried music, earplugs, even sleeping pills. Nothing worked. The sound would start the moment I began to drift off. Sometimes it was scratching, other times it was tapping, like someone drumming their fingers along the wood. One night, around 3 a.m., I got fed up. I slammed my fist against the wall and yelled, "Cut it out!" The sound stopped instantly. Relieved, I sat back down, waiting for silence to return. For a few seconds, it did. Then, from directly behind where I'd hit the wall, came a soft knock 3 times. I froze. My heart started hammering. Slowly, I backed away from the wall, grabbed my phone, and turned on the flashlight. The plaster looked normal. No cracks, no holes, nothing. But when I pressed my ear against it, I could hear breathing. Slow, heavy, human breathing. I stumbled back, convinced I was imagining it. I slept on the couch that night, the sounds still echoing faintly from the bedroom. The next morning, I called Leonard. I told him about the noises, the tapping, the breathing. He was silent for a long time, then finally said, "Don't open the walls. Whatever you do, don't open them." Then he hung up. I tried to forget it. I even left town for a weekend to visit a friend. When I came back, the entire house smelled different. The air was thick, metallic, like rust or blood. My dog, Daisy, who I'd left with a neighbor, refused to go inside. She whined at the door, tail between her legs, until I gave up and let her stay outside. That night, the noise returned, louder than ever. The scratching now came from multiple walls at once, like something or many somethings were inside, moving around me. I sat in the living room with the lights on, baseball bat in hand, until I fell asleep. When I woke up, I was in the hallway. The floor beneath me was wet. For a second, I thought maybe a pipe had burst, but when I turned on the light, I saw it wasn't water. It was blood. It trailed from the wall near the bathroom like dripping down from a small crack in the plaster. The smell hit me immediately, iron, rot, and something sour. I stood there, trembling, staring at the crack as a thick drop of blood fell to the floor. I grabbed a towel and pressed it against the wall, my mind racing. I needed to leave. I needed to get out. But something made me stop. The moment the towel touched the wall, I heard a voice. A whisper, faint but distinct, coming from behind the plaster. "Help me." I jerked back, the towel falling to the floor. The voice came again, louder, desperate. "Please, please help me." I ran outside, gasping for air. The morning light was just breaking over the trees. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get my car keys out of my pocket. I drove straight to the sheriff's office, trying to explain what I'd heard, what I'd seen. The deputy, a heavy-set man named Calhoun, looked skeptical but agreed to come check it out. When we got to the house, the smell was even worse. We followed the trail of blood to the bathroom wall where the crack had widened overnight. Calhoun called for backup and maintenance. They used crowbars and hammers to open the wall. I stayed outside, unable to watch. After a few minutes, I heard Calhoun swear under his breath. When he came out, his face was pale. "You need to see this." Inside the wall, they found bones. Human bones. Dozens of them tangled together, some still wrapped in scraps of decayed fabric. The space behind the wall was hollow, like a hidden crawl space, and it stretched through multiple rooms. They said it looked like the remains had been there for decades. Men, women, even children. I moved out that same day. A week later, I was staying in a cheap motel on the edge of town when Leonard showed up at my door. His face looked gaunt, his eyes hollow. He didn't ask to come in, just stood there, trembling. "They never stop once they find you," he said softly. "You should have never hit the wall." Then he turned and left. That night, I lay awake, listening. The motel was quiet, the air conditioner humming softly. Around 2 a.m., I started to relax. And then I heard it, the scratching. It was faint at first, coming from behind the headboard. I sat up, every muscle in my body tightening. The scratching grew louder, more frantic. I grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight, and shined it at the wall. Nothing. Then from behind me came 3 slow knocks. I turned, but there was no one there. Only the dim reflection of my terrified face in the mirror. I sat there until sunrise, afraid to move, afraid to blink. I checked out the next morning and drove 3 states away, thinking distance might save me. For a while, it worked. Months went by. No scratching, no knocking. I started to think maybe whatever it was had stayed behind in that cursed house. Then one night, I was staying in a small apartment outside St. Louis when I woke up to the sound of something dragging across the floor. Slow, scraping, steady. I turned on the light. The floor was empty. But the sound didn't stop. It moved to the wall. Then came the whisper. "Help me." I pressed my hands to my ears and screamed, but the voice only grew louder, closer. "You opened the wall. Now it's open everywhere." I ran from that apartment the same way I'd run from the house. And no matter where I go, I hear it, the scratching in the walls, the soft knocks at night, the voice whispering for help in places it shouldn't exist. I've stayed in houses, hotels, even cars. It doesn't matter. The sound follows, always around 2 or 3 a.m. when the world is quietest. Sometimes I wake up to find new cracks in the walls around me, small at first, then wider each day. I think whatever was trapped in that house wasn't one thing, it was many. And when I touched that wall, when I heard that voice, I gave them a way out. Last night I woke up to find blood seeping from the corner of my ceiling. I stood there, shaking, as it dripped onto the floor in slow, deliberate drops. I could hear the whisper again, louder than ever, echoing from inside my walls, under my floor, behind my mirror. "Help me." But I know better now, because it doesn't need help, it just needs a door, and I think I've already opened it. Story the end. It started the night I decided to take the long way home from work. I had stayed late at the office, one of those nights where the fluorescent lights hum a little too loud, the air conditioning rattles like it's about to die, and the empty cubicles feel like a labyrinth designed to make you forget there's a world outside. I remember checking my phone at 11:07 p.m., realizing I had missed the last train home. My apartment was only a few miles away, but public transit had stopped running. The streets were nearly empty, and the few cars I passed seemed to drive just a little too fast, headlights slicing through the darkness like knives. I decided I'd walk. It wasn't far, and honestly, I wasn't thinking much beyond the warmth of my bed. The first strange thing happened when I passed the old gas station at the corner of 14th and Pine. It had been abandoned for years, boarded up, and the fluorescent open 24 hours sign flickered half-heartedly. As I walked past, I noticed movement behind one of the plywood panels. I froze, my breath catching. At first, I thought it was a raccoon or maybe some kid hiding as a prank, but then I saw it, a pale face pressed against the wood, eyes wide, staring directly at me. I blinked, and it was gone. The hair on my neck stood straight, but I shrugged it off as fatigue playing tricks on my mind. After all, who would be hiding in an abandoned gas station at midnight? I kept walking, my shoes crunching on the wet asphalt. The streets were quiet enough that every sound felt exaggerated. The distant bark of a dog, a car door slamming 3 blocks away, the dripping of water from the fire escape above me. That's when I noticed the smell, coppery, metallic, unmistakably like blood. I stopped, sniffed the air, and my stomach twisted. It wasn't strong, but it was there, subtle and clinging to the corners of the night. My rational mind told me it was probably a stray animal, maybe a raccoon that had been hit and dragged off the road. Still, I quickened my pace. The next block had streetlights, but one of them was broken, casting a pool of darkness across the sidewalk. As I stepped into it, I felt a chill run through me. Something about the way the shadows seemed to stretch unnaturally made me pause. And that's when I heard it. A soft shuffling, like footsteps following just behind mine, always keeping a beat or two back. I spun around, heart thumping, but the street was empty. I could see all the way down to the next intersection. Nothing, just shadows that didn't belong to anything living. I laughed nervously, muttering, "Get a grip, it's just your imagination." But the footsteps continued. Every time I slowed down, they slowed. Every time I sped up, they sped up. I tried crossing the street, zigzagging like thinking maybe it was some drunk pedestrian. But the sound mirrored every move I made, always just behind, never catching up, never passing. I ducked into a convenience store that miraculously was still open. The fluorescent lights were harsh, humming above me as I bought a bottle of water. The cashier didn't look up. When I asked for the total, his eyes were dull, vacant. He didn't blink. His hand moved mechanically, ringing up my water with an unnatural precision. I felt something off, but I didn't know what. I paid and left, grateful for the artificial light, thinking maybe I was just overreacting. I turned onto Maple Street, a long, narrow road lined with old brick row houses. Most of the windows were dark, but a few glowed faintly. That's when I noticed a figure at the end of the street, a man, standing perfectly still, facing me. He was too far away to make out features clearly, but there was something in his posture that screamed wrong. I walked faster, pretending not to notice him. As I got closer, I realized he was holding something. My heart sank. It looked like a knife, glinting faintly in the dim light. I froze, debating whether to cross the street, run, or just keep walking. He didn't move. He didn't breathe. He just stood there, a statue in the night. My rational mind screamed, "Go! Run!" So I did. I bolted down the sidewalk, ears straining, hearing him start to move after me. Slow, deliberate steps, never breaking stride, never catching up. Just there, relentless. I cut through an alley to lose him, hoping to reach a busier street. The alley smelled of rotting garbage and something worse I didn't want to identify. I heard a metallic scrape like a knife sliding across concrete. I froze. Then, in the faint light, I saw him again, just at the corner, stepping out from the shadows. His face, when I saw it, was wrong. Too pale, like wax, with hollow black eyes that seemed to swallow the dim light. His lips moved, but no sound came out. I could feel the panic pressing against my chest, the fight or flight instinct screaming. I turned and ran, crashing through trash cans, almost tripping over discarded boxes, and finally burst out onto Main Street, where a few cars were still passing. I made it to a gas station and called 911. The dispatcher's voice was calm, professional, but there was a distant echo, a staticky overlay I couldn't shake off. I explained everything and she said they would send a unit immediately. I hung up and looked around. The street was empty. No man, no shadows, nothing. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped my phone. I tried to convince myself it had been exhaustion, the adrenaline making me hallucinate. I had to be imagining things. But then I noticed the reflection in the gas station's glass doors. My reflection, yes, but behind me, another face. Pale, black-eyed, silent. I spun around. Empty street. The police arrived 10 minutes later, lights flashing, sirens cutting through the night. I tried to explain, pointing down the street, but the street was deserted. They checked, took my statement, and suggested maybe I'd seen someone who had run off, maybe a transient. They were polite but skeptical. I left, still shaking, still smelling that metallic tang on my skin, still feeling the pressure of being watched. When I got home, I locked every door, every window, drew the blinds, and tried to sleep. I kept hearing faint scratches at the windows, soft enough that I wasn't sure if it was real or imagined. I tried to rationalize it as branches in the wind, settling on the roof, anything but the truth. But I couldn't shake the feeling that he was outside, waiting, always outside. Weeks passed. I didn't see him again in the streets, but I started noticing things at home. At first, small, easy to dismiss. A shoe slightly out of place, a window that I was sure I had locked now unlocked, faint scratches on the floorboards. Then the noises started. Soft, deliberate, almost like footsteps pacing just outside my bedroom door at night. The metallic smell returned sometimes, subtle, clinging to my sheets. I stopped sleeping through the night, started keeping a knife near my bed, always checking windows, doors, mirrors. One night I woke to the sound of breathing in my room. My bedroom door was closed. I froze. The breathing was low, deliberate, matching a rhythm I didn't recognize. I slowly reached for my phone, trying to see the time. 3:33 a.m. The breathing stopped. I blinked, and in the faint moonlight through my blinds, I saw a handprint, large, pale, wet, appear on my bedroom door. My heart was hammering so hard I thought it would break my ribs. The handprint slowly slid down, disappearing as if it had never been there. I wanted to scream, but couldn't. I just sat frozen, listening to the silence that followed. I didn't tell anyone. Who would believe me? Friends suggested stress, exhaustion, maybe anxiety, but it wasn't anxiety, it wasn't stress, it was him. He was outside, always outside. Always when times I'd see him in reflections, on my phone screen when I wasn't holding it up, in the windows of empty buildings across the street. Always pale, hollow eyes, lips moving silently, never blinking. I could feel his attention like a weight pressing down on me, and I started sleeping in shifts. Lights on, doors barricaded, cameras set up around my apartment. One night, I was monitoring the cameras and noticed something I couldn't explain. In the feed from the street camera, a man appeared. Pale, black-eyed, standing perfectly still, staring directly at the camera. He was several blocks away, and yet it felt like he was staring into me. Then, impossibly, another camera showed him inside my building's lobby. I knew I hadn't seen him enter. He didn't move, didn't walk, didn't blink. Then the feed cut out entirely, cameras flickering, static replacing the image. I rushed to the lobby, heart in my throat, and found it empty. But the smell, coppery, metallic, was thick in the air. I moved. I left everything behind, took what I could carry, and drove to a town 2 states away. For a while, it seemed like he hadn't followed me. I started to relax. I started to sleep. Until one morning, when I opened the curtains and across the street in front of my new apartment, he stood perfectly still, staring directly at me from across the street. And then I realized it wasn't about where I was. It wasn't about avoiding him. He could be anywhere. He would find me. And the metallic smell, the hollow eyes, the silent stalking, it would never end. I keep moving. Every city, every town, every motel room and borrowed apartment, it doesn't matter. Sometimes I wake up to the sound of soft shuffling in the hall outside my door. Sometimes I see the reflection of black eyes in a window as I drive down an empty road at night. I've started leaving notes, markings on walls, scratches on doors to warn the next person. I don't know if it helps. I don't know if anyone else will see them. But I know one thing. He's real. He waits, silent, pale, always just outside. And every time I think I'm safe, I feel the pressure in my chest, the cold gaze from the shadows. There's no reasoning with him. No escape. And now I can't sleep. Not really. Not without checking every door, every window, every reflection for that face. Some nights I swear I hear him whispering through the walls, saying my name in that low, hollow voice. I don't know how he moves, how he appears, but I know one thing. He doesn't stop. And I've begun to accept that I never will either. I don't know if anyone will ever read this. I don't know if anyone will believe it. But it's true. Every word, every metallic smell, every hollow gaze, every silent step. He exists. He's patient, relentless, and he waits for me wherever I go. And now, even writing this, I can feel him at the window behind me, watching, waiting. Story the end. It was a humid August evening in rural Pennsylvania, and the kind of quiet that falls heavy in small towns was settling over the streets of Shady Hollow. I had just graduated college and decided to take a short road trip before starting my first job, aiming to see parts of the country that didn't involve the usual tourist traps. I had rented a cheap car and was navigating the back roads with a map spread across the passenger seat. The GPS on my phone was acting up, flipping between locations as though it were dizzy, and I was alone, which I usually liked. I didn't know yet that the solitude would feel suffocating, like the silence itself was alive. I took a wrong turn somewhere near a strip of thick woods. The sun was dipping behind the trees, and long shadows stretched across the road. I noticed an old farmhouse set back from the road, the kind that looked like it had been abandoned for decades with peeling paint and a sagging porch. Something about it pulled my attention, and though I didn't believe in ghosts or haunted places, I felt a prickling unease. I tried to shake it off and kept driving. A few miles down the road, my car began to sputter. The engine coughed once, twice, then went completely silent. Panic settled in. My phone had no service, and the nearest town on the map was at least 20 miles away. I got out, hood up, trying to make sense of what had gone wrong. It was then I heard the faint sound of footsteps coming from the woods. Not rustling leaves, but actual footsteps. Slow, deliberate, and heavy. I froze. The air felt thick, suffocating. I couldn't see anything, just the darkness between the trees. The footsteps stopped. I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears. Then a voice, low, gravelly, and almost under my breath, called out, "You shouldn't be here." I spun around, but there was no one. My first instinct was to run back to the car, but the moment I moved, I heard them again. Closer, circling me. My phone slipped from my sweaty hand, hitting the asphalt. That's when I noticed the car's tires weren't just flat. They were shredded, like something had torn through them intentionally. I ran. I didn't know where to go, just a waif away from the sound. My shoes tore through the underbrush as I stumbled blindly through the woods, branches clawing at my face and arms. Then I tripped over something. A body? No, it was a figure. But too stiff. Too unnatural to be human. A man, or maybe a mannequin, was sitting upright against a tree, its head tilted at an impossible angle. Its clothes were dirty, ragged, and there was something dark, sticky smeared across its face. I couldn't move. My body locked up. Then it blinked. I screamed and scrambled back, adrenaline making me run faster than I had in years. Through the trees, I thought I saw shadows moving in patterns that didn't make sense. Too many limbs, too many heads, twisting like a grotesque carnival ride. The air smelled of iron and rot. I didn't know where I was, but I ran until I collapsed on a dirt road, gasping. My lungs burned. Eventually, headlights appeared. A truck was coming, kicking up dust, and I waved frantically. The driver, a middle-aged man wearing a cap and a serious frown, stopped. I told him what had happened, trying not to sound hysterical. He glanced down the road and frowned. "You didn't see them," he said flatly. "You're lucky. They don't usually let people leave." I didn't understand, but he gestured for me to get in. As soon as I did, he drove without speaking, only the sound of tires crunching the dirt road. Eventually, we reached the edge of town, and the night lights made the woods look normal, harmless, like nothing had ever happened. I was shaking, muttering about the things I had seen. The man only said, "Don't go back there." I slept that night in a motel on the outskirts of town, but I couldn't shake the images, the stiff figure in the woods, the shadows that didn't belong, the voice whispering from the darkness. I convinced myself it had been exhaustion and fear. That explanation almost sufficed until I woke in the middle of the night to the sound of scratching on my motel door. I thought it might be rats or the wind. But then I heard it again, a slow, methodical scratching paired with a soft, low humming. It was human, or something pretending to be human. My heart pounded as I stayed still, listening. The sound moved around the door as if whatever it was circling. I didn't dare look through the peephole. I waited hours passing in terror until the scratching stopped abruptly. I never found out what it was. The next morning, I went to the local diner to calm my nerves. I tried to get information about the road I had been on, the woods, the farmhouse, anything. The waitress, an older woman with tired eyes, looked at me strangely when I mentioned the woods. "You didn't see them, did you?" she asked quietly. I shook my head. "Good," she said. "You're lucky. Not everyone is." She went back to her work, and I asked other people, but no one gave me straight answers. Some claimed the area had a history, disappearances, missing hikers, strange lights, but it was vague, fragmented, and unsettling. The more I tried to pin it down, the less concrete it became. It was like asking about a shadow that refuses to stay still. I left Pennsylvania a day later, driving through safer, busier roads. Yet the memory of that night stayed with me. Months later, I found myself driving through a different state, tired and alone. The GPS failed again. I ended up near a small, isolated road lined with trees that seemed unnaturally close. And there it was, another old farmhouse, abandoned, sagging. My stomach dropped. I stopped the car, heart hammering. The sun was setting, the same kind of shadows stretching across the road. Something inside me told me to turn around. I didn't. Not yet. I noticed movement inside the broken windows, figures, barely visible, crouching or standing still. I blinked, and they seemed to shift closer, forming shapes that weren't human, yet unmistakably watching me. My hands went numb on the wheel. I tried to start the car again, but the engine refused. Then the headlights flickered, and the air seemed to thicken. I stepped out cautiously, trying to keep calm. A voice, the same gravelly whisper I had heard before, floated from the darkness. "You came back." I spun around, trying to find the source. The figures in the windows moved in unison, tilting their heads like grotesque dolls. My instincts screamed to run, but the ground itself seemed wrong. Shadows twisted beneath my feet, forming shapes that licked at my shoes like dark tongues. I ran anyway, back toward the road, but the air resisted me, thick and heavy, pressing down on my chest. Something grabbed my ankle. I fell, scraping my hands on the gravel. I looked down and saw nothing, just shadows, but I could feel it. Weight, pressure, something solid and cold. I kicked and scrambled to my feet, sprinting blindly. Behind me, a chorus of whispers began, growing louder, layered, impossible to understand, but unmistakably chanting. I burst onto the main road and flagged down a passing car. The driver didn't question me. He simply let me in. I noticed his eyes kept flicking to the trees, tense, fearful. "They're still here," he said quietly, almost to himself. "They never leave." I never went back. I avoided back roads entirely, stuck to highways and well-populated areas. But sometimes at night, when the wind rustles through the trees or the shadows fall in just the wrong way, I feel it. The same pressure, the same whispering. I know they're out there, watching, waiting. And I know deep down that no matter how far I drive, they will find me again if I stumble too close. Years later, I was at a friend's cabin in northern Vermont. We were sitting around a fire, the kind of crackling wood fire that feels safe, warm. I tried to laugh it off, recounting my experience as an unbelievable story. But as the sun dipped behind the mountains, the air changed. My friend mentioned she had driven through some back roads earlier, and a chill went through me. The trees pressed too close. The wind carried whispers. I asked her if she had seen anything strange. She looked at me with wide eyes. "There was something," she said. "I thought I was imagining it, but it followed me for miles." The stories I had heard, the warnings I had tried to forget, all rushed back. I realized then that I had been naive. It's not just Shady Hollow or that one stretch of Pennsylvania. It's everywhere, in places we don't expect, lurking just beyond the reach of our headlights and our reason. That night, I dreamed of the farmhouse again. The figures were there, but closer this time, and when they moved, it wasn't in the natural way. Limbs bent wrong, faces split into impossible angles. I woke sweating, and in the corner of the room, I thought I saw a shadow detach itself from the wall, lean forward and whisper, "You can't escape." I sold the cabin trip short and returned home the next day, but the sense of being watched never left me. Shadows in my apartment seemed to linger longer than they should. Sounds in the night, a scrape, a whisper, a faint cough, set my nerves on edge. I began to notice patterns in the news: missing persons in rural areas, strange accidents on lonely roads, unexplainable disappearances near woods and abandoned buildings. Then I received a message on my phone, a simple text with no number. "We saw you. We're waiting." I haven't left the city since. I never drive on back roads. I avoid rural areas entirely. Yet I know logically that they are patient. Shadows, whispers, figures, none of it can be explained away. And every so often, when I am walking home at night and the streetlights flicker, I feel it: the pressure, the presence, and the knowledge that if I stray too far from the safety of the crowded streets, the darkness will reach for me again. Some people might call it paranoia. Some might call it a vivid imagination, but I know the truth. They are real. They wait. And they never forget. I've stopped going to sleep with the lights off. I check every corner of my apartment. Every night I keep a flashlight on the nightstand. But I've begun to hear soft tapping at the window, always at the same time, just after midnight. I never look. I don't want to see. I only listen. And every night I hear the whisper, faint but clear: "You shouldn't be here." The shadows grow longer, even in the day. I feel them pressing close. I have learned to move quickly, to never linger, to never turn my back. And still I know deep down that it's only a matter of time. They are patient, methodical, and when they come for me, there will be nowhere left to run. Story the end. It started as an ordinary summer evening in a small, nondescript town in the Midwest. The kind of town where everyone knew everyone else, where neighbors waved from their porches, and where the local diner closed promptly at 10. I had moved there only a few months prior, taking a job at the local library, and rented a modest 2-story house on the edge of town, just past the abandoned gas station that locals whispered about but never visited. The first few weeks were uneventful, though the house had that old, musty smell that clung to every corner, the kind that suggested years of neglect or maybe secrets. I was working late one Thursday evening, shelving a backlog of books, when I first noticed it: a faint tapping, like fingernails against glass, coming from the back window. I paused, glanced around, but the library was empty. The night was quiet except for the hum of the fluorescent lights overhead. Assuming it was just a branch brushing against the window, I returned to my work, but the tapping continued, irregular, almost deliberate. When I finally looked out, no one was there. Nothing. Just the dark outline of the parking lot and the skeletal trees beyond. I laughed it off and tried to ignore it. Maybe I was just tired. But on the drive home, the unease settled deeper in my chest. I passed the old gas station, and the lights inside flickered briefly, even though the place had been abandoned for years. I shivered, telling myself it was probably just a trick of the streetlight reflecting off the glass. I parked, unlocked my door, and stepped inside. The house was silent. The air felt heavy, almost stagnant, but I shrugged it off. Old houses do that, I told myself. Just settle in, nothing to worry about. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing it, the faint scraping, like someone dragging their fingernails across wood. I told myself it was the house settling, or maybe the wind. But then I heard it again, this time from the hallway outside my bedroom. A low, deliberate creak of floorboards. My heart pounded, and I told myself to breathe, to rationalize. I grabbed the baseball bat I kept by the bed, my knuckles white around the handle, and stepped into the hall. Empty. The air smelled faintly metallic, like blood. I froze, thinking maybe I imagined it, but then I saw it. A small smear on the wall, almost black in the dim light. I rubbed it with my sleeve, but it didn't come off. I touched it with my fingers, and it felt sticky, almost wet. I panicked, wiped it off, and ran to the bathroom, splashing water on my face. When I returned, the smear was back, in the same place, sharper, darker. The next day, I tried to tell myself it was some kind of mold or residue from old paint, but the unease wouldn't leave. Work was no better. At the library, the taps and scratches seemed to follow me. Shelves that should have been empty had books misplaced, opened as if someone or something had been rifling through them. Patrons noticed it too. One older woman swore she saw a figure standing in the aisle when I turned my back. I laughed nervously, assuring her she must have been mistaken. But the unease grew. People in town were polite, yes, but their eyes sometimes lingered too long, their smiles a fraction too forced. I began noticing them, strangers standing in places they shouldn't be, faces just out of the corner of my eye, vanishing when I looked directly. One night, around midnight, I decided to investigate the source of the disturbance. I grabbed a flashlight, a small notebook, and my phone. The first place I checked was the basement. The stairs groaned under my weight, and a damp, musty odor hit me. I shone the flashlight across the walls. There were scratches, deep, jagged, almost clawed. I followed them, my stomach twisting. They ended at the far corner where the concrete floor had a patch of disturbed dust. I knelt and swept it aside, revealing something that made my stomach drop. A human finger, dry, shriveled, almost mummified, but unmistakably human. I stumbled back, gagging, but my mind raced. Could it be from someone long dead? But the bones were too fresh. I called the police, hands trembling, and they arrived within an hour. The officers were cautious, wary, but professional. They took the finger, and I was told to stay elsewhere while they investigated. I stayed at a friend's house that night, unable to shake the feeling that something was following me. That was the first night I saw it clearly, the figure. Standing across the street, in the shadows, its face obscured, just watching. I blinked. Gone. When I looked again, the street was empty. The following weeks were worse. The police found more remains in the basement, small bones, fragments of clothing, and other evidence that made it horrifyingly clear. The house had been a site of repeated violence, a place someone had used for killing. But no suspects, no leads. It was as if the house itself had absorbed the horrors and fed off them. I stayed elsewhere, unable to return, but I began receiving calls on my cell. No number, no voice, just breathing. Heavy, labored, and always followed by a whisper of my name. One evening, a month later, I returned to the house briefly to retrieve some belongings. The air inside was colder than I remembered, and the silence was thick. As I moved through the rooms, I heard it, the tapping, the scratching. I ran to the basement, flashlight shaking in my hand, and the beam landed on a new discovery. In the far corner, there was a trapdoor I had never seen before. I pulled it open and found a narrow tunnel, dirt walls, faintly damp. The smell was overpowering, decay, rot, and something metallic. I descended, heart hammering, flashlight illuminating the narrow space. The tunnel led to a small hidden chamber, and inside I found evidence of someone, or multiple people, living there, or at least trying to. Clothes, makeshift bedding, discarded food, and disturbing crude drawings on the walls. Faces, eyes wide and screaming, scrawled in a frenzy of lines, symbols I didn't recognize. And at the center, a figure. Sitting perfectly still, hunched over, face hidden, whispering something I couldn't make out. I froze. My breath caught. The figure slowly lifted its head. Its eyes were hollow, black voids. Its mouth twisted into a grin that made my skin crawl. I ran. I didn't look back. I didn't stop until I reached my car. I called the police, but when they arrived and investigated the basement again, the tunnel was gone. The trapdoor had vanished. They looked at me like I was crazy. I moved towns after that, but the terror didn't leave. The phone calls continued, at all hours, whispering my name. At night, I'd wake to scratching at the windows, doors, even the walls. Sometimes I'd see it, standing at the edge of the road, just beyond the streetlights. The figure never moved, never spoke, just watched. And sometimes, in the mirrors, I'd catch a glimpse of something behind me, something I hadn't seen before. A shadow, too tall, too thin, with eyes like coal. Months later, I tried to piece things together online. Local records, old newspaper clippings. There were stories buried deep in the archives about disappearances, missing persons over decades, children, adults, entire families gone, some never found, some found mutilated. And the locations, always the same. The outskirts of town, near abandoned buildings near my street. The library, the diner, the gas station, places that had always seemed benign, were tied together by a trail of death and silence. The town itself seemed to hide something, as if it existed in a perpetual pact of ignorance and fear. Then, one night, I received a package. No return address. Inside, a small box. Trembling, I opened it. There was a finger, fresh, wrapped in a piece of fabric. Along with it, a note. "We see you. You belong now." I dropped it. My heart stopped. I called the police, but the evidence vanished before they arrived. Nothing. No prints, no DNA, no trace of the sender. The calls escalated. The whispers turned into voices, screaming sometimes. And then my dreams became infestations. I dreamt of the house, the tunnel, the chamber. I dreamt of the figure, always whispering my name, always closer, always waiting. In the dreams, I could feel its fingers on my skin, cold, wet, dragging. I woke each morning drenched in sweat, the smell of rot lingering in my room. I knew it wasn't just a dream. It followed me, bled into reality, blurring the lines between waking and sleep. I tried to document it, to record the activity. Cameras in my room caught strange things, shadows moving independently of light, objects shifting when I wasn't looking. The worst was audio. Late at night, my phone would record faint whispers, the sound of scratching, then laughter. Deep, guttural, animalistic, human. Sometimes it would say my name in a slow, deliberate way, stretching it out until it sounded like a growl. I began avoiding mirrors, cameras, reflective surfaces. I stopped going out after dark. I tried therapy, medication, but nothing dulled it. The presence was always there, patient, unrelenting. It was in the air, in the shadows, in the edges of my vision. And I knew that no matter where I went, it would follow. Some things I realized are not bound by walls, streets, or towns. Some horrors, once awakened, don't stay confined. They travel with you. They inhabit your life, your mind, your nights. They wait, and sometimes they reach out and you can't escape. The last time I saw it clearly, it was outside my apartment window, grinning, whispering my name in a voice that sounded like my own. I swore I ran faster than I ever had, but the scratching followed. Always. Everywhere. And I understood then fully that there is no sanctuary. Not in town, not in city, not in sleep. Some things once disturbed never leave. They wait, patient and eternal, until they decide you belong to them. Story the end. It was the kind of night that made the small town of Millfield feel suspended, as if the fog rolling in from the river carried with it an unnatural heaviness. Autumn had just begun, and the early chill seeped into homes and streets alike. For most residents, it was just another quiet night, but for Mark Lawson, a local delivery driver, it would become the kind of night he would never forget, if he even lived to remember it clearly. Mark's route that evening was unusually long. He had volunteered to cover a co-worker's shift at the last minute, mostly for the extra pay. The assignment took him through narrow back roads, overgrown with brush, and past abandoned houses that seemed to lean toward the road as if they were listening. He liked the solitude. It gave him time to think, and he often found himself lost in the hum of his van's engine and the soft glow of his dashboard lights. By 11:30 p.m., he had delivered all but the last 2 packages, both bound for addresses on the outskirts of town. The first was to a house on Hillcrest Lane, a winding road that rose sharply, offering views of the town below. Mark had driven past it countless times and never thought much of the old Victorian at the end of the lane. Its paint was chipped, the shutters hung unevenly, and the yard was overgrown with weeds. When he arrived, the porch light was off. That was strange, he thought, because every other house along the lane had at least one light on. He parked the van and walked up the steps, package in hand. The door was unlocked. He hesitated, his hand hovering over the knob, feeling a sudden tightness in his chest. Something about the house felt off, as if it were holding its breath, waiting. The smell hit him before he even stepped inside, a sour metallic tang that made his stomach turn. He glanced around. The living room was dark, save for the faint moonlight through the cracked windows. Everything seemed abandoned, but not in a natural way. This was a house that had been left in a hurry. Cups were still on the counter, papers scattered, chairs tipped over. Mark set the package down on a table and stepped back. He was about to leave when he noticed a photograph on the wall. It was a family portrait, but the faces had been scratched out with what looked like a knife. The scratches were deep and jagged, almost frantic, like someone had been trying to erase them in a blind panic. Mark's pulse quickened. He felt a sudden urge to leave, but something, a mix of curiosity and stubbornness, kept him rooted in place. A sound from upstairs made him jump. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate. He froze, listening. The steps stopped, and for a moment there was nothing but silence. Then a faint whisper, almost inaudible, drifted down the stairs. Don't. Leave. Mark's rational mind screamed that it was the wind, the house settling, anything but what his instincts told him. He turned to leave, but the front door, which had been unlocked, now refused to budge. Panic started to rise in his throat. He tugged harder, but it was as if the door had fused with the frame. The whisper came again, closer this time, unmistakably a voice. Stay. He spun around, scanning the room, heart hammering. Shadows seemed to twist unnaturally in the corners, flickering as though alive, and then he saw her, a woman, or something that had once been a woman, standing at the foot of the stairs. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, and her eyes were black voids. Her mouth opened, but no sound came out, and yet Mark heard her voice in his head, loud and piercing. You shouldn't have come here. Mark bolted toward the back door, finally finding it unlocked. He slammed into it and ran to his van, fumbling with the keys. As he started the engine, he dared a glance in the rearview mirror. The woman was there, at the end of the lane, motionless, her head tilted unnaturally to the side. She didn't move as he drove past, just watched. Breathing heavily, he turned onto the main road and tried to shake off the encounter. But when he glanced at the passenger seat, he froze. The package he had just delivered was there. He hadn't put it in the van. He had left it on the table. His hands shook as he tried to rationalize it. Maybe he had absent-mindedly grabbed it. Maybe it had been the wind, sliding it in somehow. But deep down, he knew it hadn't been that simple. By the time he returned to town, it was nearly midnight. He parked at the depot and stepped out of the van, trying to calm himself, but the sense of being watched was overwhelming. He could feel eyes on him, though the street was deserted. He locked the van, took a deep breath, and walked inside the small office. That's when he noticed the message on the wall, written in what looked like blood, "You are next." Mark's scream echoed through the empty building. He ran to his car, threw the door open, and started driving. His route home usually took 20 minutes, but that night it felt endless. The fog grew thicker as he left the town lights behind, and the shadows along the road seemed to stretch, reaching toward him. He tried to call someone, anyone, but his phone had no signal. Then he noticed a car following him. At first, he thought it was a regular driver, maybe returning from a late shift. But no matter how fast he went, the car stayed behind him, its headlights dimmed, never passing. His heart pounded as he accelerated, swerving along the curves of the road. The car followed relentlessly. Mark's mind raced. He tried to remember if there was a shortcut home, any route that would lose the vehicle, but the roads were unfamiliar in the fog. He took a sharp turn onto an old logging road, tires crunching on gravel. The pursuing car didn't slow. He pressed harder on the accelerator, the van fishtailing. Then, in the distance, he saw a figure standing in the middle of the road. He slammed on the brakes, skidding to a stop just feet away. The figure was the woman, the same one from the house. Her eyes were voids, her mouth a silent scream. She raised a hand, pointing directly at him. The car behind him screeched to a halt as well. Mark couldn't see the driver, only darkness. The fog thickened, wrapping around everything like a living thing. And then the whisperings, hundreds of voices, all at once, overlapping, screaming, pleading, warning. Don't, stay, leave, die. Mark's vision blurred. He tried to back up, but the van wouldn't move. His hands shook uncontrollably as he turned the wheel. The tires spun in place, kicking up gravel, but the van was rooted. The woman stepped closer, and now he could hear her voice clearly, separate from the cacophony. You can't escape what you brought. Mark's mind reeled. What had he brought? The package. Of course, the package. He fumbled to open it, heart in his throat. Inside was a small, intricately carved wooden box. A note lay on top, written in the same jagged handwriting as the scratched faces in the photograph. Do not open, ever. But curiosity, or perhaps sheer terror, drove him. He lifted the lid. What he saw inside made him stagger back. It was a collection of small objects, unidentifiable, but each radiated a sense of malevolence. And then he noticed movement, tiny shadows writhing within the box like living smoke. The whispering grew louder, more insistent, voices overlapping into a deafening roar. Mark dropped the box, but it didn't hit the ground. It hovered in midair, spinning slowly, casting distorted shadows on the trees. The woman raised her arms and the van's engine died. Darkness pressed in from all sides, thick and suffocating. Mark could barely breathe, could barely see. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, everything stopped. The fog lifted, the van started again, the road was empty, the woman gone. Mark drove home in a daze, never taking his eyes off the rearview mirror. When he finally arrived, his house was dark and quiet. He locked the doors, triple-checked the windows, and sat on the couch, trembling. but the sense of being watched never left. That night, he couldn't sleep. Every creak of the house, every shadow, every whisper of wind made him flinch. And then he noticed it. On the living room floor, the same wooden box. He hadn't brought it in, he hadn't touched it, and yet it sat there, waiting. Mark tried to throw it away, tried to burn it, tried to bury it in the woods behind his house. Every time it returned, always in the same place, always closed, always whispering, and the woman, she came back too. Always watching, always patient, always silent until he opened the box. Then the whispers, the screams, the shadows. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months. Mark stopped leaving the house. He quit his job. Friends and family stopped calling after a while. No one could reach him. And every night, the box sat in the living room, a constant reminder that he had brought something into the world that was not meant for him. One morning, neighbors reported strange noises coming from his house, screaming, banging, the sound of someone, or something, running across the walls and ceiling. When the police arrived, they found the house empty. The doors were locked from the inside, the windows intact. No sign of Mark. The only thing left was the wooden box sitting in the middle of the living room floor. The lid was slightly ajar. Inside, the shadows moved, writhing like living smoke. And if you listened closely, you could hear whispers, faint and insistent. He will never leave. He will never leave. To this day, the box remains in the abandoned house on Hillcrest Lane. Those brave or foolish enough to enter say the shadows inside move even when no one is looking. And sometimes, late at night, people swear they hear footsteps behind them, a cold whisper in their ear, warning them that some things are not meant to be found. Story the end. It was the winter of 2018 when I moved into a small one-bedroom apartment on the south side of Indianapolis. It was cheap, maybe too cheap, but I'd just gone through a breakup and was desperate to live alone for a while. The place was old. Thin walls, creaky floors, pipes that groaned every time I turned the shower on, but I told myself it had character. My neighbors mostly kept to themselves, and that first week, I thought I'd finally found some peace. The first time I noticed something off, it was subtle. I was unpacking late at night when I heard a knock. Not on my door, but from the wall behind my couch. 3 slow, rhythmic knocks. I froze, waiting. It didn't happen again, so I brushed it off as pipes or maybe a neighbor. But it happened again the next night, same time, around 11:15 p.m., same 3 knocks. This time they sounded closer, sharper. The next day I asked the guy in the apartment next to mine, an older man named Jim, if he'd heard anything strange through the walls. He just stared at me for a few seconds before saying, "You got apartment 3B, right?" I nodded. He sighed. "You'll get used to it." Then he walked away. That answer didn't help. By the 4th night, the knocking had turned into tapping, soft, rapid, almost like fingers drumming. It moved from wall to wall, as if circling the apartment. I tried to ignore it, but it always started when I was trying to sleep, and it always stopped when I turned on the lights. I set up my phone to record one night. When I played it back the next morning, I didn't just hear tapping. I heard whispering. Faint, but unmistakable. A woman's voice saying something over and over. It sounded like, "Don't open it." I couldn't make sense of it. There was nothing to open. But that next night, I found out what she meant. Around midnight, I was half asleep when I heard the faint creak of my front door. I sat up in bed, heart hammering. The deadbolt was locked. I was sure of it. I listened, holding my breath. Slow footsteps crossed the living room, bare feet on wood. I grabbed the baseball bat I kept by the bed and turned on the light. The noise stopped. When I stepped into the living room, it was empty, but the front door was slightly open. I checked the lock. It wasn't broken, but the metal was bent, like something had forced its way through. There were no footprints outside in the snow, no sign anyone had been there. I called the police, but they found nothing. "Old buildings shift," one of them said. "Doors move on their own." I didn't believe it, but I wanted to. For the next week, the knocking got louder, angrier. It would start in one wall and move around the apartment like something trapped inside, desperate to get out or in. The whispering grew clearer too. Sometimes it was the same phrase, "Don't open it," but other times it was laughter. Soft, wet laughter that made my skin crawl. One night I came home from work and found a piece of paper slipped under my door. It was yellowed, brittle. Written in pencil were the words, "Whatever you hear from the walls, Do not answer. I thought maybe Jim was playing some twisted joke. But when I went to his apartment the next morning, a woman answered. She said no one named Jim lived there. She'd been in that unit for 3 months. I know what I heard. I know who I talked to. But according to the landlord, 3A had been empty for half a year. I started sleeping with headphones on, blasting white noise just to drown everything out. It didn't help. The sound came through anyway. Knocking, tapping, whispering. One night I woke up because I felt something touch my leg. Not just a twitch of the blanket, something with fingers. When I looked, the sheet moved slightly, like something had just slipped underneath. I ripped it off the bed and ran out of the room. I slept in my car until morning. The next day, I decided to check the walls. I thought maybe there was some kind of vent system or crawl space where sound could travel. In the corner of my living room, behind the radiator, the wallpaper looked loose. I pulled it back, expecting to find cracked plaster. Instead, I found a door handle. A small metal knob set into the wall, painted over. My breath caught. It wasn't part of the floor plan. I tugged on it. It didn't move. I don't know why I did it. Maybe curiosity, maybe fear, maybe both. I got a screwdriver and pried it open. The metal groaned. Behind it was a narrow opening, like a crawl space, maybe 2 feet wide. It was pitch black, the air stale and freezing. I shined my flashlight inside. The beam caught something. A face, just for a second before it disappeared. I screamed and slammed the door shut, pushing the radiator back in place. I could still hear movement behind the wall, scratching, slow breathing. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, the door was open again. I didn't open it. I swear I didn't. The wallpaper hung loose, fluttering slightly in the draft from the radiator. I packed my things as fast as I could. When I opened my front door to leave, I stopped cold. There were footprints leading from the hall into my apartment. Bare, wet footprints. But they didn't start from the hallway. They started inside. I moved out that day. I tried to forget. Months passed, and I almost did. Then, one night in my new apartment, I woke up at 11:15 p.m. to 3 slow knocks on the wall behind my bed. At first, I thought it was a coincidence. Then, the next night, it happened again. Same rhythm. Same time. I moved the bed to the other wall, but the knocking followed. It's been 6 years now. I've moved 3 times since then, each time farther away. But no matter where I go, it finds me. Always the same. Always starting at 11:15 p.m. Sometimes, if I'm awake, I hear the whispering too. The same woman's voice, clearer now, closer. Don't open it. I don't know what it is anymore. I just know it's still knocking. And sometimes when I don't answer, I can hear it breathing. Story the end. It was in the middle of July when I took the night security job at the Old State Psychiatric Hospital in Central Ohio. The building had been closed for nearly 20 years, but the state kept it standing for legal reasons, something about maintaining the property until a developer finalized plans. My job was simple: walk the halls, make sure no one broke in, and log any movement or lights. Easy work, especially for someone like me who needed the paycheck more than sleep. The first night felt normal enough. The hospital stood alone on a wooded hill, a 5-story brick building with board-up windows and a half-collapsed parking lot. My supervisor, Dennis, gave me a quick tour before leaving me alone. The power worked only on the first floor and the security office. The rest ran on backup generators that flickered every few hours. There were no patients, no staff, and no one else for miles. When Dennis left, I locked the front gate behind him, logged my name in the binder, and sat down in the small office beside the main corridor. The walls were covered with faded security notices and old shift schedules, yellowed with age. I had a radio, a flashlight, and a monitor that showed a grainy black and white feed from 6 cameras spread throughout the first 3 floors. The silence inside that building was strange. It wasn't peaceful. It was too heavy for that. Every sound echoed unnaturally. The hum of the generator, the creak of pipes, my own breathing. I told myself the unease was just the building's history getting to me. Around 2 a.m., while checking the monitors, I noticed something off on camera 3, the one overlooking the second-floor hallway. The lights up there had been dead for years, but a faint movement caught my eye. It looked like someone walking past, tall, thin, dressed in white. I blinked, thinking it might be static, but the figure was there, unmistakably moving from left to right. I grabbed the flashlight, heart pounding, and headed upstairs. The second floor smelled like rot and mildew. Paint peeled off in long curls, and the air felt thick. My boots echoed down the corridor as I swept the light across broken doors and crumbling tiles. The far end of the hallway was dark, but I could hear something, a dragging sound like fabric scraping the floor. When I reached the end, the sound stopped. There was no one there. I went back to the office, reviewing the footage. Nothing. The figure was gone, and the camera feed showed only static for the minute I was in the hall. The next night, I told Dennis about it. He smirked and said, "You'll start hearing all kinds of things in that place. The walls still talk if you listen long enough." He wouldn't elaborate, just handed me a key ring and said, "Stay out of the basement. The old tunnels flood sometimes." That night, the noises started again. Around midnight, while doing rounds, I heard faint humming. It came from the east wing, where most of the patient rooms were. The tune was slow, almost like a lullaby. I froze outside room 212, the sound growing clearer, a woman's voice low and melodic. I stepped inside. The air was freezing cold. My flashlight flickered once, then steadied. The room was empty except for an old iron bed frame and a cracked sink. But the humming continued, now behind me. I spun around. Nothing. Then the flashlight went dead. I stumbled backward into the hallway, trying to stay calm, when I heard whispering. Soft, overlapping voices, like a crowd murmuring in the dark. I couldn't make out the words, only the tone. It wasn't angry or sad. It sounded like they were pleading. The lights on that floor flickered once, then every door down the hallway slammed shut in unison. I bolted downstairs, locked myself in the office, and stayed there until sunrise. Dennis laughed it off when I told him, but his face said otherwise. "Yeah," he muttered. "Some guys hear that. Just don't go poking around where you shouldn't." I should have quit then. I didn't. I needed the job. By the third week, I stopped trying to rationalize what was happening. The voices got louder. I'd hear my name whispered from behind doors or from rooms I'd just checked. Sometimes I'd see movement in my peripheral vision, white flashes, hands disappearing behind door frames. The worst was the smell. It began in the basement, a mix of damp earth and something sweet, like decaying flowers. Dennis had warned me not to go down there, but one night I had to. The cameras on the first floor went down one by one, and the generator readings showed a power drain coming from below. The basement was colder than the rest of the building. My flashlight barely cut through the dark. I followed the concrete corridor until I reached a heavy steel door marked Ward C, restricted. The padlock was rusted, broken. I pushed it open. Inside were rows of old metal beds and restraints bolted to the walls. The smell was strongest there. I swept the light around, and for a second I thought I saw someone lying on one of the beds, a figure, pale and still. But when I blinked, it was gone. The generator shut off suddenly. Total darkness. Then I heard it, footsteps. Slow, deliberate, coming from deeper inside the ward. I held my breath, not moving, as the sound drew closer. My flashlight flickered once, and for that brief flash of light I saw something I'll never forget. A tall figure, emaciated, skin gray and stretched tight over bones. Its mouth hung open too wide, eyes black and empty. It was wearing what looked like a patient's gown, the fabric stained and torn. When the light went out again, the footsteps stopped. Then a whisper, inches from my ear, "You shouldn't have come here." I ran. When I reached the stairs, I heard the metal door slam shut behind me with a force that shook the walls. I didn't stop running until I was outside, gasping in the humid night air. The next morning, Dennis wasn't there. His truck was in the lot, but he was gone. His radio and keys were still in the office. The police were called, but they found nothing. No signs of struggle, no footprints, no body. I quit that day. 2 months later, I got a call from the sheriff's office. They'd found Dennis, or what was left of him. His body was discovered in the basement of the hospital in Ward C. The cause of death was listed as extreme dehydration and exposure, but that didn't make sense. The weirdest part? His fingernails were torn off, and his mouth had been sewn shut with what they said looked like medical thread. They closed off the building permanently after that. The developer pulled out, and the state declared it unsafe. But a few weeks ago, while scrolling through local news online, I saw a post on a small-town community page. Someone had been hiking near the property and recorded strange lights in the windows. When I watched the video, I froze. In one of the windows on the third floor, you could see a figure standing there, tall, thin, gray-skinned, its head tilted slightly, like it was watching. That night, my phone buzzed around midnight. Unknown number. I didn't answer, but it left a voicemail. I played it back once. Just once. It was the same voice from that basement whispering in the static. You shouldn't have left me. I deleted it immediately, but the sound of that voice hasn't left my head since. Sometimes when I close my eyes at night, I still see the hospital hallway, long, endless, flickering with that sickly yellow light. And sometimes I hear the footsteps again, slow, steady, getting closer, getting closer. Story, the end. It was the winter of 2018 when I took a maintenance job at a small roadside motel in upstate New York. The pay was lousy, but they gave me a free room to stay in, which was more than I could afford otherwise. The place was called the Pine Hollow Inn, a dozen rooms lined up along a cracked stretch of highway surrounded by forest and frost. It had been there since the 60s, owned by the same family for generations, though by the time I started, only the youngest son, Frank, was still running it. Frank was one of those quiet types, thin, gray at the temples, chain-smoked even in the snow. The first day I met him, he just said, "You fix things. You stay in room 12. Don't go in the basement." Then he tossed me a ring of keys and walked off. Room 12 was the farthest from the office, next to a tree line that pressed right up against the back wall. The wallpaper was yellowed and peeling, the heater rattled like it was full of nails, but it was a bed and a roof. I didn't ask about the basement. The first few nights were fine. The motel barely got any guests that time of year, mostly truckers who came in late, slept for a few hours, then left before dawn. But about a week in, I started noticing strange things. Small at first. Doors unlocked in the morning when I was sure I'd locked them. The TV turning on by itself, always to static. The sound of someone walking in the room above me, even though I was in the last room and there was no second floor. I figured it was old wiring, creaky pipes, normal building stuff. But then, one night, I was fixing a leaking faucet in room 7 when I heard crying. Soft, muffled. It sounded like a woman, somewhere in the walls. I froze, listening. It wasn't the TV. There wasn't one in the room. The sound came from behind the bathroom wall, low and broken, like someone sobbing quietly, trying not to be heard. I ran out and told Frank. He didn't even look up from his crossword puzzle. "Ignore it," he said flatly. "What do you mean, ignore it? There's someone in the walls." He looked at me then, eyes dull and tired. "There's no one there. You hear something? You leave it alone?" Understand? I didn't, but I nodded anyway. That night I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I swore I could hear faint crying again, only this time it was closer, right behind my headboard. I got up, pressed my ear to the wall, and my blood ran cold. It wasn't just crying now. There was whispering. "Help me." I stumbled back, heart hammering. "Who's there?" I shouted. No answer, just that faint sobbing fading into silence. The next morning, I went to check the basement even though Frank had told me not to. The door was padlocked, but one of the keys on my ring fit. It smelled like rot and mildew. The air was thick and heavy, like it hadn't been disturbed in years. The basement was small, with concrete floors and rusted shelves full of old tools and cleaning supplies. But what caught my attention was the wall opposite the stairs. There were scratch marks in the concrete, deep ones, like fingernails. And in the corner, half buried under a tarp, I found something that made my stomach drop. A woman's shoe. I backed out fast and locked the door again. I didn't tell Frank. That night, a snowstorm rolled in. The wind howled through the trees, and the power flickered on and off. Around midnight, someone knocked on my door. 3 slow knocks. I opened it to find a woman standing there, drenched, shivering, barefoot. Her hair was soaked, sticking to her face, and she looked terrified. "Please," she said, voice shaking. "He's coming." I pulled her inside and shut the door. "Who? What are you talking about?" She didn't answer, just looked toward the window like she was expecting someone to appear there any second. Then she whispered, "Don't let him take me back." Before I could ask more, the lights went out. Total darkness. The heater stopped. The only sound was the wind and her breathing. I grabbed my flashlight, flicked it on, and she was gone. Gone. No sound of the door opening, no footprints in the snow outside, just gone. I barely slept. When the power came back in the morning, I went straight to Frank's office. There was a woman in my room last night, I said. She said someone was after her. Then she disappeared. Frank sighed, stood up slowly, and poured himself a cup of coffee. You should pack up, he said. Find another place to stay. What are you talking about? He looked at me like he was tired of saying the same thing over and over. You heard her. That means she's seen you too. You should go before he does. Before who does? I demanded. Frank didn't answer. He just stared out the window toward the woods and muttered, You'll find out if you stay. I packed my things that night, but the storm had covered the highway. No way out until morning. I decided to wait it out. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to a sound that made my blood freeze, the door handle turning slowly. Then 3 soft knocks. I grabbed the flashlight and crept closer. Who's there? Silence. Then, faintly, from the other side, Please, let me in. It was her voice. The same woman. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the lock. But something was wrong. The voice wasn't trembling anymore. It was steady, cold. Please, it said again, let me in. I didn't. I stepped back and shone the light through the curtain instead. She was standing there, staring directly at me. But her eyes weren't human. Black, hollow, and her mouth was too wide, stretched into something that wasn't quite a smile. Then she vanished again, right before my eyes. The next morning, the storm cleared. I left before sunrise. Didn't even tell Frank I was going. I drove straight to town, found a diner, and told the waitress everything. She went pale. You stayed at the Pine Hollow? She asked quietly. Yeah. Why? She looked around like she didn't want anyone to hear. That place has been empty for years. The owner killed himself down in the basement after they found his wife's body in the wall. They tore the building down 5 winters ago. I thought she was joking. I drove back out there that afternoon just to prove her wrong. But when I got to where the motel should have been, there was nothing. Just cracked concrete, weeds, and the remnants of a parking lot half buried under snow. No sign of the Pine Hollow Inn. No sign of Frank. I still have the room key. It's rusted now, but the number 12 is still visible on the tag. And sometimes, on winter nights, I wake up to faint knocking at my door. 3 slow knocks. Always 3. I don't open it anymore. Story the end. It was late October of 2019 when I moved into a quiet suburban neighborhood in Indiana. I had just landed a new job as a mechanic and was renting a small 1-bedroom house at the end of a cul-de-sac. The place was old but cheap, with peeling paint and creaky floors, but after years of living in noisy apartments, I was just grateful for the silence. The landlord, a woman in her 60s named Marlene, told me it had been vacant for a while because the last guy left suddenly. I didn't ask why. I should have. My first few nights there were uneventful. I spent most evenings watching TV and fixing up the place, replacing light bulbs, scrubbing grime off the windows, that sort of thing. The neighborhood was quiet, almost too quiet. I never saw anyone walking their dog or kids playing outside. The only sound was the occasional car driving past, and sometimes, late at night, what I thought were footsteps on the gravel road. On the 4th night, around 11 p.m., I was sitting on the couch when I heard a knock. 3 slow, deliberate knocks on the front door. I figured it might be a neighbor introducing themselves. I opened it. No one. Just the still night air and the faint smell of damp earth. I stepped out onto the porch and looked around, but the street was empty. Shrugging it off, I went back inside. That's when I saw it. Muddy footprints on the carpet. Small, barefoot prints leading from the door to the hallway. My stomach dropped. Someone had been inside. But I hadn't heard the door open, hadn't seen anyone. The prints ended halfway down the hall and vanished, like whoever left them had simply disappeared. I barely slept that night. The next morning, I checked the locks, still secure. The prints were gone, too. I told myself maybe I had tracked them in without realizing it. That night, though, I heard the knocking again. 3 knocks. Pause. Then another 3. Louder. I didn't open the door this time. I sat there, frozen, listening. The knocks stopped. Then from the back door came the sound again. 3 slow knocks. I grabbed a flashlight and crept through the kitchen. The curtains were drawn, but I could see a faint outline of someone standing on the other side of the glass. I yelled, "Who's there?" But there was no answer. The figure didn't move, just stood there. When I pulled the curtain back, the porch was empty. That night the dreams started. I kept seeing a woman standing in my hallway, long hair hanging over her face, whispering something I couldn't make out. Each time I woke, I thought I saw movement in the corner of the room, but when I turned on the light, nothing was there. After a week of this, I called Marlene. I told her weird things were happening and asked if anything strange had gone on with the previous tenant. She was quiet for a long time before finally saying, he left one night, didn't take anything, just ran out in his pajamas. I asked why, but she hung up. The next night, I came home from work to find a small wooden box on my front step. There was no note. Inside was a Polaroid photo of my living room. It had been taken from inside the house. I felt sick. I called the police. They came, looked around, found nothing. They told me it was probably a prank. After they left, I checked the house myself. Every door, every window, every corner, nothing. But the air felt wrong, stale and heavy, like the house itself was holding its breath. I moved a chair under the doorknob that night and slept with a hammer next to me. Around 3 a.m., I woke to a faint creaking sound. At first, I thought it was the house settling again. Then I realized it was footsteps, slow, dragging footsteps coming from the hallway. I sat up, heart racing, gripping the hammer. The footsteps stopped outside my bedroom door. Silence. Then, from the other side of the door, came a whisper. You shouldn't have come here. I didn't move, didn't breathe. Then, slowly, the doorknob began to turn. I shouted and swung the hammer at the door, yelling that I'd call the police. The noise stopped. When I finally opened the door, no one was there. The hallway was empty, but the footprints were back, wet, muddy, and leading away from my room toward the living room. I followed them, each step heavier than the last, until I reached the front door. The footprints ended there, but the door was still locked. I checked the cameras I had installed after the first incident. Nothing. The feed was blank from 2:58 to 3:14 a.m. I called in sick the next day and went to stay at a motel. When I came back that evening to grab some clothes, the house felt colder, darker. There was a faint smell like rot coming from the hallway closet. When I opened it, a gust of cold air hit me and the light bulb flickered out. I shone my phone flashlight inside. There was a message carved into the wood of the back wall, jagged and uneven. She's still here. I packed up my things and left. A few days later, Marlene called me. Her voice was shaking. She said the police had found something behind that closet wall. A space about 4 feet wide, sealed off with old boards. Inside, they found a skeleton. Female. Probably there for decades. They thought it was the original owner's wife who had gone missing in the 1970s. I didn't ask for more details. I didn't want them. I just wanted to forget. But I can't, because last night at my new apartment, I woke to the sound of knocking. 3 slow knocks. Pause. Then another 3. I froze, the air heavy with the same damp, earthy smell. I grabbed my phone, ready to call the police, but before I could, I noticed a new voicemail. The number was blocked. I pressed play. It was faint at first, just static. Then a woman's voice whispering, "You shouldn't have come here." Story, the end. It was the winter of 2016 when I took a temporary job driving for a long-haul delivery company based out of Ohio. I had just gotten laid off from my previous job and money was tight. The company needed drivers to make overnight deliveries through rural routes, mostly small towns scattered across the Midwest. I figured a few months of quiet driving would be good for me. I couldn't have been more wrong. My route took me through a stretch of highway known among truckers as Route 119, though the official maps listed it as County Road 7. It wasn't a popular route, barely maintained with no cell service for nearly 40 miles, but it cut hours off the trip between 2 major distribution centers. The company warned new drivers not to stop along that section unless absolutely necessary. Locals say the place is cursed, one of the older drivers, Dave, told me, half smiling like he was joking. People go missing out there. Whole cars found abandoned, no driver. You'll see weird things if you stay out there too long. I laughed it off. Every job has its ghost stories. But by my 3rd week on the job, I started to believe them. It was a Wednesday night, and the temperature had dropped below 10 degrees. The sky was clear, and the snow from the previous storm glittered like crushed glass under my headlights. My load was simple: auto parts from Akron to a warehouse near Decatur, Illinois. I started late, around 8 p.m., and by the time I hit Route 119, it was close to midnight. The radio had lost signal miles back, and the world outside was silent except for the crunch of my tires and the hum of the engine. About 15 minutes into that stretch, I saw the first signs something was off. There was a car pulled over on the side of the road, hazard lights blinking. It was an old sedan, maybe a late 90s model, half buried in snow. I slowed down, rolled down my window, and called out, "You all right?" But there was no movement, no response. I parked my truck a few yards ahead, grabbed my flashlight, and stepped out. The cold hit me like a wall. My breath came out in clouds, and the silence felt thick, unnatural. I approached the car. The driver's door was open. Inside, the seats were torn, and frost had crept along the windshield. There was no one there, but what froze me in place was what was on the passenger seat: a purse, dusted with snow, and a child's stuffed bear lying beside it. I shined my flashlight around the area, calling out again. No answer. No footprints either. Not in the fresh snow. I got a sick feeling in my stomach, climbed back into my truck, and drove off, faster this time. A few miles down the road, my CB radio crackled. I hadn't heard anything for hours. Static filled the cab, and then a faint voice came through. "Help. Please." It was faint, distorted, but definitely a woman's voice. I grabbed the receiver. "This is Route 119 driver. Who is this? What's your location?" More static. Then again, "Please, help me." "He's not. Gone." And then silence. I pulled over, staring at the radio, heart hammering. I checked the frequency. It was the emergency channel, one used only for distress calls between drivers. My palms were sweating despite the cold. I waited a few minutes hoping to hear more, but the line stayed dead. Eventually, I convinced myself it was interference or some prank. I started driving again, eager to get off that stretch of road. That's when I saw her. About 2 miles later, my headlights caught movement on the right shoulder. A woman was standing there, waving her arms. She looked freezing. No coat, just a white nightgown fluttering in the wind. Her hair was long, tangled, and dark. I slowed to a crawl, thus lowering my window again. "Ma'am, are you okay? Do you need help?" She didn't answer, just stared at me with wide eyes, her breath fogging the air. Then she whispered, "He's behind you." I turned so fast I nearly dislocated my neck, but there was no one there, just the empty road stretching into darkness. When I looked back, she was gone. Not like she ran or ducked out of sight. She was just gone. I slammed the truck into gear and took off, adrenaline pumping. I didn't look in my mirrors for the next 10 miles. By the time I reached the next gas station, my hands were shaking so bad I could barely hold my coffee. The cashier gave me a weird look when I told him what happened. He didn't laugh or act surprised, just stared for a moment and said quietly, "You saw her." "What do you mean?" I asked. He sighed. "That stretch of road. A woman and her kid died out there about 15 years ago. Car broke down during a blizzard. They say truckers used to stop to help, but every one of them saw her before she disappeared." I didn't sleep that morning. When I told my supervisor, he just nodded. "Happens every couple of years," he said. "We lost a driver out there back in 2010. His truck was found idling on the shoulder, doors open, no sign of him. Radio was still on, same emergency frequency you mentioned." I tried to shrug it off, tell myself it was exhaustion, maybe hypothermia messing with my head. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen. Still, I kept the job. Bills had to be paid. 3 weeks later, they sent me down that route again. I didn't argue, though I didn't want to. Everything went smoothly until I hit the midpoint of Route 119. The road curved through a thick patch of forest where the trees bent inward, their branches heavy with snow. That's when the radio came alive again. Same static, same voice. "Please, help me." This time, I didn't answer. I just kept driving. Then I heard knocking, 3 sharp knocks on the passenger side door. I jumped, swerving slightly. The sound came again, louder this time. I turned my head, expecting to see snow or maybe a tree branch hitting the cab. But when I looked, my blood went cold. There were handprints on the outside of the window, small ones, like a child's. I pressed the pedal to the floor, tires screeching against the ice. I didn't stop again until I hit the lights of the next town. When I finally parked, I got out to check the cab. The handprints were still there. 5 of them, faint, smeared with something dark, like old blood. That was my last night driving Route 119. I quit the job the next week. About a month later, I read an article online about the area. They'd found the remains of a woman and a child during a highway expansion project. The car had been buried under a collapsed embankment, right near the section where I'd seen her. The report said they'd been trapped for days before freezing to death. Authorities suspected the woman had tried to flag down passing drivers, but no one stopped in time. I thought maybe that would end it. Maybe finding them would put their spirits to rest. But a year later, out of morbid curiosity, I checked an online trucker forum. Someone had posted a new thread titled Route 119 Weird Encounter. The driver described a woman in a white nightgown trying to flag him down, said she vanished the moment he stopped. The post ended with him saying he heard a voice on the radio afterward. "You didn't stop this time." I haven't been behind the wheel of a truck since. I moved out of state, took an office job, and tried to leave the road behind. But some nights, when I can't sleep, I still hear the faint hiss of static in my ears, like that old CB radio crackling back to life. And sometimes, just before I drift off, I hear her voice whispering, soft and distant, "Please, help me." Story the end. It started when I took the night security job at an old office complex in rural Kentucky. It wasn't glamorous work, but after being laid off from my factory job, I couldn't be picky. The pay wasn't bad, and the building was quiet. Too quiet, really. The complex used to belong to a pharmaceutical company that shut down in the early 2000s after some kind of scandal. The locals said they'd done illegal testing there, but no one really knew the details. The property had been empty for years before it was bought by a storage company, and now my job was to keep an eye on it from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Easy money, or so I thought. My first night went by without incident. The building was massive, 3 floors, long sterile hallways, offices still furnished with desks and faded cubicle walls. The lights hummed constantly, a low electric drone that filled the silence. I did hourly rounds, checked the doors, and watched the cameras in the security room. Everything seemed normal, except for one thing. Every time I walked past the East Wing corridor, the lights flickered, just for a second. I chalked it up to old wiring. On my third night, I started noticing strange patterns on the cameras. Small movements. The storage company had installed a dozen cameras throughout the halls, all connected to grainy monitors in the security room. Around 1:20 a.m., I saw a shadow move across one of the screens. It was subtle, just a flicker at the far end of the east hallway. I rewound the footage. Nothing. The motion sensor had triggered, but there was no one there. I checked the hallway in person. The air felt colder there, heavy, like I'd walked into a refrigerator. As I turned to leave, I heard it, a faint dragging sound, like someone pulling something heavy across the floor. I froze. The sound echoed from somewhere down the hallway, around the corner where the old labs used to be. I called out, "Hello?" My voice sounded small, swallowed by the emptiness. No answer. The dragging stopped. I forced a laugh, told myself it was rats, and went back to the security room. When I reviewed the footage later, something made my stomach twist. At 1:21 a.m., the camera showed a dark figure standing at the far end of the east hallway. Not moving, not walking, just standing. And it wasn't there a second before. I stared at the monitor for a full minute, heart pounding, trying to convince myself it was a shadow, a trick of the light. But the longer I looked, the clearer it became. It was a person. When I blinked, the figure was gone. The next day, I told my supervisor Roger about it. He laughed. "That building's got history," he said. "You're not the first to see things in there. One guy quit after a week, claimed he saw people walking around at night. Don't let it get to you. The place messes with your head." By the 5th night, the hallucinations, or whatever they were, got worse. I'd hear faint whispering in the stairwells, low and rhythmic, almost like chanting. The air vents would rattle violently even when the system was off. One night I passed by an old lab door that had been sealed shut with metal bolts and caution tape. As I walked past, I heard knocking coming from inside. Soft at first, then harder. 3 knocks, then silence. I ran back to the control room, shaking. When I checked the camera facing that door, there was nothing. No movement. No one there. I didn't tell Roger about that one. On my 7th night, something changed. I was halfway through my patrol when the power went out. The building was plunged into darkness. My flashlight flickered as I fumbled for the radio. Static. I tried calling Roger, but the signal was dead. The emergency lights came on after a minute. dim red bulbs that barely illuminated the hallways. I started heading back to the security room when I saw it again. The figure. This time it was closer. It stood about 30 feet down the hall, back turned to me. It looked human, but wrong. Its body was too thin, the posture stiff. The head tilted slightly to one side, like it was listening. I froze. My flashlight flickered again and went out. When it came back on, the hallway was empty. I ran. When I reached the security room, every monitor was filled with static. Then, one by one, the feeds returned, but they weren't empty anymore. Each screen showed that same figure standing in a different part of the building. In the stairwell, the break room, the main lobby. In the last screen, the one facing the security room, it was right outside my door. The door handle began to turn. I backed up, shaking, reaching for my baton. The handle turned once, twice, then stopped. A low, wet-breathing sound came from the other side of the door. Then, slowly, something scraped down the metal surface, nails or claws dragging downward. I yelled, "Who's there?" and the sound stopped immediately. I stayed like that for almost an hour, frozen in the chair, staring at the monitors. Nothing moved. At dawn, the power flickered back to normal. The figure was gone. I told Roger I was done. He looked disappointed, but not surprised. "Can't say I blame you," he said. "That place eats people up. No one lasts long." He mentioned something then, something that's haunted me since. "You ever go down to the basement?" I frowned. "There's a basement?" He nodded. "Sealed off years ago. Company used to do testing down there. That's where it started, they say. Something about volunteers going missing." He laughed, but it didn't sound like a joke. After I quit, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I looked up old news reports about the building. The company that used to own it was called Biogenics Research. In 1999, they were investigated for illegal human trials. Supposedly, several subjects went missing, but the investigation vanished after the lab shut down. The few employees who spoke about it described hearing voices and seeing the subjects long after the experiments ended. One man who worked there described a recurring nightmare, a figure standing in the east hallway, always watching, never moving. I should have left it alone, but I couldn't. I went back 3 weeks later, pretending to be interested in renting storage space. The clerk gave me a visitor's pass, and I walked through the building during the day. Sunlight filtered through the cracked windows, revealing dust dancing in the air. It looked harmless, normal even. But when I reached the east hallway, my body went cold. The air was different, thicker, heavy, with a chemical smell. The same place where I'd seen the figure. I walked to the end of the hall where the sealed lab door was. The bolts had been removed. The tape was gone. The door stood slightly open. Every instinct told me to turn back, but I didn't. Inside, the lab was dark except for a single flickering bulb. There were overturned tables, broken glass, and rusted equipment everywhere. Against the far wall, I saw an old examination chair with leather straps still attached, and beneath it, dark stains on the floor. I stepped closer and felt something wet drip onto my shoulder. I looked up. A hand was pressed against the ceiling, pale and long-fingered, gripping the metal beam above me. Then another hand. Then a head. It lowered itself down slowly, its limbs unfolding like a spider. It wasn't human. Its eyes were sunken pits, its mouth too wide, skin gray and wet. It looked right at me. I stumbled backward, fell, scrambled for the door, but it moved faster than anything I'd ever seen. It crawled across the ceiling, upside down, its head twisting unnaturally to keep its gaze on me. I bolted out the door, ran down the hallway, and didn't stop until I was outside, gasping in the sunlight. When I turned back, the building looked perfectly still. No sign of movement. I got in my car and drove away, shaking uncontrollably. That night, I woke up to the sound of something tapping on my window. Slow, rhythmic. I froze. My apartment is on the second floor. I opened my eyes and saw a reflection in the glass. A pale gray face, smiling. I moved 2 days later, changed my number, tried to forget. But even now, years later, every once in a while I'll wake up at 1:20 a.m., the exact time I first saw it, and hear faint dragging sounds somewhere in the dark. I never go near windows anymore. I don't take night shifts. And when I dream, I see the east hallway again, lit by that dim red emergency light, and at the far end, the figure still waiting, still watching. Story the end. It began with a moving truck. Jenna Thompson had just bought her first house, a small two-story colonial on the outskirts of a quiet Pennsylvania town. The previous owner, an elderly man, had passed away, leaving the house untouched for years. The realtor had mentioned it was quaint with character, but Jenna would later realize that word carried a far darker meaning than she could have imagined. The first night in the house was uneventful. Jenna unpacked some boxes, set up her bedroom, and tried to ignore the oppressive silence that seemed to press against the walls. She had lived in apartments before, noisy and bustling, but this house, it felt alive, watching, waiting. Around midnight, Jenna awoke to the sound of footsteps in the hallway outside her room. Slow, deliberate, uneven. She told herself it was the old house settling, maybe a raccoon in the attic, and fell back asleep. The next morning, she found a small handprint on the wall near the stairs. She lived alone. She had no children. The print was dusty, slightly smudged, but unmistakably there. She wiped it away, rationalizing maybe the previous owner's things had left residue, dust that shifted with the night air. Over the next week, things escalated. She would hear whispers just outside her door, muttered phrases she couldn't make out. Objects shifted slightly when she wasn't looking. A chair out of place, a book on the floor that she could have sworn she hadn't moved. The air in the house sometimes grew icy, even when the thermostat read 72 degrees. One night, Jenna was scrolling through her phone when she heard a soft tapping behind her. She turned. A figure stood at the top of the stairs, obscured by darkness. She blinked, and it was gone. The next day, Jenna found scratches along the stair railing, deep gouges in the wood, almost like claws. She called a local handyman to check the house for rodents or structural issues. He found nothing. He even laughed nervously when Jenna asked if old houses sometimes act haunted. But Jenna wasn't laughing. Late one night, she woke to the sound of crying. Low, muffled sobs coming from the basement. She rarely went down there, as the smell of damp and mold was overwhelming. She grabbed a flashlight and descended the stairs. The basement was empty. But as she swept the light across the walls, she saw them, drawings etched into the concrete. Childlike figures, twisted faces, long limbs that bent at impossible angles. Beneath them, words scratched deep into the walls. "Don't leave. Stay with us." Jenna stumbled back, nearly dropping the flashlight. She ran upstairs and locked the basement door. She called the realtor, demanding to know who had lived there before. The realtor mentioned the previous owner, Mr. Carmichael, had lived alone for decades and had been found dead in the house, his death unexplained. He was a recluse, the realtor said, but never any trouble. Just quiet. Quiet. That word made Jenna shiver. The nights grew worse. Footsteps pacing in the hall, whispers calling her name, shadowy figures moving just beyond the edge of her vision. She started locking herself in her bedroom, leaving the lights on, trying to ignore the oppressive weight pressing down from the walls. One night, Jenna heard the voice clearly. It came from the living room, low, urgent. "We're hungry. We need you." Heart pounding, she crept out of her room. The living room was empty, but the air was thick, suffocating. The furniture seemed rearranged, the shadows twisting unnaturally across the walls. The voice came again, closer this time. "Come to us." Jenna ran outside, gasping for air. The yard was silent, the street deserted, yet she could feel it following her, pressing against her mind. She called her friend Laura, who arrived the next morning. They explored the house together, trying to rationalize what was happening. In the basement, they found more than drawings this time. Small, skeletal remains hidden beneath the old furnace. The bones were tiny, child-sized, and horribly decomposed. Jenna vomited, unable to comprehend what she was seeing. Laura insisted they leave and call the police. Officers came, examined the remains, and were visibly disturbed. They noted that some of the bones were decades old, suggesting that this had been going on for a long time. The house was condemned, sealed off, but Jenna couldn't escape the feeling that whatever had claimed the house still lingered, waiting. Jenna moved in with a friend temporarily, trying to recover, but the nightmares continued. She dreamt of shadows crawling along walls, of whispered voices chanting her name, of tiny skeletal hands reaching out from corners. She would wake to find scratches on her arms, bruises forming overnight, and the sense that someone or something was in her apartment. A month later, she received a letter in the mail. No return address. Just one sentence. "You belong here now." She didn't open it. She burned it immediately. But that night, She dreamt of the house again. The basement door swung open and figures, twisted, malformed, stood waiting. They whispered her name. They wanted her. Jenna's friends noticed she had changed. She became withdrawn, paranoid, and terrified of empty rooms. The police never found a definitive explanation for the remains in the basement, and locals whispered that the house had always been cursed, a place where the dead lingered, hungering for company. Jenna eventually disappeared. Her apartment was found empty, lights left on, bed unmade, and one note scribbled in shaky handwriting, "I'm coming home." Authorities never located her. Neighbors who passed the property reported faint laughter, shadows moving behind curtains, and a chilling presence that made them turn away quickly. Years later, the house was finally demolished. But locals still say that if you walk past the lot at night, you can see faint lights flickering inside, hear whispers calling your name, and feel a cold breath against the back of your neck. Some swear that the children's laughter is still there, echoing through the air, searching for a new visitor to join them. Story the end. The night started like any other in the small industrial town of Harrow's Edge. The wind had picked up, carrying the scent of wet asphalt and the faint tang of chemicals from the nearby paper mill. Derek Collins, a 28-year-old security guard, had just begun his overnight shift at an abandoned factory on the outskirts of town. The place had been closed for years, yet his employer kept a skeleton security crew on staff to prevent trespassing. Derek didn't mind. It paid better than most night shifts, and the isolation gave him a strange kind of peace. He parked his beat-up truck in the lot and walked toward the entrance, flashlight in hand. The building loomed over him, its brickwork crumbling, windows broken or boarded over, and a faint creak of metal echoing through the wind. Derek shook his head. He'd been here before, countless nights, and nothing had ever happened. Just empty hallways, rats, and the occasional stray cat. Tonight felt different, though. The air had weight, like it was holding back something. As he entered the factory, his flashlight cut through thick darkness, bouncing off rusted machinery and torn conveyor belts. He started his usual rounds, checking the doors, noting any breaches. About an hour in, he heard it. A faint humming, like a lullaby, coming from the second floor. Derek froze. That part of the factory had been condemned. No one was supposed to be up there. "Hello?" he called, his voice cracking. Silence. He shook his head, telling himself it was probably the wind whistling through the broken windows. But the hum continued, soft, steady, beckoning. Against his better judgment, he climbed the metal staircase to the second floor. The upper hallways were narrower, lined with old offices and storage rooms. The humming grew louder, almost melodic, but there was something wrong about it. It wasn't human. It vibrated in his chest, making him dizzy. Then he saw it. A door slightly ajar, light spilling out in uneven streaks. Derek approached, hesitating as a foul, metallic smell hit him. He glanced inside and froze. The room was small, walls scratched deep with jagged lines. On the floor, there were dozens of dolls, each missing an eye, their limbs twisted unnaturally. And in the center, kneeling over something, was a girl. Her hair was matted, her skin gray, and she rocked back and forth, humming the same eerie tune. Derek's stomach churned as he realized the floor beneath her was soaked, dark, and sticky. Before he could call out, the girl turned her head. Her eyes were entirely black, voids that seemed to swallow the light. She looked at him for a moment, then slowly raised her hand, pointing toward the far corner of the room. Derek's flashlight flickered, and in that corner, something moved, a shadow so dense it absorbed the light, coiling like a living thing. He stumbled backward, heart racing, and the hum became a scream echoing off the walls, coming from every direction at once. The girl's mouth opened, but no sound came out. Yet Derek heard it in his head, piercing and urgent. "You don't belong here." Panic overtook him. He bolted for the staircase, but the railing twisted under his hands, as if alive, slowing him down. The shadow in the corner lunged, a wave of cold that slammed into him, knocking the breath out of his lungs. He collapsed, coughing, and when he looked up, the girl was gone. In her place, the shadows formed a mass of contorted faces, mouths open in silent screams, pressing against the walls, the floor, and the ceiling. Derek scrambled to the stairs, but they stretched farther than they should, twisting like a spiral into the darkness above. He climbed, desperate, his flashlight barely illuminating the warped steps. The humming returned, this time faster, more insistent, overlapping with whispered voices calling his name, accusing him, mocking him. Finally, he reached the roof, expecting to see the moonlight and the empty lot. Instead, the rooftop stretched endlessly into fog. In the distance, the girl appeared again, standing at the edge, her arms outstretched. Behind her, shadowy figures emerged from the mist, faceless, moving with unnatural grace. Derek tried to step back, but the rooftop floor dissolved under his feet, replaced by a viscous black liquid that clung to his boots. "Stay," the girl whispered, and the voices joined in, a chorus of terror. Derek's hands and feet were stuck. He couldn't move. The shadows swirled around him, pressing closer, their mouths opening and closing, their voices whispering the horrors of the factory's past. Workers who had disappeared, children who had gone missing near the mill, each story punctuated by a scream that echoed inside his mind. Desperate, he ripped at his boots, trying to free himself. One shadow separated from the mass, crawling toward him with impossibly fast movements. Derek swung his flashlight like a weapon, and it passed through the figure as if it were smoke. The blackness seeped into him, burning, choking, filling his vision. Then, just as suddenly, everything stopped. The fog cleared. The rooftop was empty. No shadows, no girl, no voices, only the cold wind whipping against the side of the building. Derek collapsed, gasping for air, sweat streaming down his face. He looked around. Nothing had changed. The factory looked abandoned again, lifeless. Shaking, he fled down the fire escape, running to his truck. The lot was empty. As he drove toward town, he felt something in the back seat. He dared a glance. Nothing. But the smell returned, metallic and sour. A small movement caught his eye. A single doll, eyeless and twisted, had appeared on the passenger seat. Derek threw the doll out the window, but as he sped toward the highway, he couldn't shake the feeling of being followed. He kept glancing in the rearview mirror, and every time the shadow appeared, fleeting, standing in the middle of the empty road behind him, then vanishing. By the time he reached his apartment, he was trembling. He locked every door and window, tried to call his girlfriend, his friends, the police. No one answered. Every light in the city was off, as if the world itself had gone silent. And then he noticed the message scratched into his windshield, large and jagged. "You can't leave." The next morning, neighbors noticed his truck parked outside, engine running, but Derek was gone. No trace inside the apartment, doors locked from the inside, windows intact. The only thing left was the doll, now sitting in the middle of the living room floor, staring at the street outside with empty black eyes. Those who have seen the doll report strange occurrences. Doors creaking open by themselves, shadows moving in corners, and a soft hum at night that grows into a chorus of whispers if you listen too long. Some say Derek's screams can be heard if you press your ear against the wall at exactly 3:17 a.m., pleading for release from a place that never lets go. The abandoned factory still stands on the outskirts of town. Lights flicker at night, and sometimes a lone security guard is seen patrolling, disappearing into the fog and never returning. And the girl, always at the edge, waits for the next soul to wander too close. Story the end. It was early winter in 2015 when I took a job as an overnight caretaker for a property management company in rural Ohio. My task was simple: watch over a foreclosed apartment complex that was waiting for renovation. The company didn't want vandals or thieves sneaking in, and since I'd been laid off from my factory job, it seemed like easy money. I was given a small office on the first floor, access to the security cameras, and a cot to sleep on between rounds. The building had been empty for almost 10 years. It used to be a low-income apartment block before the last tenants were evicted. Now it stood silent, a massive concrete structure surrounded by leafless trees and cracked pavement. Even from the outside, it had an eerie stillness. The windows were boarded up. The wind would make this hollow whistling sound through the gaps, like the whole building was breathing. The first few nights were uneventful. I made hourly rounds, checked doors, walked the halls with my flashlight. The building creaked with the temperature changes, but nothing unusual. By the third night, I'd settled into a routine. I'd listen to music through one earbud as I made my rounds, trying not to spook myself in the dark. But that night, around 2 a.m., I heard something that made me stop mid-step. It came from the fourth floor. A soft thump, then a dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled across the floor. I froze, listening. The sound came again, slow, deliberate, moving from one end of the hallway to the other. I wasn't supposed to go past the second floor since the upper levels were in bad shape, but curiosity got the better of me. I grabbed my flashlight and climbed the stairwell, each step echoing like a hammer. When I reached the fourth floor landing, the air felt wrong, heavy, cold. My breath came out in thick white clouds, even though it wasn't that cold downstairs. I shined the light down the hallway. Dust hung in the air, and the peeling wallpaper looked almost wet in the beam. "Anyone up here?" I called. My voice bounced off the walls and came back distorted. No answer. I walked forward slowly. Halfway down the hall, I saw a door slightly ajar. That's where the sound was coming from, the dragging noise, rhythmic, mechanical almost. My heart pounded so hard it hurt. I nudged the door open with my foot. The room inside was empty, completely stripped. No furniture, no trash, just bare concrete and faint marks on the floor that looked like something had been recently moved. My flashlight flickered, then went out for half a second. When it came back, there was a shape in the corner. A person. I jumped back, nearly dropping the light, but when I shined it again, the corner was empty. I left that floor fast. I tried to tell myself I'd imagined it, that I was overtired, but when I reviewed the security footage later that morning, something made my blood run cold. The camera that covered the stairwell, right near where I'd gone up, showed a second figure following behind me. It wasn't clear, more like a shadow moving just out of sync with my steps. And when I turned to leave the fourth floor, it stayed there, standing at the end of the hall, motionless. I didn't sleep that day. The company called me later and told me to keep working until the renovation team arrived the following week. I thought about quitting, but I needed the money. So I stayed. Every night after that, the noises got worse. Doors would open by themselves. Lights would flicker, even though the power system was supposed to be disconnected. One night, while I was sitting in the office watching the monitors, I saw something that still makes my stomach twist. The feed from the elevator camera, a grainy black and white view of the old freight lift, showed movement. I leaned closer. The elevator was rising slowly, even though the power had been shut off for years. I watched the numbers climb. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then the doors slid open. At first, I thought it was a glitch, maybe interference. But then something stepped out. It wasn't walking. It was dragging itself forward, hunched, limbs stiff. Its head was tilted at an impossible angle, and its mouth hung open like it was screaming, though there was no sound. The feed cut to static. I sat there frozen, my hand trembling over the radio. I wanted to call someone, but who? I was alone, miles from the nearest house, and the phone lines in the building were dead. I made myself check the elevator in person. The flashlight beam jittered as I walked, my pulse pounding in my throat. When I got there, the doors were open, just like in the video. The inside of the elevator was covered in black smears that looked like handprints. But they weren't normal. They were too long, too thin, like something had dragged sharp fingers through wet paint. I backed away slowly and decided I wasn't doing any more rounds that night. I locked myself in the office and stayed awake until sunrise. The next morning, I called my supervisor and told him I was done. He was annoyed but didn't argue. I packed my things, grabbed my bag, and started heading for the exit. That's when I realized my car keys were missing. I searched everywhere, pockets, desk, floor, but they were gone. Frustrated, I decided to check the camera feed one last time to see if maybe I'd dropped them somewhere during my rounds. I rewound the footage from the night before. Everything looked the same until around 3:15 a.m. The office camera showed me sitting at the desk, half asleep. Then, from the edge of the frame, something moved, a dark shape low to the ground, crawling out of the hallway behind me. It crept up to the desk slowly, almost curious, and I could see it now. Gray skin, long limbs, empty eye sockets. It reached up onto the desk, its hand brushing against my bag, and then it slipped my keys out of sight. Then it turned its head toward the camera. I swear it looked directly into the lens, even though it shouldn't have known it was being filmed. It grinned, a wide, broken grin, and crawled back into the darkness. I left everything behind that morning and walked 5 miles into town before I could get a ride home. I didn't even go back for my car. 2 weeks later, the renovation crew went in. They didn't last long. The foreman called my supervisor after just one day, saying they were pulling out. When asked why, he said they found something sealed behind the basement wall. The police came. They never released details, but one of the workers told a friend of mine what they saw before being told to keep quiet. There were bodies in the wall, dozens of them. Some were so old they'd turned to dust, but others looked recent, too recent. One of them, according to the worker, had a familiar jacket. My jacket. They said the face looked just like me. I never went back to Milford. I moved across the country, changed my name, and tried to rebuild my life. But sometimes late at night, I'll wake up to the sound of something dragging across my floor. Once, I even found black handprints on my window, faint but there. I cleaned them off, but they keep coming back. And every time I try to sleep, I hear the old elevator doors creak open somewhere in the dark. Story the end. It began with a wrong turn, one of those stupid split-second decisions that ends up changing everything. I was driving back from a work trip through northern Pennsylvania, cutting through endless stretches of forest and two-lane roads that looked the same no matter how far I went. My GPS had been glitching all day, the screen freezing, the voice assistant stuttering out wrong directions. By the time I realized I'd missed my exit, I was deep in some rural stretch with no signal and a half-empty gas tank. The sun was going down, the sky bruised with dark clouds, and the woods seemed to swallow what little light was left. I figured I'd find a place to turn around, maybe a small gas station or diner. That's when I saw the sign, Hollow Creek, 6 miles. The name didn't sound familiar, but 6 miles didn't seem far. I took the turn, and almost instantly the road narrowed. Trees closed in on both sides, branches arching overhead, forming a tunnel of darkness. The air felt different there, heavier, colder, still. My headlights barely reached past the first line of trees. After a few minutes, I started to feel uneasy. The road twisted unnaturally, with sudden curves that didn't make sense on a map. Every few hundred feet, I'd see what looked like old mailboxes half buried in the dirt, names carved into rusting metal. The woods were thick, suffocating. I tried rolling down my window for air, but the smell that came in was foul, like something rotting mixed with damp earth. Then I saw the house. It appeared suddenly around a bend, like it had been waiting there for me. A 2-story farmhouse, its paint stripped and windows boarded, except for one on the second floor that glowed faintly yellow. I slowed down. There were no cars, no lights from other homes, nothing. Just that one house in the middle of the woods. And then I saw her. A woman stood in the window, staring down at me. Her skin was pale, even through the glass, her hair hanging in tangled clumps. I couldn't see her eyes, but I could feel them. I blinked, looked again, and she was gone. I don't know what made me stop the car. Maybe curiosity, maybe stupidity. I got out, called out, "Hello? You okay in there?" But the air swallowed my voice. I thought maybe the woman was in trouble. Maybe she needed help. The front porch creaked as I stepped on it, and the smell hit me again. That same rotting stench, but stronger. The door wasn't locked. It groaned open, revealing a dark hallway lined with faded wallpaper and dust thick enough to choke on. The air was cold, damp, like the house had been holding its breath for years. I called out again, but only the echo of my own voice answered. I should have turned around right then. I should have gotten back in my car and left. But instead, I walked deeper inside. There were pictures on the wall, family portraits, but all the faces had been scratched out, deep gouges where eyes and mouths should have been. A staircase led up to the second floor, and from above came the faintest sound, footsteps, slow, dragging footsteps, like someone was pacing back and forth. "Ma'am?" I said, trying to sound calm. "Are you okay?" The footsteps stopped. Silence, then a whisper. It came from somewhere deeper in the house, a soft, breathy sound that I couldn't make out. It didn't sound like words at first, just noise. But then I realized it was repeating something, my name. I froze. I had never told anyone my name, not since I'd turned onto that road. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I was rooted to the spot. The whisper came again, clearer this time, echoing down the hall. "Leave." I turned and ran. I didn't look back. The floorboards groaned behind me as I fled, like someone or something was right on my heels. When I burst out onto the porch, the air felt different again, thick with static, like before a storm. I sprinted to my car, slammed the door, and jammed the key into the ignition. The engine sputtered but wouldn't start. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely hold the key. I looked up. The woman was standing in the middle of the road. Her head was tilted at an unnatural angle, like her neck had been snapped. Her mouth hung open, and from the distance I could see something dark dripping down her chin. I honked the horn, screamed, pounded the steering wheel, but she didn't move. And then, just as the engine finally roared to life, she smiled. It was the most unnatural thing I've ever seen. Too wide, too deliberate. I floored it. The tires screeched, gravel spitting from beneath them, and I tore down the road, heart hammering, hands slick with sweat. When I finally reached the main highway again, my phone buzzed back to life. I looked at the map, and Hollow Creek wasn't there. The road I had taken didn't exist. I drove all night, too afraid to stop. When I finally made it home around dawn, I felt like I was still being watched. I went straight to the shower, trying to wash off the stench that had clung to my clothes, that thick, rotting smell that wouldn't go away no matter how much soap I used. That's when I noticed the scratches. Long, thin marks down both my forearms like fingernails dragged through my skin. They hadn't been there before. They weren't bleeding, but they burned. And underneath the sting, I could smell that faint coppery odor again. Over the next few days, things got worse. It started with the sounds, footsteps in my hallway at night, soft breathing near my bed, whispers in the corners of rooms when I was alone. Then I began seeing her reflection. In the TV screen when it was off, in the microwave door, always behind me, never in focus, just enough to know she was there. One night, I woke up gasping for air. My bedroom was freezing. The window was open, curtains billowing, though I knew I'd locked it before bed. I could feel someone standing near me. The mattress dipped slightly, like someone had sat down beside me. I didn't move. I couldn't. I just lay there, paralyzed, as cold fingers brushed against my neck. When I finally turned on the lamp, the room was empty, but on the wall, in dark, smudged letters, was one word: stay. I moved the next morning. New apartment, new city. I told myself it was over, that I'd hallucinated it, that the stress had gotten to me. But it wasn't over. A few weeks later, I came home to find muddy footprints leading from my front door to my bedroom. I live alone. The police came, checked everything, said there was no sign of forced entry. They thought I was imagining it. But the prints, they weren't normal. The toes were too long. The shape was wrong. Then the phone calls started. No one on the other end, just breathing. Soft, slow breathing. Sometimes a faint whisper, just enough to make my blood run cold. Sometimes my name. One night I answered and whispered, "What do you want?" The voice on the other end, soft, almost childlike, said, "You came to my house." I threw the phone across the room. Every mirror in my apartment now has cracks in it. They started appearing one by one, tiny fractures spreading like veins. I tried covering them up, but somehow they always come back. Sometimes I catch glimpses of her through them, standing in the corner, watching. I don't sleep much anymore. When I do, I dream of the house. Its rotting walls, its endless halls, that whisper calling my name. I wake up drenched in sweat, gasping for air, and I swear I can smell that same foul odor, stronger every time. Last week, I woke to find muddy handprints on the ceiling above my bed. Human-sized, perfectly formed. I can't keep doing this. I've tried everything. Churches, priests, therapists, they all say the same thing. Trauma, hallucinations, stress. But I know what I saw. I know what followed me out of that house. Tonight I heard her again, not through the phone this time, inside the apartment, closer than ever. She's whispering my name right outside my bedroom door. The handle just turned. If anyone finds this, if anyone reads this, don't ever go near Hollow Creek. Don't ever take that road. And if you see that house, no matter what, don't stop. She'll be waiting. Story the end. It started in the kind of town you see in postcards. Neat streets lined with maple trees, the faint smell of barbecue drifting in the summer air, and everyone knowing everyone else's business. The sort of place where trouble seemed like it belonged miles away, a story on the evening news, not something that touched your doorstep. But for the Peterson family, trouble wasn't just close, it was inside their home. Sarah Peterson had moved back to her hometown after college, returning to care for her father, Robert, who had been struggling with early-onset dementia. Robert was a man who had spent his life in precision, an accountant meticulous with his finances and always conscious of appearances. But dementia was a thief that spared no one, and he had begun to act differently, forgetting the stove on, misplacing bills, and sometimes speaking to people who weren't there. Sarah assumed these were hallucinations, the kind that dementia brought, but as the days passed, the people her father spoke to became more vivid, more persistent. At first, it was harmless enough. Robert would mutter during breakfast about them in the corner or she's watching again. Sarah chalked it up to imagination, fatigue, or illness. She had her own life too, a part-time job at the local library, a small apartment rented out to her younger brother, Jason, and a circle of friends who trusted her to handle the family situation with calm rationality. But the house, their house, was changing, or at least that's what it felt like. The first night, something truly unsettling happened. Sarah was sitting on the couch, flipping through an old photo album with her father. She had just passed the chapter of his early career when Robert's hand trembled and he pointed at the far corner of the living room. "She's there," he said softly. "I told you, she never leaves." Sarah followed his gaze, expecting maybe a shadow cast oddly by the lamp. But the corner was empty, nothing but the beige walls and the faint outline of the couch. "Dad," she said gently, "there's nobody there. Maybe you're just tired." But Robert shook his head. "She moves," he said, voice shaking. "Every night. Every night she moves closer. I can hear her breathing now. Can't you hear it?" Sarah froze. She hadn't heard anything, but a shiver ran down her spine. That night, she slept uneasily, waking repeatedly to the sensation that someone was standing just beyond the edge of the bed, watching. She tried to convince herself it was stress, imagination, the kind of thing you read about in horror novels. But when she checked, the floor was empty. The next day, Jason came over, joking about their father's imaginary friend. But as they sat together in the living room, Robert's gaze darted to the same corner again, and this time he whispered, "He's here. He's always been here." Jason laughed it off, trying to diffuse the tension. "Dad, you're scaring Sarah. There's no one there. Just relax." Robert's face contorted, fear mingled with anger. "No, don't lie. You see him too, don't you? The man in the shadows, he's watching us, waiting." Sarah's stomach nodded. She and Jason exchanged a look, both of them unsettled, though Jason tried to hide it. That night, Sarah stayed in her father's room, hoping to calm him if he panicked again. The house was quiet for hours, but just as the clock struck 3, a faint scraping sound echoed from the hallway. Sarah's heart raced. She grabbed the lamp, shaking, and flicked on the light. The hallway was empty. She told herself it was the floorboards, old wood shifting in the cold night air. But the sound grew louder, a dragging that seemed deliberate, purposeful. And then she saw it. It was subtle at first, a shadow that moved against the light, too fluid to be caused by the lamp. Sarah froze, eyes wide. The shadow didn't belong to any person, not to her, her father, or Jason. It had no definite shape, but the outline suggested limbs, a torso, and a head. And it was moving toward the bedroom. "Dad," she whispered, shaking him awake. "Dad, wake up!" Robert's eyes were wide, frantic. "I told you, he's here. He's always here. Don't look at him." Sarah wanted to run, but her feet felt glued to the carpet. The shadow stopped at the edge of the doorway, and a coldness washed over her, the kind of chill that makes you question whether your blood is still warm. Then it stepped forward, just enough to brush the corner of the bed. Sarah could feel its presence, oppressive, watching. And then it spoke. Not words, not really, but a hiss of sound that scraped along the edges of her mind, like nails on a chalkboard tuned to the frequency of fear. She stumbled back, trying to scream, but the sound caught in her throat. The shadow receded. She blinked. It was gone. Morning brought no relief. Sarah found scratches on the wall near the corner, deep and jagged, fresh. Jason saw them and frowned, muttering that it had to be rodents. But the marks didn't look like claws. They looked deliberate, intentional. Days passed, and the phenomena escalated. Objects moved when no one was in the room. Doors slammed shut despite being locked. Footsteps echoed in the hall at night. Sarah tried recording the sounds, placing cameras in the living room and hallway, but each time she reviewed the footage, it showed nothing unusual, except for the shadows that lingered just beyond the edge of the frame. One night, while reviewing footage at 2 a.m., she noticed something chilling. In the corner of the living room, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was faint, almost translucent, but unmistakably human in form. It tilted its head, staring at the camera, and then it walked toward the couch, where the camera didn't catch it again. The next morning, Jason found the couch cushions overturned, though no one had been in the room. Sarah knew something was wrong, something beyond disease, beyond stress. She called a local priest, explaining the situation. He visited, sprinkled holy water, said prayers, and left with a solemn warning. Some presences are not bound by faith alone. Be careful. The warning echoed in her mind as the activity intensified. Her father's dementia seemed to accelerate. He became obsessed with the shadows, refusing to leave the living room, talking to figures only he could see. Jason moved out, claiming he couldn't handle it, leaving Sarah alone with her father and whatever haunted the house. One evening, Sarah returned from work to find the front door ajar. She was certain she had locked it. Inside, the house was unnaturally silent. She called out for her father, and only silence answered. Then she heard it, a faint, rhythmic tapping, like fingers drumming on glass, coming from the basement. Against her better judgment, she descended the stairs, heart pounding. The basement smelled of damp and decay. In the corner, she saw something that made her freeze, a figure hunched over a small table, completely still. As she stepped closer, the figure raised its head. Its face was blurred, indistinct, but the eyes, if they could be called eyes, burned with malevolence. Sarah screamed, stumbling back. The figure vanished. She ran upstairs, slamming the door behind her. Her father was gone. She called the police. They searched the house, the property, the surrounding woods. Nothing. No sign of Robert, no footprints, no evidence that anyone else had been there. Just the strange, lingering cold and the sense of being watched. Days turned into a week. Sarah slept little, haunted by nightmares of shadows stretching across the walls, whispers calling her name, and the unmistakable feeling that the house itself was alive. Then came the letters. They arrived at the mailbox, each one typed, no return address. Inside, a single sentence, "We're waiting." The final straw came when Sarah found a hidden door in the basement, previously unnoticed, tucked behind a stack of old boxes. It led to a small, windowless room, walls lined with mirrors. In each mirror, she saw not her reflection, but fleeting images. Her father screaming, shadows crawling across the walls, figures standing just behind her, reaching out. She tried to destroy the mirrors, smash them to pieces, but the reflections didn't break. Instead, the faces in them screamed louder, more clearly, until Sarah couldn't distinguish her own voice from theirs. By the time Jason returned to check on her, the house was silent. The lights were off, the door locked from the inside. When he forced it open, he found the living room empty. No Sarah, no Robert, just the faint smell of decay and a single note on the coffee table. "We belong here now." The house stood empty after that. Locals whispered about it, calling it cursed, haunted, dangerous. Sarah and Robert were never seen again. The police closed the case after months, chalking it up to a family tragedy and disappearance. But those who live nearby still report strange sounds at night, footsteps, whispers, and shadows moving against the walls of the Peterson house. Some say if you stand at the edge of the living room and stare into the corner long enough, you might see them. Figures just beyond recognition, waiting, patient, and always watching. Story the end. It was a job I never should have taken. In the summer of 2019, I was hired by a small company based out of Kansas City to inspect and document foreclosed homes before they went to auction. The pay was decent and the work seemed simple. Drive to the property, take photos, note any damage, and make sure no one was squatting inside. Most of the houses were empty and quiet, sad little shells of people's lives left behind, but the one on East Trenton Avenue was different. I first saw the house on a hot July morning. The neighborhood had once been nice, but by then most of it was overgrown and forgotten. The front yard grass came up past my knees. The house itself was 2 stories, pale blue paint peeling off in strips, every window covered in grime. The lockbox on the front door had been rusted shut, so I had to pry it open with a screwdriver. The smell hit me the second I stepped inside. Stale, heavy air mixed with something sweet and rotten. The power was off, and sunlight barely reached through the dirty curtains. My flashlight beam landed on a wall of photos in the living room. Dozens of them, all in mismatched frames, showing a family. Mother, father, 2 young daughters, smiling in every picture. But someone had drawn over their eyes with a black marker. Every single photo. I should have turned around right then. But I had a job to do. I started my inspection upstairs. The bedrooms were mostly empty, except for old furniture and piles of clothes. In one of the rooms, I found a mattress in the corner with children's drawings taped to the walls, crayon stick figures, a sun, a dog, a house. Typical kid stuff, except one drawing stood out. It showed the same family from the photos, standing outside the house, but there was something drawn behind them, a tall, shadowy shape with no face. The little girl had written above it in shaky letters, "He watches us." I felt a chill despite the heat. As I was finishing the upstairs photos, I heard a sound from downstairs, a slow, deliberate creak, like a floorboard under weight. I froze. "Hello?" I called out. No response. Thinking maybe an animal had gotten in, I went down the stairs carefully. The living room was empty. The front door was still closed. I checked the kitchen, the pantry, even the basement door. Nothing. But as I passed through the dining room, I noticed something odd. One of the chairs at the table had been pulled out. I was certain it hadn't been that way before. I decided to make the basement quick. The smell was worse down there, thick and sour. The steps creaked under me, and the flashlight flickered once. At the bottom was a concrete floor littered with boxes and old tools. I took a few photos and was about to leave when I noticed a message scrawled across the far wall in black paint. "Don't look at him." The handwriting was frantic, uneven, as if written in a hurry. That's when I heard breathing. Slow, steady breathing coming from the dark corner to my left. I aimed the flashlight, but there was nothing there, just old pipes and shadows. But the breathing didn't stop. It grew louder, raspier. I backed toward the stairs, my heart hammering, and for one split second, I thought I saw movement, a shape peeling itself away from the wall, tall, human-sized, but wrong somehow. I bolted up the stairs and out the front door, gasping for air in the midday heat. I didn't report anything unusual. I didn't want to lose the contract. I just sent the photos and noted possible animal activity in the basement. A week later, the company sent me back to the same property. Apparently, they needed more photos of the foundation and attic for insurance reasons. I didn't want to go back, but refusing would mean losing the job. When I arrived, something felt off immediately. The front door was wide open. Inside, the house was colder than it should have been for July. I checked each room again, calling out just in case someone had broken in. Nothing. But the photos on the wall, those I remembered clearly, were all gone. Every single frame removed. Only the nails remained, sticking out of the wall. When I reached the upstairs hallway, I noticed something else. The door to the children's room was shut. It had been open the first time I was there. I opened it slowly. The mattress was gone. The drawings were gone. In their place, in the center of the floor, was a single Polaroid photo. It showed me, standing in that same room, holding my flashlight from behind. I dropped it immediately, my blood running cold. I backed out of the room and heard a faint scraping sound from the other side of the hallway, like nails dragging along wood. Then a whisper, so quiet I almost thought I imagined it. "Don't look at him." I ran. When I got outside, I saw someone standing in the upstairs window. A figure, tall and still, silhouetted against the pale curtains, watching me. I quit the job that night. 3 weeks later, one of my coworkers, Daniel, was assigned to that same address. He didn't believe any of my stories. "Probably squatters or kids messing with you," he said. He went alone the next morning. He never came back. The company called me 2 days later asking if I'd heard from him. The police were sent to check, but they found nothing inside the house. His car was still out front. His phone was on the passenger seat, screen cracked, last photo taken at 11:23 a.m. It showed the basement wall, just the words, "Don't look at him." A month after that, the city condemned the property. No one's been inside since. But sometimes, when I'm driving past that part of town, I still see it. That pale blue house through the overgrown trees, a faint shape in the upstairs window, always the same silhouette, standing perfectly still. Last winter, I got an envelope in the mail. No return address. Inside was a Polaroid. It showed me, sleeping in my own bed. Story the end. It was supposed to be a fresh start for Caleb when he moved to the small town of Darrington, Oregon. He had left behind a messy breakup, a job that drained him, and a city apartment that never felt like home. The town had everything he thought he needed: quiet streets, a cheap rental house, and the kind of community where people waved to each other from their porches. The house he rented was on the edge of town, near an old logging road that wound deep into the woods. The place had been vacant for a while, which explained the low rent. The real estate agent mentioned the last tenant had left abruptly, but Caleb didn't press for details. He wanted peace, not stories. The first few days were ordinary. He spent time unpacking, walking through town, and sitting on the back porch at night, listening to crickets and the rustle of leaves. There was something soothing about how dark it got there. So dark he couldn't see the tree line after sunset, only the faint outline of the forest when the moon was bright. Then came the scratching. It started on the fourth night. Around midnight, Caleb woke to a faint, irregular scratching sound coming from the wall behind his bed. It sounded like something small, maybe a mouse. He ignored it and drifted back to sleep. The next night, it happened again, only louder. He got up, turned on his bedside lamp, and knocked on the wall. The noise stopped immediately. He waited a few seconds without listening, then shrugged and went back to bed. The following morning, he bought traps from the hardware store and set them along the baseboards. But the traps never caught anything. The scratching, however, continued. Every night around the same time, it would start faint, grow louder, then move. Sometimes it came from inside the wall, other times from the ceiling. And on the seventh night, he heard it behind his headboard again. Only this time it was accompanied by a slow, deliberate tap, 3 knocks perfectly spaced. Caleb sat upright, his heart pounding. "Hello," he called out, feeling ridiculous. Silence. He turned on the lamp, stared at the wall, and pressed his ear against it. Nothing. He went back to bed, leaving the light on this time. The next day, he mentioned it to the woman who ran the local diner, a chatty, middle-aged waitress named Ruth. When he described the sounds, her face changed slightly, just for a second. Then she smiled as if she hadn't heard anything odd. "Probably squirrels," she said. "They get into the walls of those old houses." But when he asked if the last tenant had complained about it, she hesitated, then said, "Can't say." He didn't stay long enough for much complaining. That night, Caleb didn't sleep. The scratching didn't start until closer to 3 a.m., and when it did, it came from the ceiling above his bed. Then the tapping started again. 3 slow knocks, a pause, 3 more. It wasn't random, it had a pattern. Caleb stood in the middle of the room, staring up at the ceiling. He felt it more than he heard it, the faint vibration through the wood beams. Then came something else, a muffled sound, almost like whispering. It wasn't clear words, just a low, rhythmic murmur. Caleb froze, straining to listen. The sound stopped when he moved toward the door. The next morning, he found something strange on his back porch. A small pile of dirt shaped like a mound, as if someone had dumped it there deliberately. It hadn't rained, and there was no sign of digging nearby. He brushed it aside and tried to shake off the unease that had settled in his chest. That night, the whispering returned, louder this time. Caleb recorded it on his phone, hoping to play it back in the morning. But when he did, the recording was empty. No scratching, no whispers, nothing. Just the faint hum of his refrigerator in the background. By the end of the week, he was barely sleeping. He kept the lights on all night and drank too much coffee during the day. The forest behind the house began to feel menacing. He noticed strange shapes between the trees when he glanced out his kitchen window, pale outlines that vanished when he blinked. And then one morning, he found footprints in the mud outside his back door. They were human but barefoot, with long, narrow toes that looked almost deformed. He went into town to talk to the landlord, an old man named Mr. Hewitt who owned several properties in the area. When Caleb described what was happening, the sounds, the dirt piles, the footprints, Hewitt looked deeply uncomfortable. He rubbed his temples and finally said, "That place has got some history. I probably should have told you." According to Hewitt, the property used to belong to a logger named Paul Rennick in the 1950s. Rennick had lived there with his wife and young daughter. One night, they vanished. The sheriff's department searched the woods for days, but never found them. A few years later, a hunter discovered a shallow grave about a mile from the house. Inside were bones, animal and human mixed together. No one was ever charged. After that, renters came and went. Some stayed for years without trouble, but others claimed to hear things, voices, scratching, footsteps in the attic. One tenant, about a year ago, called Hewitt in the middle of the night, screaming that someone was inside the walls. When the police arrived, the man was gone. He left his car, his clothes, everything behind. Caleb listened in stunned silence. "You're telling me this place is haunted?" Hewitt shrugged. "I don't believe in ghosts, but something's not right there." Caleb thought about leaving that day, but part of him didn't want to give in to fear. He told himself he'd stay one more week, maybe two. He bought motion sensor lights for the porch, checked all the locks, and tried to ignore the growing dread that seemed to follow him from room to room. The next night, something woke him around 2:45 a.m. Not a sound this time, but a feeling. The air in his bedroom felt heavy, almost charged. His chest was tight, and he could hear his own heartbeat. Then came the scratching again, but now it wasn't from the walls. It was under the bed. He froze, gripping the blanket. The scratching grew louder, closer, until it felt like it was right beneath him. Then, silence. Caleb leaned over the edge of the bed, hand trembling, and lifted the blanket to look underneath. There was nothing. But when he sat back up, something cold brushed against his ankle, like fingers. He bolted out of bed, turned on every light, and didn't sleep again that night. By morning, he was done pretending this was something normal. He packed a few bags and loaded them into his truck. When he went back inside for one last check, he noticed the dirt pile on the porch had returned, larger this time with something sticking out of it, a small, grayish bone. He stared at it, horrified, then kicked it off the porch and got in his truck. But when he turned the key, the engine didn't start. He tried again. Nothing. He looked up at the house and swore he saw movement in one of the windows, a pale shape like a face watching him from the bedroom. He jumped out of the truck and ran to his neighbor's house, pounding on the door until an older man named Don opened it. Caleb told him everything, breathless and shaking. Don's face grew pale. "You shouldn't stay there another night," he said. "Come on, I'll give you a ride to town." When they drove past Caleb's house, Don slowed the truck. "Jesus Christ," he whispered. The front door was wide open, swinging slightly in the breeze, but what made Caleb's stomach twist was the dirt. There were now half a dozen mounds scattered across the yard, like graves. He never went back. He stayed in a motel for a week, then found a new apartment 2 towns over. A few months later, he got curious and searched online for anything about the house. He found a recent police report. A team had gone to inspect the property after multiple complaints from neighbors about strange lights and noises. They discovered the basement had been walled off behind a layer of plywood. When they broke through, they found something that made the paper for exactly 1 day before the article disappeared. It said, "Remains of multiple individuals discovered beneath Darrington residence. Investigation ongoing." There was no follow-up story. No arrests. Sometimes, late at night, Caleb still hears faint scratching in the walls of his new apartment. He tells himself it's just the pipes or the wind. But once, just once, he heard 3 slow knocks, and after that, a whisper that sounded like it came from directly behind his head, saying his name. Story the end. In 2009, I was working as an EMT in upstate New York. Most of the calls we got were routine. Car accidents, overdoses, old folks with chest pain. But one night in November, we got dispatched to something that still doesn't make sense to me, even now. The call came in as unresponsive female, possible trauma. The address was an old farmhouse way out near the edge of the county where there weren't many streetlights or neighbors for miles. I'd been on that road before. It was quiet, isolated, the kind of place where you could scream and no one would hear you. My partner that night was Vince, a guy I'd worked with for a couple of years. Tough, unflappable. The kind of man who could handle anything. When we pulled up to the property, though, even he got quiet. The house was ancient, 2 stories, paint peeling, windows boarded up. There was only one light on, upstairs, flickering like a candle. No one came out to meet us. Dispatch had told us the caller was a neighbor, but the nearest house was nearly a mile down the road. When we got out of the ambulance, the cold hit hard. The wind carried a smell that reminded me of wet dirt and iron. There was an old truck in the driveway, rusted through. Its hood was open, and inside, something was dripping onto the ground. It wasn't oil. Vince knocked on the door, loud enough to wake the dead. No answer. I tried the radio, but the signal kept cutting in and out. Finally, Vince pushed the door open. It wasn't locked. The smell hit first. Rot Damp wood, something else underneath it, something foul and sweet. The house was dark except for that faint light from upstairs. I called out, EMS? Hello? But the sound of my own voice made me uneasy. It felt swallowed up by the walls. We moved through the first floor, furniture covered in sheets, cobwebs thick enough to look like fabric. On the dining table were plates still set for a meal, all covered in dust. The food on them looked petrified, like it had been there for years. But in one of the chairs, someone had left a coat, a modern one. We started up the stairs, careful, the wood groaning under each step. Halfway up, the air changed, warmer somehow, humid, and I could hear faint breathing. Not mine, not Vince's. Slow, rasping, coming from the room at the top of the stairs. When we reached the landing, we saw it. The light wasn't from a bulb. It was a lantern sitting on the floor outside a partially open door, and the breathing was coming from inside that room. Ma'am, Vince said, we're with EMS. Can we come in? No response. He pushed the door open. The room was almost empty except for a bed and a dresser. On the bed sat a woman, maybe mid-30s, wearing a dirty nightgown. Her hair was matted, her skin grayish. She was sitting perfectly still, staring at the wall. I approached slowly, checking for injuries. Ma'am, can you hear me? She turned her head, but her eyes didn't move. It was like she was looking through me. I saw deep scratches all down her arms, self-inflicted by the look of them. Ma'am, we're here to help you, I said. What happened? She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Then, in a dry, cracked whisper, she said, He's still here. Vince looked at me. Who's still here? He asked. She pointed just one shaking finger toward the corner of the room. It was empty. At least, it looked empty. Then, for just a second, the shadows moved. It was quick, like a trick of the light, but I swear I saw a shape crouched in the far corner. Human-sized, wrong somehow, too long in the limbs, head tilted unnaturally. The lantern flickered, and when it steadied, the corner was empty again. Vince muttered, Jesus Christ, under his breath. The woman suddenly started shaking, whispering, Don't let him touch you. Don't let him touch you. Her voice grew frantic, and then she screamed, a sound that didn't sound human. Her body went rigid, eyes rolling back. We rushed forward. Vince tried to hold her still while I checked her pulse. There wasn't one. Just like that, she was gone. We called for backup, but the radio was dead again. Vince ran outside to try the unit radio, leaving me alone with her. I turned away for maybe 30 seconds to grab a sheet. When I turned back, the bed was empty. No sign of her. No footprints, no movement, no sound. The sheet I dropped was still on the floor, undisturbed. I ran downstairs, shouting for Vince. He came running back in out of breath, pale as a ghost. The back door's open, he said, and there's someone outside. We stepped out onto the porch. The field behind the house stretched for half a mile before hitting a tree line. Under the moonlight, I saw a figure standing just at the edge of the trees. The same nightgown, the same tangled hair. Vince started toward her, but I grabbed his arm. Don't, I said. She's dead. He looked at me, confused, then turned back, and she was gone. Just like that. We stayed until sheriff's deputies finally arrived an hour later. They searched the property and found nothing. No body, no footprints, no signs anyone had been there. The report classified it as false alarm. But 2 days later, I got a call from the coroner's office in the next county over. They'd found a woman's body in a drainage ditch about 10 miles from that farmhouse. Same age, same face, same scratches on her arms. Estimated time of death, 2 weeks before our call. Vince quit the job a month later. Said he couldn't handle whatever the hell that was. I stayed on, but I couldn't shake what happened. I started reading about the area, looking up the property records. The farmhouse had been empty since 1974, when the family who lived there was murdered. The husband killed his wife and daughter, then hung himself in the barn. The bodies weren't discovered for nearly 2 weeks. The daughter's name was Evelyn. She was 34. I stopped looking after that. But a few months later, we got another call. Same road, same description. Unresponsive female, possible trauma. Different house, but close by. When I saw the address pop up on the screen, I froze. The same hollow feeling in my stomach, the same cold dread. I didn't go. I told dispatch I was sick. That night, I woke up to a sound in my apartment. 3 slow knocks on the wall beside my bed. I turned on the light. Nothing. The air smelled like wet dirt and iron. The next night, the same sound came again, but this time it was followed by a voice. Dry, hollow, whispering through the wall, He's still here. I don't sleep much anymore. Sometimes I hear breathing in the dark, just beyond the edge of the light. Sometimes I see the shape again, in corners, in reflections, in the gaps between shadows. Always crouched, always waiting. I don't go near that road anymore, but I still get calls from new EMTs every few months. They always start the same way. We got a weird one last night, and I always know where. Story the end. It was the summer of 2019, and I had just started a job as a night security guard at an abandoned psychiatric hospital in upstate Massachusetts. The place was being renovated into luxury apartments, but construction had been delayed for months because of structural issues. The company hired me to keep vandals and curious thrill seekers from sneaking in at night. I needed the money, and I didn't believe in ghost stories, so I took it without hesitation. The hospital was massive, a maze of long hallways, decaying staircases, and old wards filled with rusted bed frames and peeling paint. The air smelled like mildew and antiseptic, even decades after it closed. My post was in the main lobby, where I had a small desk, a space heater, and a bank of ancient security monitors that showed grainy footage from cameras throughout the building. The first few nights were uneventful. I'd walk my rounds every hour, flashlight in hand, checking doors, making sure no windows were broken. Sometimes I'd hear the wind howling through broken vents or the faint creak of the building settling, but nothing that scared me. That changed on the sixth night. Around 2:15 a.m., one of the cameras flickered, the feed from Ward C, the old isolation wing. The image was fuzzy, but I could have sworn I saw movement, a figure standing in the middle of the hall. I thought maybe it was a reflection or a glitch, so I adjusted the monitor. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, facing the camera. I zoomed in as far as I could. It looked like a man, tall, wearing what seemed like a hospital gown. But the head, it wasn't right. It tilted too far to the side, almost touching the shoulder. I blinked and the image glitched. When the feed came back, the hallway was empty. I did a sweep of Ward C, thinking maybe a homeless person had gotten in, but every door was still locked. The only footprints in the dust were mine. I went back to the lobby, unsettled, but trying to brush it off. Then around 3:10, the camera for the main entrance lit up. The front doors, heavy metal ones that were bolted shut, were wide open. The motion sensor lights outside were flickering, and for a second I thought I saw someone standing just beyond the light's reach. I grabbed my flashlight and walked to the lobby doors, heart pounding. When I got there, the doors were closed again, bolted, exactly how I left them. I tried to laugh it off. Maybe I was overtired. Maybe the power was messing with the cameras. But then I heard it, a voice, faint, echoing through the main hall. Hello? It was soft, like someone whispering from far away, male, but uncertain. Security, I called out, forcing my voice to stay steady. You're not supposed to be here. No response. Just that soft shuffle of footsteps somewhere ahead. I followed the sound down the main corridor, my flashlight cutting through the dust. The hallway stretched ahead like a tunnel, lined with peeling doors and shadows that seemed to move when I wasn't looking. The air got colder the farther I went, and the smell changed, from dust and decay to something sour, like rotting fruit. When I reached the end of the corridor, I saw something that made me stop. A door I had checked earlier, room 312, was wide open. My flashlight beam trembled as I stepped closer. Inside, the walls were covered in old writing. Not graffiti, handwriting, scrawled in thick black marker. Over and over again, the same words, "He's still here." The words covered the entire room, floor to ceiling. Some were small, like a whisper. Others were large, violent, gouged into the plaster. And in the middle of the floor there was a chair, old, metal, bolted to the ground. Straps hung from its arms. I'd seen old photos of electroshock chairs before, and this looked exactly like one. As I stood there, trying to process what I was seeing, I felt something move behind me. A shift in the air. I turned, and my flashlight caught a glimpse of something at the end of the hall. A shape. Tall. Thin. Its head tilted, just like the one on the monitor. I backed into the room, slammed the door, and held it shut. The handle rattled once, twice, and then stopped. I didn't breathe. Didn't move. After what felt like minutes, I opened the door again. The hall was empty. When I got back to the lobby, I checked the monitors. Every feed was static except one, Ward C. The figure was back, closer this time, standing right in front of the camera, its face filling the screen. But it wasn't a face. It was a blur, gray and distorted, like the lens was melting. And then through the static, I heard that same whisper. Hello? I unplugged the monitors, grabbed my things, and left. I sat in my car until sunrise, engine running, staring at the hospital through the windshield. Nothing moved. The next morning, I told my supervisor what happened. He didn't look surprised. You're not the first one, he said. Most guards don't make it a week. What do you mean? I asked. He sighed. Back when the hospital was still open, there was a patient named Thomas Reed. Murdered 3 orderlies in Ward C before hanging himself in his room. Dak, every time we try to renovate that wing, something happens. Cameras go dead. Workers quit. People see him. I wanted to quit on the spot, but I needed the money. So I came back that night. It was quiet again for the first few hours. I avoided Ward C, avoided looking too long at the monitors. Around 3 a.m. then, though, I heard something impossible. The intercom system crackled to life. It had been disconnected for years. Then a voice came through, distorted and broken. Security to Ward C. My blood went cold. I didn't move, didn't speak. Then from the monitor bank, one of the screens flickered on by itself. Ward C again. The door to room 312 was open, and the words on the wall, "He's still here," were glowing faintly like they'd been written in something phosphorescent. And then slowly, the camera turned. I swear to God, it turned by itself. It panned down the hallway, and at the very end, I saw it. Thomas Reed. The head tilted, the gown stained dark, his mouth slightly open like he was trying to speak. He started walking toward the camera. The feed glitched with every step, static swallowing him, but each time it cleared, he was closer. I yanked the plug out of the wall again, but I could still hear it, the whispering. Not through the intercom now, from behind me. Hello? I turned, and for half a second, I saw him reflected in the glass door of the lobby, standing right behind me. I ran. I didn't stop until I reached my car. Didn't look back until I was halfway down the highway. When I finally glanced in the rearview mirror, the hospital was barely visible in the distance, but for a moment I thought I saw someone standing on the roof, watching. I quit the next day. Left town. But sometimes when I drive at night, I'll catch something in my mirrors. A shape in the back seat, a head tilted too far to the side. And every now and then, my car radio crackles, and I hear that same whisper. Security towards C. I always turn the radio off, but it doesn't matter. The voice stays. Story the end. It was 2009, and I had just turned 24 when I left my small town in Ohio for a fresh start in Oregon. I had just gone through a breakup, lost my job at a printing shop, and felt like everything in my life had collapsed in the same week. My cousin Jake, who worked construction near Portland, told me there was a small 2-bedroom rental available near his site, cheap, because the owner wanted tenants fast. I didn't hesitate. I packed my car with what I could, stuffed the rest into storage, and drove cross-country alone. When I arrived, the house looked like it hadn't been cared for in a long time. It sat on the edge of a heavily wooded area, moss-covered roof, faded blue paint, and a yard full of tall weeds. The rent was ridiculously low, which should have been my first warning. The landlord, a wiry old man named Mr. Wheeler, met me there. He said very little, handed me the keys, and told me not to wander into the woods too far. I thought he was just a paranoid old man. The first night there was oddly quiet. I could hear the wind against the windows, the occasional creak of the wood floors, and the deep hum of the refrigerator. But sometime around midnight, I woke up to what sounded like footsteps outside. Slow, deliberate crunches of leaves. I froze in bed, heart hammering. I told myself it was an animal, probably a deer. But then I heard the unmistakable sound of someone dragging something heavy across the porch, wood scraping against wood. I sat up and turned on my bedside lamp. The sound stopped instantly. The next morning, when I went outside, the wooden porch had long drag marks across it, leading from the edge of the stairs to the front door. It looked like something, or someone, had been pulled. But there were no footprints, just 2 long grooves in the dirt near the steps that ended abruptly. I almost called Jake right then, but I didn't want to sound crazy. Over the next week, things grew stranger. The lights in the kitchen would flicker whenever I entered, and sometimes the faucet turned on by itself. Every night around 12:30, I would hear the same sound, the dragging. Sometimes it came from the porch, other times from the back door. Once, it sounded like it was coming from underneath the house. I tried to look, but the crawl space was sealed shut with rusted nails and a heavy wooden plank. One evening, Jake came over with a few beers after work. I told him what I'd been hearing. He laughed it off at first, but then when midnight rolled around, he froze mid-sentence. The dragging sound started again, louder than usual. He looked at me and said, "Man, that's not a raccoon." We both stood by the window and listened. The noise circled the house slowly. When it reached the back, there was a dull thud like something hitting the wall. We grabbed flashlights and went out. The night air was cold, and the forest behind the house loomed black and endless. We circled to the back, and there it was, a set of long scratch marks along the siding, like someone had dug their nails into the wood. The marks were fresh. We shined our flashlights toward the trees, but the light barely cut through the darkness. I thought I saw movement, a flicker of white, like someone darting between the trees. Jake swore under his breath and said, "You need to move out of this place, man." I laughed, but deep down I knew he was right. Still, I couldn't afford anywhere else yet. 2 nights later, the sounds changed. Instead of dragging, I heard whispering, faint, low, unintelligible. It came from outside, right below my bedroom window. I pressed my ear against the glass, straining to make out words, but it just sounded like multiple voices speaking all at once. I turned on my bedside lamp, and instantly, the whispering stopped. When I looked outside, there was nothing, just the dark line of the forest and a low fog that had rolled in. That same night, I dreamed I was standing in the woods, barefoot, while someone whispered my name over and over from behind the trees. I couldn't see who it was, but the voice was close, right next to my ear. When I woke up, I was standing in the hallway, the front door wide open, cold air pouring in. I had no memory of getting up. The next morning, I found something on my porch. A small pile of dead birds arranged in a perfect circle. Each one had its head twisted backward. I gagged and shoveled them into a garbage bag, then drove it to the dump. On my way back, I noticed an old woman standing at the edge of the woods near the road. She was wearing a long gray coat and staring directly at my car as I passed. When I looked in the rearview mirror, she was gone. That night, I called Mr. Wheeler. I told him I needed to know if something had happened in the house before. There was a long pause on the other end. Then he said, "You wouldn't believe me if I told you." I told him to try me. He sighed and said, "You hear it, don't you? The dragging, the voices, everyone hears them." He went on to tell me the house had been empty for years after a family disappeared in 1998. The police found no bodies, no signs of struggle, just the father's pickup left in the driveway and deep scratch marks all over the back of the house. The case went cold. I barely slept that night. Every creak made me flinch. Around 1 a.m., I heard the dragging again, but this time it was inside. It started from the living room and moved toward my bedroom door. I grabbed my phone and called Jake. He answered groggily, but before I could say anything, I heard the sound stop right outside my door. The handle turned slowly. I froze, whispering Jake's name over the phone. Then the door creaked open. No one was there. The hallway was dark, silent. My heart pounded so hard I could barely breathe. I turned on the light and saw something on the floor, a wet handprint smeared across the wood. I followed it down the hall to the living room. The prints led straight to the crawlspace hatch, which was now wide open. I nearly vomited. The air coming from below was freezing, and it smelled like rot. I called Jake again, begging him to come over. He arrived 20 minutes later with a crowbar. Together, we looked into the crawlspace. It was pitch black, but I could see something glinting down there. Metal, maybe. I used my flashlight and nearly dropped it when I saw what it was. A chain. There were more of them, bolted into the foundation. And then we saw it, a patch of earth that looked disturbed, like someone had dug there recently. Jake whispered, "Man, we should call the cops." I agreed, but before we could move, we heard the whispering again, coming from below us this time, inside the crawl space. It sounded like crying. I ran outside to call 911, but the call wouldn't go through. No signal. Jake shouted from inside, "It's coming up." I turned back, and he was backing away from the crawlspace hatch, flashlight trembling. A pale, thin hand was reaching out from the darkness. I'll never forget how slow it moved, the fingers curling like it hadn't used them in years. Jake swung the crowbar and slammed the hatch shut. We dragged the couch over it and sprinted out of the house. We spent the night in his truck at a rest stop. When the sun came up, we drove straight back. The couch was overturned, the hatch wide open again, and the smell was unbearable. But there was nothing there now. No hand, no chains, nothing. Just a deep, dark hole. The police came later that day after Jake insisted we report it. They searched the property, even dug around the crawl space, but found nothing. They said the scratches, the drag marks, the birds, none of it proved anything. One officer quietly told me that the house had a reputation, that some locals called it the Whaler's House, because of what hunters claimed to hear at night, screams echoing from the woods. I moved out the next day. I didn't even take my stuff. Jake helped me drive back to Ohio. I thought it was over, but last year I got a letter in the mail with no return address. Inside was a small piece of yellowed paper that said, "You left the door open," and beneath it, 2 long, thin scratches. I burned the letter immediately. But sometimes, late at night, I swear I can still hear it. The dragging. Moving closer, story the end. It happened in the fall of 2018, in a quiet, rural town in Ohio where I'd moved for work. I'd taken a job as a night security guard at an old distribution warehouse that had shut down a decade prior and was slowly being repurposed by a logistics company. The pay wasn't great, but I needed money, and the shifts were easy enough, just me, a flashlight, and endless rows of abandoned shelving. The first few nights were uneventful. The place smelled like rust and dust, the hum of fluorescent lights echoing down the corridors. I'd spend most of my shift walking the perimeter, making sure the doors were locked and no one had broken in. The only other person who worked nights was an older maintenance guy named Jerry. He didn't talk much, mostly stayed in the boiler room tinkering with tools. It wasn't until my 4th night that things started to feel off. Around 2 a.m., I was doing my rounds when I noticed a faint flicker of light deep in the west wing, a section of the warehouse that hadn't been renovated yet. It was supposed to be pitch dark, no power running through that part of the building, but I could see the soft, rhythmic pulse of light, like a candle or a dying flashlight. I called out, "Jerry, you in there?" No response. The light flickered again. I walked toward it, boots crunching on concrete. The closer I got, the colder the air became until my breath started fogging in front of me. The smell of dust gave way to something sharper, metallic. I rounded the corner, and the light vanished. The room was empty. No people, no candles, no flashlights, just long-forgotten machinery covered in grime. I stood there for a moment uneasy when I noticed something strange on the floor. A set of wet footprints leading away from where I stood, bare human prints, faintly shining in the glow of my flashlight. They led deeper into the dark. Against my better judgment, I followed. The footprints stopped suddenly in front of an old metal door marked cold storage, the kind used for perishable goods. The handle was rusty, and a heavy padlock hung open on the latch, as if someone had unlocked it recently. I pushed the door open. A wave of freezing air hit me, and my flashlight flickered. Inside was darkness, so thick it felt alive. The smell was awful, something between decay and wet earth. I could hear the faint hum of machinery, though the power to this part of the building had supposedly been cut. I stepped inside. Something dripped onto my shoulder. I aimed the flashlight upward. The beam caught what looked like meat hooks. Dozens of them, swaying gently, each one glistening wet. I stumbled back, nearly slipping on the slick floor. My light moved across a shape in the corner, something large, covered by a stained tarp. And then I heard it, a voice, whispering. It wasn't clear at first, just a low murmur like someone praying. I froze, every hair on my body standing straight up. The whispering grew louder, coming from behind the tarp. Slowly, the shape beneath it began to move. I ran. I bolted out of that room, slammed the door shut, and sprinted down the corridor. I didn't stop until I reached the front office. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped my flashlight twice trying to radio Jerry. Static. Then a faint click. "Jerry?" My voice trembling. A long pause. "Then you saw her, didn't you?" I froze. "What the hell are you talking about?" He sighed. A long, tired sound. "The woman in the cold storage. I told them to seal that room." "What woman?" I demanded. He didn't answer. The radio crackled, then went dead. I spent the rest of my shift locked in the office, lights on, door bolted. When the morning crew came, I quit on the spot. I didn't even collect my last paycheck. But it didn't end there. A week later, I started noticing things at home. It began with the smell, faint, metallic, like blood or old rust. Then came the cold spots, the same unnatural chill I'd felt in that room. One night, I woke up gasping for air, my room icy, and in the corner stood a figure. At first, I thought it was a shadow, but as my eyes adjusted, I saw her. She was pale, dripping wet, her hair plastered to her face. Her clothes hung in tatters, and her eyes, those eyes were completely black. She stood perfectly still, head tilted to the side like she was studying me. I couldn't move. I couldn't even scream. She opened her mouth and water poured out, thick, dark, and endless. It soaked the floor, creeping toward the bed. I finally managed to move, lunging for the lamp. The light flicked on, and she was gone. But the floor was wet. Every night after that, I saw her. Always at a distance, reflected in the mirror, outside the window, in the hallway when I turned the lights off. Sometimes I'd wake to find wet footprints leading from the bathroom to my bed. I stopped sleeping. I started researching the warehouse for an explanation. I found old newspaper articles from the early 2000s. Turns out before the place shut down, there had been an accident. A worker had gone missing, a woman named Clara Devine. She was found 3 days later in one of the cold storage units, frozen solid, her eyes blackened and her mouth filled with water. The police called it an equipment malfunction. Jerry had been the one who found her. That night, I went back to the warehouse. I don't know why. Maybe to prove something to myself. Maybe because I thought facing it would end it. The building was dark, silent. My flashlight barely pierced the black. I made my way toward the west wing. The cold was waiting for me there, seeping through the walls deeper with every step. When I reached the cold storage door, the padlock was gone. The handle was slick when I grabbed it. Inside, the air was freezing again. The hooks swayed slightly. The tarp in the corner was gone, and in its place was a pool of water spreading across the floor. I heard it before I saw her, a wet, shuffling step. Then another. And then she was standing there, inches away. Her mouth opened, and a voice, not hers, whispered through the air. "You shouldn't have come back." The light flickered. I ran. But as I reached the exit, the door slammed shut, and I felt her hand grab my wrist. It was like plunging my arm into ice water. I yanked free and bolted through a side exit, stumbling into the parking lot, gasping for breath. I drove home that night shaking, crying, unable to think straight. My wrist had frostbite-like burns where she'd touched me. I told myself I wouldn't go back, but I didn't have to. She followed me home again. Now every mirror in my apartment fogs over on its own. Sometimes, in the condensation, I see the outline of a hand pressed against the glass from the inside. The smell of rust never leaves. 2 nights ago, I heard the whisper again, closer than ever. "You saw me." Last night, my phone started playing the old warehouse radio frequency. Static, then Jerry's voice, faint and broken. "She's still in there. Don't let her out." But it's too late. This morning, I woke up to find my apartment flooded, the floor covered in freezing water. My reflection in the mirror wasn't my own. It smiled when I didn't. I'm leaving town tonight. Maybe it'll help, maybe it won't. But if anyone finds this, don't go near that warehouse on Route 19. Don't go near the cold storage door. She's waiting inside, whispering for someone to open it again. Story the end. It was the fall of 2017 when I took a temporary maintenance job at an old psychiatric hospital in upstate New York that was being converted into government offices. The building had been abandoned since the late 1980s, sitting on a hill just outside a small town called Red Hollow. Locals called it the Harlow Institute. I'd heard rumors before I started, patients disappearing, doctors experimenting, tunnels under the property, but I didn't pay much attention. I just needed the paycheck. The contractor who hired me said we'd be doing night shifts for a week, checking plumbing and electrical systems, prepping for inspection. It was supposed to be straightforward. The first night, I arrived just before midnight. The front entrance was chained, so we used the side service door. My coworker, Tom, was already inside with the generator running. He was a quiet guy in his 40s, but used to working alone. We got along fine, though he didn't like talking about the building. "You'll hear stuff in here," he said, his flashlight beam cutting through the dust. "Don't follow it." I laughed, thinking he was joking, but his expression didn't change. The place was massive, 3 floors above ground, plus a basement and a network of tunnels that connected to what used to be the morgue. The paint peeled off in sheets. The air was damp, full of mold and something metallic. Most of the windows were broken. There were old wheelchairs and gurneys still scattered around as if everyone had left in a hurry. That first night was quiet. I fixed some broken pipes, replaced light fixtures, logged temperatures. I heard distant creaks and what sounded like wind moving through vents. Nothing strange. But on the second night around 2 a.m., something changed. I was down in the basement checking the boiler when I heard footsteps above me. Slow, deliberate, heavy. I figured Tom was upstairs, so I radioed him. No answer. I climbed the stairs and found the first floor hallway empty. The lights flickered, buzzing faintly. Then I saw it. At the far end of the corridor, just past the nurse's station, a shadow moved. It was human-shaped but distorted, as if its limbs were too long. It moved jerkily, like it didn't quite know how to walk. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. It turned its head toward me, or at least I think it did, and then it vanished, slipping through a doorway that led to the east wing. I called out, "Tom?" But my voice sounded too small, swallowed by the hall. When I finally found Tom, he was on the second floor, rewiring a panel. I asked if he'd been downstairs a minute ago. He looked at me, dead serious, and said, "Don't go near the east wing after midnight." I asked why. He said, "They never close that part properly. The walls still talk." That night, I barely slept. On the third night, I brought extra lights. I didn't want any dark corners. The hallways seemed quieter, but not in a good way. It was the kind of silence that feels full, like something's listening. Around 3 a.m., I was replacing a fuse in the basement when I heard it again. The footsteps. But this time, they were closer. I turned off the generator for a second, thinking maybe it was just vibration. The sound didn't stop. Slow, dragging steps circling the room above me. I went upstairs, flashlight in hand. The door to the storage room was open a crack. Inside, the light flickered. I pushed the door gently. It creaked. The room was empty except for a single gurney in the middle. The sheet covering it was stained yellow and brown with age. I walked around it slowly, my flashlight beam trembling. The smell of old disinfectant and rot was so strong it burned my throat. Then from under the sheet, something moved, just a small twitch at first. Then the sheet shifted again like something underneath was breathing. I took a step back, whispering, "Tom?" No answer. The sheet started to rise, slow, deliberate. That's when I bolted. I ran all the way to the office near the entrance, my lungs on fire. Tom was there, calmly reviewing blueprints. I was shaking so hard I could barely speak. He just looked at me and said, "You went in the east wing, didn't you?" I nodded. He sighed, rubbed his temples, and said quietly, "They don't like being woken up." After that, the atmosphere changed. Every night, the air got heavier, colder. The smell of iron filled the halls, and I started hearing whispers through the intercom system, even though it wasn't connected to anything. Sometimes it was soft crying, sometimes laughter, and sometimes just my name. On the fifth night, the power went out completely. The whole place went black except for my flashlight. I tried the radio, nothing but static. I found Tom's light in the distance and hurried toward it. But when I reached the end of the hall, it wasn't Tom holding the light. It was a figure wearing a torn hospital gown, its face obscured by darkness. The light flickered in its hand as it turned toward me. I froze, my flashlight beam shaking violently. The figure's mouth began to move, but no sound came out. Then, without warning, it dropped the flashlight. It hit the floor and went out. The hallway went black. I ran blind, heart pounding, until I slammed into a door. I forced it open and stumbled into the stairwell. I could hear something behind me dragging along the floor, slow, scraping, wet. When I finally burst outside into the freezing night air, I collapsed onto the gravel, gasping. Tom came out a few minutes later, pale and shaking. He didn't ask what I saw. He just said, "You shouldn't come back." I didn't argue. 2 days later, I got a call from the contractor saying Tom hadn't shown up for work. They asked if I'd seen him. I lied and said no. A week after that, the renovation was canceled. The official reason was structural instability. But one of the electricians I'd met there told me something else. He said they opened one of the sealed tunnels beneath the east wing. Inside, they found dozens of metal gurneys, restraints still attached, and several small rooms with names scratched into the walls. He said some of the names matched old patient records, people who were never officially discharged. He said the floor was covered in handprints, hundreds of them, and one of the handprints smeared into the dust near the entrance was fresh. I moved out of state that same month. I figured if I got far enough away, maybe I'd forget. But some nights, when I wake up around 3 a.m., I can still hear it, the dragging sound, that same slow shuffle moving past my bedroom door. And once, when I looked into my bathroom mirror, I saw a handprint appear on the glass behind me, long, wet, and red. I don't sleep much anymore, because sometimes when it's too quiet, I swear I can hear the intercom crackle to life somewhere in the dark. And a voice, faint but clear, whispers my name. Story the end. It began the night Ryan decided to take a solo road trip across Maine. He was 29, restless, and needed to escape the monotony of his life in Boston. He packed his car with essentials, food, a tent, a sleeping bag, and drove north, drawn by maps of remote backroads and abandoned towns. He had always been fascinated by places where people had once lived and then vanished, leaving only skeletal buildings and overgrown paths. On the third day, he found a narrow dirt road that led to a small town called Harrowsfield. According to an old map, it was nearly abandoned, except for a few scattered houses. As Ryan drove in, he noticed the road was lined with dense woods, fog rolling in, thick and heavy, even in the middle of the afternoon. There was a strange silence to the air. No birds, no rustling of leaves, just the occasional creak of a distant branch. He parked near what looked like an old gas station and got out, stretching. The building was half collapsed, windows boarded, the sign swinging loosely in the wind. On the door, someone had spray-painted a warning, "Don't stay after dark." He laughed nervously, taking a photo, assuming it was a prank. But something about the warning lingered in his mind. He set up his tent in a clearing nearby, deciding to explore the town before nightfall. The streets were cracked, weeds growing through the asphalt. Houses stood empty, windows broken, doors ajar. Ryan felt the first twinge of unease, a nagging feeling that he wasn't alone. He shrugged it off, telling himself it was just the isolation and the fog playing tricks. As the sun began to set, he walked past a 2-story house at the end of the street. The front door was partially open. Curiosity got the better of him and he stepped inside. The air smelled of mildew and rot. Furniture lay overturned, dust thick on every surface. In the living room, he noticed strange symbols carved into the wooden floorboards, half covered by debris. They looked like twisted letters or runes, unfamiliar and jagged. Suddenly, a door upstairs slammed. Ryan froze, heart pounding. He called out, but there was no reply. Then came the footsteps, slow, deliberate, pacing across the second floor. He tried to rationalize. Maybe a stray animal had made its way inside. But the sound of dragging followed. Something was moving furniture, he thought. But when he went to the stairs, there was nothing. Night fell, and Ryan decided he should leave, but his car wouldn't start. The engine turned over for a moment, then cut off, leaving him stranded. He returned to his tent, trying to ignore the unease creeping along his spine. That night, he was awoken by a scraping sound near the tent. At first, he thought it was branches brushing the fabric, but the noise was deliberate, like claws dragging along metal. He shone his flashlight outward. The fog had thickened, and he could just make out a dark figure standing at the edge of the clearing, unmoving. Ryan froze. He blinked, and the figure was gone. But the feeling of being watched didn't leave. He tried to sleep, only to wake hours later to whispers coming from the woods. At first, they were unintelligible, low murmurs, almost drowned out by the wind. Then he realized they were repeating his name. Ryan. 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 The sound was wet, hollow, as if echoing from beneath the soil. He unzipped his tent to flee, but the fog had thickened into a wall. He could barely see 20 feet ahead, and then he noticed footprints leading from the edge of the woods to the tent, human-like but elongated, clawed, and dragging as if the person who made them walked on bent knees. Panic surged, and he ran blindly into the night, slipping in mud and roots. The whispers followed, overlapping, coming from all directions now, chanting his name, mocking him. After hours of stumbling through the forest, he emerged onto a road. The moon was full, pale, and he could see headlights approaching in the distance. Relief washed over him. He waved his arms. The car slowed and stopped. A man stepped out, dressed in a dark coat, pale skin glowing under the moonlight. Ryan described his situation, voice trembling. The man's expression didn't change. "You shouldn't have come," he said simply. Before Ryan could respond, a figure rose from the edge of the woods, tall, unnaturally thin, dragging something that looked like a shadow behind it. Its head twisted in impossible angles, and its eyes burned with cold intelligence. The man grabbed Ryan's arm, pulling him into the car. They drove for what felt like hours. Ryan didn't dare look outside. When they finally stopped, the man gestured to a small cabin deep in the woods. "They follow anyone who sees them," he said. "You're lucky I found you. Most aren't." Ryan stayed there, unsure who the man was or how he had come to know about the town. The man didn't explain much, only offering food and insisting that Ryan not leave the property after dark. Over the next few days, Ryan tried to contact the outside world, but his phone had no signal, and the landline was dead. Each night, the whispers returned, growing louder, forming words that weren't in any language he recognized. Shadows moved in corners, vanishing when approached. Once, Ryan awoke to find clawed handprints on the ceiling above his bed, smeared with something dark and sticky. One morning, he noticed scratches on the windows, long and deep, like fingers trying to get in. He tried to leave, driving toward the main road, but the forest seemed endless, roads looping back on themselves. It was as if the land had shifted. Panic set in fully when he found tire tracks leading directly to his cabins, but no vehicle had been there. One night, the man who had rescued him whispered urgently, waking Ryan, "They're here." Ryan followed him outside to see dozens of figures emerging from the fog, thin, pale, moving like they were in pain. Their faces were twisted, mouths wide open in silent screams. The man handed Ryan a shovel. "They can't enter while you disturb the ground. Dig." Ryan dug frantically, each strike of the shovel scattering dirt and stones. The figures lingered, circling, pressing against an invisible boundary. Hours passed, and exhaustion overtook him. He collapsed, but the man kept digging, keeping the line of defense intact. Finally, as dawn broke, the figures retreated into the woods, vanishing with the mist. Ryan didn't sleep. He stayed at the cabin, watching, listening, waiting for nightfall. The man refused to leave either, muttering that this land was cursed, that the entities had been trapped for generations, feeding on fear, on trespassers, on those who dared witness them. Over time, Ryan realized the truth. Leaving wasn't possible. The road back to civilization never appeared the same way twice. The town of Harrowsfield remained, isolated, shifting, like a living trap. Anyone who wandered too close was taken, their memories erased, leaving behind only warnings or strange symbols etched into the land. Ryan survived by staying vigilant, but he felt the pull of the creatures constantly. They whispered through dreams, following him wherever he walked. Even inside the cabin, walls creaked with their presence, shadows moving independently. Sometimes he would wake to find objects rearranged, symbols drawn in dirt or ash across the floor, the outline of figures he had never seen before. Years passed. Ryan stopped trying to contact the outside world. He learned to live with the whispers, with the fear, with the knowledge that the entities were patient, timeless, and intelligent. They didn't always attack immediately. They preferred to stalk, to watch, to ensure he understood their control. He began documenting everything, writing journals that no one would ever read, sketching the figures in every impossible form he saw. He marked the land around the cabin, digging circles, drawing runes, praying it would keep the creatures at bay. But he knew it was temporary. The land remembered. It always remembered. One evening, as a storm rolled in, Ryan awoke to a sound unlike any he had heard before, a deep, resonant knocking from beneath the cabin. It shook the floor. The walls moaned. The air grew heavy, and the whispers surged into a single coherent phrase, "You will join us." He ran outside, lightning flashing, and saw the figures emerging from the woods in greater numbers than ever. They moved quickly now, coordinated, like predators that had waited centuries for the perfect moment. Ryan ran back into the cabin, barricading the doors. He grabbed the shovel again, but he knew it was futile. Their patience had paid off. By morning, the cabin was empty. No trace of Ryan remained. The forest was silent, save for the occasional wind through the trees. Somewhere, deep in the woods, his journals lay scattered, pages fluttering in the breeze, sketches of shadows, clawed hands, and whispers. The road to Harrowsfield is still there. Locals say it's best to avoid it, especially at night. Travelers who stray too far into the fog sometimes disappear, leaving only tire tracks and impossible loops, or items from their vehicles abandoned, covered in dirt, claw marks, or strange symbols. Those who have survived speak of shadows with impossible angles, whispers that know your name, and a sense of being watched by something that doesn't exist in this world, but is patient, relentless, and hungry. Ryan's story circulates online, in forums and blogs dedicated to haunted places and unexplained phenomena. Few believe it. Fewer still venture into the area. But those who do report the same patterns, whispers, shadows, clawed marks, and that oppressive, patient feeling that someone or something is always nearby, waiting for the moment you let your guard down. The entities in Harrowsfield are patient. They wait, they remember, and they always, eventually, claim what they are owed. Story the end. It began the week after my brother disappeared. His name was Adam, and we grew up in a quiet, rural part of Pennsylvania, surrounded by miles of dense forest and forgotten towns. He was older than me by 3 years, a mechanic who worked long hours, drank too much, and liked to camp alone in the woods behind our childhood home. Everyone said he was reckless, but he knew those woods better than anyone. Or at least, we thought he did. When he went missing, it didn't make sense. His truck was found parked off a dirt road with the keys still in the ignition, doors unlocked, and his camping gear in the bed untouched. The police searched for weeks, but found nothing. No tracks, no blood, no signs of struggle, just gone. My parents couldn't handle it. Mom refused to believe he was dead. Dad stopped talking altogether. And me? I couldn't let it go. Something about it gnawed at me every night, pulling me back to those woods. 6 months later, I moved back into our old house to take care of it after my parents sold everything and moved south. I told myself I was there for closure, to face what happened, but in truth, I felt drawn back. Every night, I heard the woods calling, like they were breathing. The trees would sway even when the air was still. The first strange thing happened on my second night there. Around 3 a.m., I woke up to the faint sound of someone humming, a low, tuneless hum coming from the backyard. I looked out my window, and for a split second, I thought I saw someone standing by the tree line. The figure was tall, motionless, almost blending into the darkness. My first thought was that it was Adam. My heart stopped. I ran outside barefoot, shouting his name. But when I reached the trees, the figure was gone. The humming had stopped too, replaced by the sound of something moving deeper into the woods, slow, dragging footsteps, crunching leaves. I called the police the next morning, but they brushed it off as nerves, told me grief does strange things to the mind. I tried to believe them until I found footprints in the mud behind the house. Bare footprints. They were deep, as if the person had been standing there for hours. I didn't sleep much after that. I set up cameras around the yard, motion sensors by the trees, even bought a hunting rifle for protection. I started hearing it every night now, the humming, sometimes accompanied by whispering, faint and distorted like it was coming from underground. The smell of rot hung in the air, especially near the old well in the back that had been sealed decades ago. Then one morning, I woke to find muddy handprints on my porch steps. Long fingers, uneven, as if someone or something had dragged themselves up from the dirt. I followed the trail into the woods until it led me to a clearing I didn't remember being there. In the center stood a wooden cross, crudely nailed together, wrapped in strips of torn clothing. I recognized one of the pieces. It was part of the jacket Adam used to wear. I called out for him again, voice shaking, heart racing. The forest answered back with silence. Then, just as I was about to turn back, I heard it. Danny. My name. Soft, familiar. It came from behind the cross. I froze. It sounded exactly like Adam. I took a step forward, flashlight trembling in my hands, and that's when I saw movement, a hand reaching out from behind the wooden structure. It was pale, thin, trembling. My stomach dropped. Adam? I whispered. He stepped out, or at least it looked like him, but his skin was grayish, tight around his face, and his eyes were wrong. They were clouded, almost milky, and his mouth hung slightly open, twitching at the corners. You shouldn't have come back, he said, his voice hoarse, like it hadn't been used in years. I stumbled back, shaking my head. Where have you been? We've been looking for you. He cut me off. You have to leave. They don't like when you stay after dark. Who? I asked. He looked over his shoulder toward the trees, eyes darting nervously. Them. The ones beneath. Before I could say anything else, a noise erupted from the forest, a low, guttural moan followed by rustling. Dozens of faint voices joined in, whispering, chanting something in unison. The ground beneath my feet began to tremble. Adam's expression twisted into fear. "Run," he hissed. I didn't think, didn't breathe. I just ran. I tore through the woods, branches clawing at my arms, the whispers growing louder behind me. When I reached the house, I slammed the door shut and locked every window. The sound followed me for hours, echoing through the walls until just before sunrise it stopped. The next morning, I went back out to the clearing with the police, but everything was gone. The cross, the footprints, even the clearing itself, just trees, dense and untouched, like it had never existed. They didn't believe me, of course. They said trauma plays tricks, that maybe I'd imagined the whole thing, but I knew what I saw. Over the following days, I noticed changes in the house. The smell of rot grew stronger. My lights flickered constantly. At night, I could hear movement in the walls, like something crawling slowly, methodically. I tried sleeping with headphones on, blasting white noise, but I still heard the whispering through it. Sometimes I'd wake to find my bedroom door open when I knew I'd locked it. The worst came a week later. I woke up around 2:47 a.m. to the sound of something scraping along the floor. When I turned on the lamp, I saw muddy footprints leading from the front door straight to my bed. My breath caught in my throat. At the foot of my bed stood Adam, or what was left of him. His skin was bloated, wet, and his clothes hung in tatters. His lips moved, but no sound came out. I reached for the rifle beside me, but before I could lift it, he lunged. His hands were ice cold, gripping my arms with impossible strength. I screamed, thrashing, and suddenly he let go, collapsing into a heap of dirt and water on the floor. When I turned the lights on, there was nothing there, just wet footprints leading back toward the door. I packed my things that night and left. But it followed me. Every house, every apartment since then, it's there. The humming never stops. The smell of decay lingers no matter how much I clean. My phone picks up static at random times, and sometimes through it I can hear faint voices saying my name. A few weeks ago, I got an email from an unknown address. The subject line just said, "You shouldn't have followed." Attached was a photo taken from inside my current apartment. It was me, sleeping in bed, and standing over me in the darkness was Adam, his face pale, his eyes hollow, one hand reaching toward me. That night, I moved again. New city, new place. But the first morning there, I found something taped to my front door. A piece of paper with muddy fingerprints and 5 words written in shaky letters. "They said you belong now. That was 3 nights ago. The humming hasn't stopped since. It's closer now, coming from inside the walls, inside the vents, sometimes even beneath my bed." And last night I heard Adam's voice again. "Danny," he whispered from the dark corner of my room, his tone calm now, almost gentle. "You didn't listen." When I turned on the light, the corner was empty. But the floor was wet and faint footprints led toward my bed. I haven't slept since. My reflection in the mirror seems delayed, like it moves half a second slower than me. I can feel the air change when the humming starts. It vibrates in my bones, fills my lungs, makes it hard to breathe. I think whatever took him wants me now. The worst part? I don't even fight it anymore. Some nights I can almost see their shapes crawling through the shadows of my room, pale hands reaching up from the floorboards. And sometimes when I close my eyes, I can hear them whispering, "Join us beneath." Story, the end. It was late September when Mark moved into the old house on the outskirts of town. The kind of place people whispered about but rarely visited. A tired 2-story with peeling paint and an overgrown yard. The real estate agent had warned him it hadn't sold in years, but Mark didn't care. He had just left a messy breakup behind and needed isolation, a fresh start. The house was cheap, too cheap, and that should have been the first warning, but he ignored it. He was 27, independent, and thought he could handle anything. The first few nights were uneventful, just the usual creaks and groans of an old building settling. Mark unpacked boxes, hung a few pictures, and told himself he'd be fine. On the third night, though, he began noticing small things he initially brushed off. A door he was certain he had locked would be open in the morning. Lights flickered for no reason. Sometimes he would hear soft footsteps above him, even though the second floor was empty. At first, he assumed it was animals, raccoons, squirrels, maybe even rats in the attic. But then objects began to move. A mug left on the counter one day would be in a completely different spot the next morning. Books would fall off shelves without explanation. He started leaving his phone recording while he slept, wanting to catch something, anything, to rationalize it. Nothing ever appeared on the recordings, which only made him more uneasy. Mark's sleep began to suffer. He would wake up drenched in sweat, feeling as if someone was sitting on his chest. The feeling intensified over the weeks. One night, he woke to find himself staring at the ceiling, unable to move, a shadowy figure hovering at the foot of his bed. He thought he was dreaming until it spoke. Not with words, but with a sense of knowing him, reading his memories, his fears, every insecurity he had. It vanished when he blinked, leaving behind a suffocating sense of dread. The next morning, he noticed scratches on his arms, faint but fresh. They weren't from anything sharp in his room. He started locking all doors and windows, installed cameras, but the feeling of being watched never left. The house seemed to breathe around him, expanding and contracting in ways that made no sense. One afternoon, while cleaning the attic, he found an old journal wedged behind a beam. The cover was worn, pages yellowed. It belonged to a man named Henry, who had lived there in the 1920s. The entries started normal enough: daily life, work, occasional gossip, but soon took a darker turn. Henry wrote about hearing voices, seeing figures moving at the edge of his vision. He described waking up to objects rearranged, whispers in the dead of night, and an overwhelming sense of being hunted by something he couldn't name. As Mark read, he realized Henry's descriptions mirrored his own experiences exactly. The final entries were frantic. Henry wrote that the entity had begun to follow him outside the house, that it could enter his dreams, and that he feared it would never let him go. The last page ended mid-sentence, ink smeared as if he had been interrupted. Mark laughed nervously, thinking it was all just a coincidence. He had read enough horror stories to know he was letting his imagination run wild. But that night, as he lay in bed, the whispers started. Low, almost inaudible at first, growing louder until they formed words he could barely comprehend. They called his name, taunted him, reminded him of things he had tried to bury, failures, regrets, moments he wished he could erase. He tried to leave, considered driving to a hotel, but the doors refused to open. Windows wouldn't budge. He was trapped. Panic set in, and he spent the night pacing, banging on doors, screaming until his voice gave out. When morning came, the house was silent, almost normal, but Mark knew nothing would ever be normal again. Weeks turned into months, and the occurrences escalated. Shadows would linger even in daylight. Mirrors reflected things that weren't there when he looked directly. He started seeing a figure in the corner of his vision constantly, a man in tattered clothes with hollow eyes, standing perfectly still, always watching. When he confronted it, it would vanish, leaving only the sensation of being inside his own body, but not in control of it. One evening, Mark received a call from a local historian named Linda, who had heard about the house. She was fascinated by its history, particularly the numerous disappearances over the last century. People who had lived there often left abruptly, claiming the house was alive or haunted, but no one stayed long enough to provide proof. Linda offered to help Mark, curious about the journal he had found. Together, they pored over property records, newspaper clippings, and old photographs. They discovered that the house had been built on the land of an old settlement that disappeared mysteriously in the late 1800s. There were rumors of occult practices, of rituals meant to summon spirits, and of a man named Silas who had been obsessed with eternal life. Linda speculated that the disturbances Mark experienced could be tied to Silas or whatever he had left behind. The next day, Mark returned home to find his walls covered in symbols drawn in a dark, almost blood-like substance. The smell of decay was strong, and the air was thick. He called Linda immediately. She urged him to leave, but Mark felt an inexplicable pull, a compulsion to stay. That night, the whispers returned, now joined by laughter, low, guttural, mocking. The figure in the corner of the room stepped closer. For the first time, Mark saw it clearly. Its eyes were not hollow. They burned with intelligence and malice. It spoke, not with words but through images in his mind. Fire, blood, families torn apart, screams that echoed through time. Mark felt his consciousness slip, as if the house was trying to consume him, to absorb his very essence. He fell to his knees, vomiting, crying, shaking, unable to resist. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time had become meaningless. When he awoke, he was outside, lying in the yard. The house looked normal, quiet, as if nothing had happened. But he felt different, lighter, hollow. That night he dreamed of the settlement, of people being dragged into shadows, of Silas performing rituals that left invisible marks on the land itself. The phenomena didn't stop. Every night, the whispers returned, louder, more insistent. Objects flew across rooms. The figure became more aggressive, appearing in mirrors, windows, even reflections on his phone. Mark tried leaving again, staying with friends, even checking into a hotel miles away, but the presence followed him. He would wake in the middle of the night to find it sitting at the foot of his bed, grinning, always grinning. He began documenting everything: cameras, journals, audio recorders. He wanted proof, anything that would convince him he wasn't losing his mind. But every recording came back blank. Audio tapes captured silence, video footage captured nothing. It was as if the house, or whatever haunted him, knew how to erase evidence, how to stay invisible to the outside world. One night he woke to a noise downstairs. He grabbed a baseball bat and crept down the hall. The air was freezing, despite the heaters being on. In the living room, the furniture had been stacked impossibly high, defying gravity. And in the center of it all, the figure stood, taller than ever, eyes glowing. Mark swung the bat, but it passed through nothing. The figure laughed, and suddenly Mark was outside, in the yard again, only now it was night, and the moon looked wrong, too large, red-tinged. Terrified, he fled to the nearby town, tried to stay with anyone who would take him in. But strange occurrences followed him. At the grocery store, he would see shadowy figures in every aisle vanishing when approached. On the streets, reflections of himself would twist into grotesque shapes, mouthing words he couldn't understand. Sleep was impossible. The nightmares were relentless, each one more vivid than the last. Mark sought professional help: therapists, psychiatrists, even paranormal investigators. Everyone dismissed him as delusional, stressed, or suffering from some rare form of psychosis. But he knew the truth. He had seen the figure, had felt the house's hunger, had smelled its decay, had been inside it when it tried to consume him. And the presence was patient. It didn't need to kill him immediately. It wanted control, a slow erosion of his life. Months turned into a year. Mark's friends drifted away, unable to cope with his obsession and paranoia. He barely ate, barely slept. He moved to another state, hoping distance would help, but the whispers continued. In his new apartment, in broad daylight, he would see objects move, hear faint laughter from empty corners, feel eyes on him constantly. The figure had followed him. One night, Mark returned home to find a package on his doorstep. Inside was the journal he had found in the attic, untouched since he had moved out. But now, new pages had appeared, written in the same frantic hand. They chronicled his life over the past year, describing events he hadn't told anyone, fears he hadn't voiced, thoughts he hadn't written down. The last page contained a message: "You can run, but the house runs with you." Mark destroyed the journal. He burned it in the fireplace, watching the pages curl and blacken, but the presence only grew stronger. That night, he woke to the sound of scratching on his bedroom walls, moving closer, circling, as if something was tunneling into the room from the other side. He tried to call 911, but the phone line went dead. The figure emerged from the shadows, taller than the ceiling, limbs stretching unnaturally. It leaned over him, its face inches from his, and he finally understood. This wasn't about the house. The house was just a conduit, a tether. The presence had always been with him, waiting for him to notice, waiting for him to be alone enough to be vulnerable. The next morning, his apartment was empty. Neighbors reported hearing nothing unusual. The room was undisturbed, save for a single chair in the middle of the floor, half facing the wall. Mark was gone, vanished without a trace. Weeks later, a new tenant moved into his former apartment. They reported strange occurrences: footsteps at night, whispers, objects shifting, and sometimes, if they looked closely, they could see a figure standing silently in the corner, watching, waiting, grinning. Mark never contacted anyone again, but sometimes on dark nights, friends and family swear they hear his voice in the wind, whispering warnings they can't quite make out. And those who know the story say that if you move into an old house alone, especially one with a history, you might feel it. something watching, patient, and impossibly hungry. Something that doesn't belong to the physical world but finds its way into your reality, shaping it, consuming it, until nothing of you remains. Mark is alive somewhere, they say, but he is no longer Mark. He is a husk, an echo, a vessel for the entity that has been following him for his entire life, feeding on his fear, his isolation, his despair. And the house? The house waits, patient, for the next person who is too stubborn, too lonely, or too foolish to leave before it's too late. No one who has lived there ever stays for long. Some move out and swear they'll never return. Others disappear entirely, leaving only traces, a journal, a photograph, a memory too horrifying to recall. The entity does not discriminate. It is slow, deliberate, and eternal. Mark's story circulates online now in forums and social media threads, often dismissed as urban legend. But those who pay attention notice the pattern. People who report inexplicable shadows, strange noises, objects moving, or that suffocating feeling of being watched are all connected to the same history. They rarely survive the obsession for long. The house still stands on the outskirts of town. Paint peeling, windows dusty, a yard wild and unkempt. People avoid it, but sometimes teenagers dare each other to approach. A few enter, but almost none stay the night. Those who do describe the same phenomena: whispers, shadows, figures that vanish, feelings of paralysis, and the unbearable sense of being consumed. And somewhere, waiting, the figure moves through dimensions, through walls, through time, tethered to no one place, always patient. It feeds on fear, thrives on isolation, and watches everyone who dares to look at it too closely. Mark's story is a warning, though few believe it. But the truth is simple. The presence will not stop. It will find you, no matter where you go. And when it does, there is nowhere safe, no doors that lock, no windows that shield you. It is patient, it is relentless, and it remembers. Even now, as you read this, Mark is out there, somewhere, still trapped, still hunted. And the presence? It is closer than you think, waiting for its next chance, grinning, whispering, feeding, patient as ever. Story the end. It was late October in northern Pennsylvania. The kind of chill that creeps into your bones even with a jacket zipped all the way up. The streets were mostly empty, save for the occasional car kicking up leaves along the roadside. I was driving home from a late shift at the local hospital, my mind exhausted from hours of triaging patients and calming frantic families. My route took me along back roads through the dense forested areas outside Scranton, roads I usually avoided at night, but it was the fastest way home. As I rounded a sharp bend, I noticed something in my headlights. A man standing in the middle of the road, waving his arms. At first, I thought he was drunk or someone who had wandered off from a nearby house. I slowed, rolling down the window slightly to see if he needed help. His clothes were ragged, soaked through with what I assumed was rain. But there was something off. His face, I couldn't make out details in the dark, but his posture was stiff, unnatural, almost jerky, like a puppet. He stopped waving and just stared at me as I drove closer. That's when I saw the blood. It was smeared along his arms, caking the cuffs of his jacket. He didn't move toward me, but the way he stood, perfectly still, made my stomach tighten. I hesitated, foot hovering over the brake. My instincts screamed to drive on, but another part of me, the part that couldn't ignore someone in danger, slammed on the brakes. "Hey, are you okay?" I called, my voice shaky. There was no response. I rolled down the window fully, the cold air whipping against my face. He didn't flinch, didn't speak. The closer I got, the more I noticed it. His eyes were completely black. Not the dark brown of a human iris, not even the cloudy gray of cataracts. Pure black, like pits. My hands froze on the wheel. That's when he moved. Slowly, deliberately, stepping forward, but not like a normal person. It was wrong, disjointed, as if each step was calculated in a way that defied natural human motion. I slammed the car in reverse and tore down the road, adrenaline surging, my heart pounding like a jackhammer. I didn't stop until I reached the next intersection and saw the lights of a gas station. I pulled in, breathless, gripping the wheel, eyes scanning the rearview mirror. But he wasn't there. Not on the road behind me, not in the trees along the roadside. Nothing. Just the quiet hum of the night. I tried to dismiss it as a hallucination. Long hours, stress, maybe a reflection of wet leaves. But something about the way he moved, the blackness of his eyes, kept replaying in my mind. I stayed in my car until sunrise, watching the empty roads, until finally exhaustion won and I drove home cautiously, checking every shadow. That morning, I saw a post on the local police scanner app. Another man had been found in the woods near the road I'd taken, dismembered, his body arranged in a grotesque pose. Police were baffled. There were no signs of struggle or footprints beyond the immediate area. No motive. No suspects. Just a warning to locals to avoid the back roads at night. My stomach sank, a cold realization creeping in. I had almost become his next encounter. That image of him standing there, still and watching, never left me. For weeks afterward, I avoided that road entirely. I told friends about it, but they laughed it off as stress-induced paranoia. But then, every few nights, I would hear knocking at my door. Not the casual knock of someone ringing a bell, but slow, deliberate, measured, as if whoever or whatever was outside knew exactly how to make me afraid. I would peek through the window. Nothing. Just shadows shifting in the night, the occasional sound of wind in the trees. I tried locking doors, setting alarms, even putting cameras around the house. Every time I reviewed the footage, there was nothing unusual. Yet every night, the knocking continued. I started noticing small things. Items would be out of place, my kitchen knives moved, my couch cushions shifted, even though I lived alone. I would wake up in the middle of the night to the sensation of someone sitting on the edge of my bed, the weight pressing down, heavy but fleeting. Every time I turned on the lights, nothing. Every time I tried to call for help, my phone would die instantly or the call would drop. And every time I ventured near the windows, I could swear I saw him, just standing outside, black eyes reflecting faint streetlights, motionless. One night, desperate for some form of understanding, I installed a cheap motion-sensitive camera in my backyard. I left it running overnight and checked it in the morning. The footage made my blood run cold. The camera captured a figure standing at the edge of the tree line, completely still for hours. At one point, it started moving toward the house in the most unnatural way I'd ever seen, bending at impossible angles, sliding instead of walking, yet somehow keeping perfect balance. When it reached the porch, it paused, then vanished, leaving the grass untouched, no footprints, no signs of entry or exit. I watched it over and over, hoping it was a trick of the cheap camera, but each replay confirmed it was real. I stopped sleeping in my bedroom. I moved to the living room with locks on every door, a baseball bat in one hand and a flashlight in the other. Nights passed in a tense blur, each sound amplified, each shadow suspicious. The knocking didn't stop. Some nights, I swore I could hear whispers through the walls, low murmurs in a language I didn't recognize, though I knew the voices weren't human. I started losing weight, my health deteriorating, but I couldn't leave. Something, some part of me, knew that if I tried to leave, it would follow. Then, 3 weeks later, I noticed another pattern. I would wake up to my car being gone. Not stolen, just gone. Every morning, I would find it parked at an odd angle in the middle of the yard, sometimes backed into the driveway but facing the wrong way. The tires would be clean, no mud, no tracks leading to or from the street. The first time it happened, I called the police. They showed up, took a report, and left with polite concern. By the fifth time, they were avoiding my calls. No explanation, no signs of break-in, no fingerprints, nothing. Just my car moved, and I couldn't account for the time or distance. Then the dreams started. At first, they were mild, glimpses of him standing in dark corridors, waiting. But quickly, they escalated. I would dream of waking up in my own house, walking through rooms that weren't mine, feeling eyes on me. I would see him lurking in every shadow, sometimes closer, sometimes far away, always watching. And then I started waking up in places I didn't recognize, the morning light filtering through unfamiliar windows. Once I woke up on the side of the road, my car nowhere in sight, clothes soaked in dew, skin scraped as if I'd crawled through brambles. But there was no memory of how I got there. No other cars, no pedestrians, no explanation. My friends stopped answering my calls. My coworkers avoided me. One night, desperate, I called the hospital where I worked, needing to talk to someone about what was happening. A nurse I trusted answered. I explained, voice shaking. There was silence on the other end. Then she whispered, "He's been spotted near Scranton. Same eyes, same presence." My blood ran cold. "Who?" I asked. She hung up. I tried calling back. Number disconnected. I barricaded myself inside the house. I thought maybe if I ignored it, if I stopped looking, it would leave. But it didn't. One night, I heard scraping on the ceiling. At first, I thought it was raccoons or squirrels. Then the knocking came, slow, deliberate on the living room walls, then through the ceiling, then through the floor. The walls of my house felt alive. Every surface pulsated with presence. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't leave. I couldn't eat. I couldn't call for help. On the seventh night, I heard breathing behind me in the darkness. My flashlight revealed nothing, but the sound came closer, a wet, rasping inhale, so close it felt like it was inside my chest. I swung the flashlight, hitting nothing. The beam fell on the kitchen, and I saw him. Standing in the corner, impossible, leaning at an angle no human could hold, black eyes reflecting the dim light. He raised a hand, thin, skeletal, blood caked into the joints, and pointed at me. That was it. No words, no sound, just that gesture. And then he was gone. But the smell lingered, burnt iron, decay, something unholy. I tried leaving the house the next day. The streets were empty. My car was missing. I started walking. Hours passed. No cars, no people, just empty roads, endless trees, and that creeping sensation that I was being watched. By nightfall, I had lost my bearings entirely. I found a small abandoned gas station and took shelter inside, barricading the doors. When I finally allowed myself to rest, I noticed something etched into the floorboards beneath the counter. A series of scratches, deep, jagged, forming a pattern I didn't recognize. I traced them with my fingers. The moment I did, I felt it. The weight of eyes on me, everywhere at once. And then I heard a whisper directly behind me. You can't leave. I ran. I don't know how far, how long. The roads twisted, the trees stretched taller, shadows coiling into forms that shouldn't exist. And always that presence followed. Never visible, never caught, but always felt. Until finally I came to a clearing. A house. Old, abandoned, and somehow familiar. I didn't recognize the street or town, but something drew me in. And in the window, staring back at me, were the black eyes. Not just one, but dozens. Hundreds. Reflections of those eyes in the glass, staring, judging, waiting. I entered. The door creaked shut behind me. Inside, the smell of iron and decay was overwhelming. The walls were lined with mirrors, and in each mirror, I saw myself, but not quite. My reflection moved differently, lagging behind, jerking unnaturally. And behind me, I could see him. Standing, always standing, black eyes fixed. My pulse hammered in my ears. I tried to scream. No sound came. My hands clawed at the mirrors, but my reflection clawed back, mimicking me perfectly with that same inhuman rigidity. Hours passed, or maybe days. Time lost all meaning. I don't remember how long I was trapped in that room, watching myself watch me, feeling eyes on me from every angle, the black-eyed figure closer with each moment. And then, suddenly, I was outside. The clearing was gone. Trees, road, night sky, all normal. My body was exhausted, shaking, but intact. I ran. I didn't stop until I reached the edge of Scranton, the familiar streets, the warm glow of streetlights. Everything seemed normal. Too normal. I went home. The house was untouched. My car parked in the driveway. Nothing missing, nothing moved. For a while, I tried to convince myself it was over, that I had survived some psychotic break, some shared delusion, some stress-induced hallucination. But the knocking never stopped. Sometimes at night, I see shadows outside my window. Sometimes the black eyes stare from across the street, perfectly still, waiting. I have never left Pennsylvania. I have never taken the back roads again. And yet, I know it is out there, watching, waiting. It knows I know. And I know deep down that the moment I let my guard down, it will find me, and I will not survive the encounter. Every night I lie awake, listening for that first tap on the wall, the slow, deliberate knock that says it's here. And when I hear it, I know. It has not forgotten me. It never will. Story the end. It was the kind of summer in West Virginia where the air hung heavy with heat and humidity, sticking to your skin like a second layer you couldn't peel off. I had just turned 21 and was staying with my cousin Ryan for a couple of weeks while I figured out my next steps after college. Ryan lived on the outskirts of a small town called Ravenswood, in a house that had been in his family for generations. It was one of those old two-story wooden houses with paint peeling off the sides and a front porch that creaked under your weight. It smelled faintly of mildew and cedar, the kind of smell that clung to your clothes if you were there long enough. I thought it was charming at first, but I'd come to realize it wasn't just the house. It was something about the land, the shadows it kept, the way the wind carried faint voices across the yard at night. Ryan was a year older than me, a guy who was into hunting and fishing, always covered in dirt or blood from his latest adventure. He had a girlfriend, Sarah, who was around my age. They were both nice enough, but there was a weird tension between them that I could never place. I chalked it up to the usual drama of young couples. I tried not to interfere. I mostly spent my days exploring the woods behind the house or wandering through the small town, trying to get a feel for the place. The people were polite enough, but distant, like they were watching, waiting, or perhaps just unaccustomed to outsiders. The first night I slept in the guest room upstairs. It was an unassuming room, one window facing the backyard and a bed with a lumpy mattress. Around 2 a.m., I woke to a faint scratching sound at the window. I assumed it was a branch, so I didn't get up. Then I heard whispering. Not in English, not in any language I could recognize, just low, hissing whispers, almost like someone was breathing words into the dark. I froze, heart hammering, straining to hear over the sound of my own pulse. The whispering stopped. I told myself it was a dream or the wind. The next morning I mentioned it to Ryan, who laughed it off, saying the old trees always made weird sounds, and the house groaned at night. I let it go, but I didn't sleep well for the rest of the week. A few days later, I went exploring deeper into the woods behind Ryan's house. The trees were tall and dense, and after about half an hour of walking, I stumbled upon an old dilapidated cabin. It was hidden behind a thick wall of undergrowth, the kind you could only reach if you were specifically looking. The door was off its hinges, and the inside smelled like rot and wet earth. Curiosity got the better of me. Inside, there were old tools scattered across the floor, broken furniture, and walls scratched with strange symbols I didn't recognize. Some looked like letters, others like crude drawings of twisted, humanoid figures. I took a photo with my phone, feeling a chill crawl up my spine. I told Ryan about it that evening, expecting him to think it was cool, but his face went pale. He told me not to go back there and that some places in the woods were better left alone. I pressed him, but he refused to explain further. There was a sharpness in his tone that I couldn't ignore. That night, I had a dream I can't forget. I was back at the cabin, but it looked different, new, yet old, like it existed in multiple timelines. The symbols on the walls glowed faintly in the dark. There was a figure standing in the corner, almost human, but its limbs were wrong, elongated and twisted. It didn't move, didn't speak, but I could feel it watching me. Then the whispering started again, this time coming from inside my head. I woke up screaming, drenched in sweat. Ryan came in, shaking his head. "You've been walking those woods too much," he said, trying to calm me, but his face told me he was afraid too. The following week, strange things began happening around the house. I'd be in the kitchen and I'd hear someone moving upstairs, even though Ryan and Sarah were gone. Doors that I'd locked would be open in the morning. Footsteps in the attic, scratching at the floorboards, whispering that same incomprehensible language. I tried to convince myself I was losing it, that the heat and stress were getting to me. Ryan seemed to notice, but every time I brought it up, he'd change the subject or insist it was nothing. Then came the first incident with Sarah. I was sitting in the living room reading when she came down from the stairs screaming. She was covered in scratches, her clothes torn, and she kept pointing at the attic. "Something's up there! I saw it! I saw it watching me!" she cried. Ryan and I rushed upstairs, but there was nothing there. The attic looked untouched, the window closed, and yet Sarah was hyperventilating, terrified beyond reason. That night she left and didn't come back. Ryan didn't even try to stop her. He just shrugged and muttered, "She wasn't ready." I didn't understand what he meant, and I didn't ask. After that, things escalated. I started seeing shadows moving on their own, just out of the corner of my eye. I'd hear the whispering constantly, even when I was outside, and sometimes it sounded like it was right behind me. One night, I woke to find the symbols from the cabin scratched into my bedroom walls, fresh and raw as if made with fingernails. I tried to clean them off, but they kept appearing, each night more elaborate, more detailed, until they covered every wall. I confronted Ryan. I demanded to know what was going on. He finally broke down. He told me the truth. The land the house sat on had been cursed for generations. His ancestors had been part of a cult, a secretive group that dabbled in rituals to summon something they called the Watcher. It was supposed to grant power and protection, but it always came at a cost: blood, suffering, fear. The cabin in the woods was one of their old ritual sites. The symbols were wards, but they weren't meant for protection anymore. They were calling something, something that had been waiting, patient, silent, for anyone foolish enough to stumble into its domain. I didn't want to believe him, but the evidence was everywhere. The whispers, the shadows, the symbols, the attacks on Sarah, they were all real. Ryan told me the only way to survive was to leave the property, but leaving wasn't easy. Every time I tried to drive out, I'd find myself back at the house. Roads twisted unnaturally, paths I didn't remember appearing and disappearing. The air seemed thicker, heavier, pressing down on me. I began to realize that the house and the land had a hold on me, a way of bending reality, of trapping you until it decided you were ready or dead. One night, the worst happened. I was lying in bed when I felt it standing over me. The figure from my dream, tall and wrong, with limbs that bent in unnatural ways, its face featureless but its presence screaming. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't even scream. It just stood there, watching, whispering in a language that clawed at my mind. Then Ryan appeared in the doorway, holding a knife, chanting something I didn't understand. The figure looked at him, and I swear it smiled, or the closest thing to a smile a thing like that could manage. Ryan attacked it, stabbing at empty air, screaming. The figure vanished, leaving behind a cold, hollow silence, and Ryan collapsed on the floor, bleeding from nowhere. I ran. I didn't know where. I didn't know how. But I ran. The woods seemed endless, the shadows closing in, the whispers following me. I stumbled upon the cabin again, the symbols glowing faintly. Desperation made me smash through the walls, trying to destroy them, to end it. I felt a hand grab my shoulder, freezing me in place. I turned, expecting the figure, but it was Ryan, his eyes black, his mouth twisted in a grin that wasn't his. He whispered something I didn't understand, and everything went black. I woke up in my car, miles from the house, alone. The sun was rising, and the world looked normal, safe, peaceful. I told myself it was over, that it had been a nightmare. But when I checked my phone, there were pictures I didn't remember taking. Photos of the house, the cabin, and me inside the cabin, staring at something that wasn't human. And the last photo was of me, lying in my bed, staring up at the ceiling, and in the corner, the figure, grinning. I left West Virginia the same day, never looking back. I told myself I'd put it behind me, forget it like a bad dream. But at night, when I'm alone, I hear it, the whispering, soft and persistent, curling around the edges of my mind. I see shadows moving just out of sight, and I know it's waiting, waiting for me to come back. The thought of going back makes my stomach twist, but I know, deep down, that the land never lets go. I've tried therapy, medication, relocation, but the feeling doesn't leave. Some nights, I swear I see scratches forming on my walls in my new apartment, symbols that make my blood run cold. I wake up to find my closet door open, hear faint whispers in a language that makes no sense yet feels intimately familiar. My friends think I'm paranoid. I don't care. I know what I saw. I know what's following me. I've seen the Watcher, and it hasn't forgotten me. And I know one day it will catch me, because it's patient. It always waits. I stopped trying to make sense of it, stopped explaining. You can't reason with it, can't fight it, can't escape it. It's everywhere I go, in every shadow, in every whispering wind. Some nights I hear it calling my name, soft and low, like it's right next to me. And I know the moment I respond, it will take me. I moved to Chicago to try to outrun it, but the city doesn't help. The buildings cast shadows that twist unnaturally, the alleyways smell of wet decay, and sometimes when I look down a street at night, I see figures standing still for hours, staring. I lock my doors, I check my windows, I sleep with lights on, but it doesn't matter. It's patient, and it knows my habits, my fears, my weaknesses. I've started seeing things in the daylight now. Shadows that move when the sun is bright, glimpses of figures in reflective surfaces, symbols appearing on the walls of my apartment that weren't there before. The whispering comes in bursts, sometimes intelligible, sometimes just pure static of sound that rattles my brain. I can't leave. I can't stay. Every choice I make is under its watch. I've realized it's not bound to the land anymore. It followed me, learned from me, adapted. The most disturbing part is that I can sense it in other people sometimes. The ones who are sensitive, who notice odd things out of the corner of their eyes. I see it in the way their eyes dart, the tension in their posture, the way they glance over their shoulder, even when no one is there. And I know in a sick, inevitable way that this thing isn't content with just one victim. It thrives on fear, on the terror of knowing you are never safe. And now it has spread its reach. I've tried to warn others, tell friends, strangers, anyone who will listen. But no one believes me. They laugh, they shake their heads, they call me paranoid. I've given up on convincing anyone. The truth is too horrifying to be believed, and I don't think anyone could survive the knowledge. All I can do now is wait and try to avoid noticing the whispers, the shadows, the scratches, the eyes watching me from places they shouldn't be. Because once I notice, once I acknowledge it, it will strike. The thing is, I don't even know how it works or what it wants beyond terror. Sometimes I think it feeds on more than just fear. Sometimes I wonder if it's shaping reality itself, bending the world to its will in ways that no human can understand. I've found objects moved when I'm sure I left them somewhere, footprints in places I've never been, scratches forming in patterns that are familiar yet alien. It's everywhere. It sees everything. And it's patient. I've learned to live with it, or at least try to. But there's no real living, only existing, waiting for the next moment when it decides to remind me that it's here. And sometimes when the nights are long and quiet, I hear Sarah's voice whispering in that same language from years ago, calling me back, laughing. She was never really gone, just another part of it now, another watcher. I know Ryan's not gone either, and I know they're waiting for me to slip, to falter, to stop running. So the next time I wake up, I won't wake up at all. I don't know how much longer I can last like this. The fear is constant, gnawing at my mind, reshaping my thoughts, twisting my dreams. I sometimes wonder if leaving this country, leaving the city, hiding in the wilderness could save me. But I know better. There's no escape. It's everywhere, patient, eternal. And I know that one day, whether soon or far in the future, it will claim me. And when it does, there will be nothing left but the whispers and the shadows, stretching endlessly across the land it calls its own. I tell myself stories to survive, to explain the madness in ways my mind can digest. I tell myself it's just stress, paranoia, insomnia, but deep down, I know better. I know what I saw. I know what I felt. And I know that even now, as I sit in my apartment writing this down, something is watching me. Something waits. And when it comes for me, there will be no one to believe the truth. Story, the end. It was the summer of 2014 when I took a job as a night security guard at an old manufacturing plant just outside of Cleveland, Ohio. The plant had shut down in the early 2000s, but the company that owned it still kept a few buildings operational for storage. My job was simple: check the cameras, do hourly patrols, make sure no one trespassed or stole copper wiring, which was apparently common. The pay was good for such boring work, and I needed it. I didn't realize that first night how far from boring things would become. The main building where I worked was massive, dark brick, high ceilings, long, empty hallways that smelled faintly of rust and old oil. It had once been a bustling factory, but now it was mostly silence, broken only by the hum of distant lights. The company had installed a small security office near the center of the complex. That's where I spent most of my shift, watching grainy black and white camera feeds from outdated monitors. The first week went by uneventfully. Just the occasional raccoon tripping motion sensors outside, or the flicker of fluorescent lights in the halls. Then, one night around 2 a.m., something odd happened. One of the interior cameras showed a figure standing in the east corridor. I stared at the screen for a long moment. The image was faint, almost distorted, but there was definitely someone there. A man, I thought. He wasn't moving. I radioed into the dispatch desk, but no one answered. The company only had one other guard, who worked the far side of the property. I decided to check it myself. The hallway was silent, echoing. I walked slowly, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The air felt colder than usual. When I reached the spot I'd seen on camera, it was empty. No footprints, no signs of forced entry. But then I noticed something that made my skin crawl. The smell. It was faint, but unmistakable. Rotting meat, mixed with something metallic. It lingered for a moment, then was gone, like it had been sucked out of the air. I went back to the office, uneasy, but told myself it was just a trick of the camera. The next few nights were quiet again, until the same figure appeared. Always in a different place, always in the corner of one camera, never moving. The system's timestamps showed nothing between frames. 1 second the hallway was empty, the next, he was there. And then, without warning, gone again. I printed a still frame from the video. The face was blurred, but I could make out the shape of a man's head tilted slightly downward like he was staring at the ground. His clothes looked old, torn maybe, but it was hard to tell. I started keeping track of the times he appeared, always between 2:10 and 2:30 a.m. The exact location changed, but it was always one of the internal cameras. Then one night, I decided to catch him. I parked myself in the east corridor at 2 a.m., lights off, listening. The air was still, heavy. Nothing happened for 10 minutes. Then 15. Then at 2:21, my radio crackled softly, though no one was on the line. Just static. I brought the radio close to my ear. Through the static, a whisper formed, so faint I almost thought it was feedback. It said my name, slowly, like someone was speaking from the other end of a long tunnel. I froze. "Who is this?" I whispered back. Silence. Then the radio hissed again, and the same voice whispered, "Behind you." I spun around, flashlight cutting through the dark, empty hallway. My pulse hammered in my ears. I stayed there for a full minute before retreating back to the office, my hands shaking. When I checked the camera footage, the figure was gone, but my flashlight beam from the live feed had been visible, and behind me, in the far corner of the hallway, stood a man. I didn't tell anyone. Who would believe it? The next night, I came prepared. I brought my own digital recorder, a backup flashlight, even a small camera. Around 2 a.m., I felt that same shift in the air again, pressure, like a storm about to break. The monitors flickered. For a split second, every single camera feed went black. When they came back on, there he was. Every screen showed him. Dozens of identical figures, all standing in the same posture, all facing the camera, all staring downward. I backed away from the monitors. Then one screen began to move. Slowly, the figure lifted its head. I ran. I didn't think. I just bolted from the building, out into the parking lot. The air was warm, sticky, and I could barely breathe. I didn't stop until I reached my car. I sat there until dawn, shaking, headlights cutting across the empty lot. When I finally looked back at the building, I saw something that made my stomach turn. One of the top floor windows was lit up, though I hadn't turned on any lights that night. In the glow, I saw a silhouette. It was watching me. I quit the next morning, but the company begged me to stay, said they couldn't find anyone else willing to take the shift. Against my better judgment, and because I needed the money, I agreed to stay 2 more weeks, just to give them time to find a replacement. I figured I could handle 2 more weeks. On my first night back, the air felt wrong from the start. Heavy, stagnant, the cameras were glitching constantly, and the smell had returned stronger this time. I lit a cigarette to cover it. I remember pacing the small office, telling myself I'd be fine. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Slow, dragging, echoing down the main hallway. I looked at the monitors, empty. But the sound kept coming. Closer. Louder. Then the radio crackled again, that same whisper. "You came back." The door to the office creaked open by itself, just a few inches. I turned, flashlight trembling in my hand. A shadow moved just beyond the threshold. Slow, deliberate. My throat went dry. I whispered, "Who's there?" No response. Then, from the darkness, a low voice said, "You shouldn't have come back." I slammed the door shut and locked it. My flashlight flickered. Died. The power went out completely. Monitors black, radio silent. I sat there in the dark for what felt like hours, listening to the sound of breathing right outside the door. When the power came back on, the office was empty again. But on the inside of the door, scratched deep into the metal, were the words, "Stay." I told the company I was done. I didn't go back. But a few weeks later, I got a call from the new guard they'd hired to replace me. He'd gotten my number from the site supervisor. His voice was shaky, panicked. He said, "I don't know what you saw there, but something's not right. The cameras, he's in the cameras. I keep seeing him." I tried to tell him to leave, to get out, but the line went dead. 2 days later, I read in the paper that he'd gone missing during his shift. They found his flashlight in the east corridor, still on. His car was in the lot, keys in the ignition. No sign of him anywhere. The company shut down the site for good after that. For months, I couldn't sleep. Every night I'd wake up thinking I heard footsteps in my apartment or the sound of static coming from my phone. I stopped using radios, stopped working nights, stopped going near any place that reminded me of that building. But even after I moved, the feeling didn't go away. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and find my TV turned on to static. Once I caught a glimpse of something in the reflection, someone standing behind me, just for a second before the screen went dark. I've started hearing the voice again, not through a radio this time, just faintly when the room is quiet. Always the same thing. You came back. I haven't been to that plant in over 10 years, but I think part of me never really left. Last night I woke up around 2:17 a.m. My apartment was silent. I sat up, heart pounding, certain I'd heard something, a shuffle maybe, or breathing. I turned toward the hallway. There was someone standing there, not moving, just a dark shape against the faint glow from the streetlight outside. For a long moment, we both stayed still. Then slowly, the figure tilted its head downward the same way it had on those grainy monitors. I froze. The air smelled like rust. I blinked, and it was gone. Now I'm writing this with every light in my apartment on. I know it doesn't matter. Light doesn't stop it. Nothing does. It waits until you're alone, until you're tired, until you think you're safe. And then it shows you just enough to make you question your own sanity. It doesn't need to hurt you. It just wants you to know it's there. If you ever take a night job and the cameras start glitching around 2 a.m., don't look too closely. Don't go down the hallway to check. Don't listen if the radio whispers your name. Because once you hear it, once it knows you've heard, it won't stop. It'll follow you home. Story the end. It was early November, cold enough that the air bit at your skin, but not quite cold enough for snow. I was living in rural Ohio at the time, working nights at a small trucking depot just off Route 71. It wasn't glamorous work, mostly loading pallets, checking manifests, making sure the haulers went out on time, but it paid the bills. Most nights were quiet, the kind of quiet that makes you forget how far from town you really are. The depot sat about half a mile from the main road, surrounded by flat, empty farmland and a single row of woods to the north. Those woods were old, gnarled trees, roots like bones breaking through the dirt, and even during the day, nobody liked to go near them. The night it happened, my coworker Dave didn't show up. That left me alone from 10 p.m. to sunrise. I'd done solo shifts before. The quiet never bothered me. But that night, something about the silence was different. Thicker, heavier. Even the distant hum of the highway seemed muted. I told myself it was the fog that had rolled in after sunset. It was dense enough that when I stepped outside for a smoke, I couldn't see more than 15 feet ahead. The security lights just turned the fog into glowing orbs that made everything look like it was underwater. I finished my cigarette and turned to head back inside when I heard something. Not loud, just a crunch, like someone stepping on gravel behind me. I froze, glanced around, but saw nothing through the fog. Probably an animal, I thought, a raccoon maybe. But then it came again, closer this time and slower, a steady rhythm. Crunch, crunch, crunch. I called out, "Dave, you screwing with me?" No answer. Just the fog shifting slightly, like something large was moving within it. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I went inside, locked the door, and laughed under my breath, trying to shake off the unease. But the laughter didn't sound right. It sounded forced, hollow. Back at the main desk, I checked the security monitors. The system was ancient, grainy, black and white, but it covered the yard and loading docks. On camera 4, I saw it, a shape in the fog. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, maybe a smudge on the lens, but no. It moved, slowly, like it was gliding, not walking. It stopped right in the middle of the yard, barely visible, just a darker patch of fog. I leaned closer to the screen, squinting. Then the shape straightened. It was tall, at least 7 feet, and thin. Its arms hung too long, almost to its knees, and its head tilted in this unnatural way, like it was listening to something far away. I blinked, and the image glitched. When the picture cleared, the shape was gone. I told myself it had to be fog interference. Cameras glitch all the time. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there. The noise came again outside, this time closer to the building. Crunch, crunch. I checked the monitors again. The thing was standing by the loading bay doors. I swear I hadn't heard them open, but it was inside now. I could see its outline moving past the motion sensors. The alarms didn't go off. It didn't set them off. I could see it clearly for a moment under one of the interior lights. It wasn't human. Its face looked stretched, like skin pulled too tight over a skull that wasn't shaped right. The eyes were completely black. No pupils, no reflection. Just voids. I ran for the office, locked myself in, and called 911. But the line cut off before I could say a word. Static filled my ear, and under it, I swear I heard breathing. Slow, deep, like something enormous was right next to the receiver. I dropped the phone and backed away, staring at the door. The handle turned. Not fast, just enough to make the lock rattle. Then it stopped. I waited, not breathing. Minutes passed, maybe longer. Then, faintly, I heard it again. Crunch. Crunch. Moving away this time. I forced myself to move, grabbed the heavy flashlight from the desk, and inched toward the monitors again. All the cameras were static now, every feed but one. On camera 3, the inside of the office appeared. My office. I could see the back of my head on the screen, frozen in place, standing just a few feet from the door. But I wasn't near the camera. It was behind me. Something shifted in the reflection of the monitor. Something tall, right behind me. I turned so fast I nearly fell, flashlight trembling in my hand. Nothing. Just empty air and fog pressing against the windows. But the glass had condensation on it now, and there was a handprint smeared across it. Long, thin fingers. I didn't stay. I ran out the back door, into the fog, flashlight beam bouncing wildly. The air was freezing, and the fog swallowed sound. I couldn't hear my own footsteps. I ran until I saw the highway lights through the mist, waving my arms at the first passing car I saw. The driver, an older man, stopped, rolled down his window, and looked terrified when he saw me. He didn't ask what happened, just said, "You shouldn't be out here. Not tonight." I begged him to drive, and he did. When we got to the nearest police station, I told them everything. They didn't believe me, of course. Said it was probably a prowler or some kind of hallucination from fatigue. But when they went to check the depot, they found the back door ripped off its hinges. The metal was bent outward like something had forced its way in. The inside of the building was empty. Every piece of equipment, every pallet untouched, but the office was coated in a thin layer of frost. On the desk, in the center of the frost, there was a perfect handprint, long fingers, just like the one on the window. I quit the next day, moved 2 counties over, took a day shift job, told myself it was over. But about a month later, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. When I answered, there was nothing but static for a moment. Then a low, rasping breath, and under it, faint but clear, a voice whispered, "You shouldn't have left." I hung up. A few nights later, I started finding frost on my windows again. Just small patches at first, then the shape of a hand, then 2, then more. I moved again, then again. But every winter it comes back. The fog, the frost, the feeling that I'm not alone. Last winter, I was working a delivery job, driving a van through back roads late one night. The fog was thick, just like that first night. I tried not to think about it, but then my radio started hissing. Static filled the cabin. The headlights flickered, and out of the fog, something loomed in front of me. Tall. Still. I slammed the brakes and skidded to a stop inches from it. My high beams cut through the fog just enough to show that same stretched figure, its head tilted, its eyes empty. It didn't move. It just watched. I couldn't move either. For what felt like forever, we just stared at each other. Then the fog swallowed it again. I drove the rest of the night without stopping. Sometimes late at night, when the fog rolls in thick and the air feels colder than it should, I see handprints appear on the glass again. Not from inside, but outside. Long fingers. Thin palms. Watching. I know it's the same thing. The same thing from the depot. It found me once, and it's been following me ever since. I don't know what it wants. I don't think it needs to. It just watches. Waits. I haven't told anyone else this. No one would believe it. But if you're ever out on a foggy night near Route 71 and you see frost on your window or think you see someone standing just at the edge of your headlights, don't look too long. Don't stop, because once you see it, it doesn't stop seeing you. Story the end. It began in the winter of 2013 when I was living alone in a small town outside of Kansas City. I had just gone through a messy breakup and I wanted to get away from everything. Friends, memories, noise. I rented a cheap, single-story house at the edge of town. the kind of place you could tell had been sitting vacant for too long. The landlord, an older man with yellowed teeth and a habit of avoiding eye contact, said it used to belong to his brother. He offered it to me for half the usual rent. I didn't ask why, I just needed space. The house sat alone at the end of a gravel road, surrounded by leafless trees and frozen fields. The first night I moved in, the quiet was suffocating. I was used to city sounds, cars, voices, sirens, but out there, it was just the wind and the faint groan of the house settling. Still, I told myself it was perfect. No one knew where I was, no one to bother me. The first strange thing happened that night. I was unpacking when I heard what sounded like soft knocking. At first, I thought it was the wind against the siding, but it was rhythmic. 3 short taps, pause, then 2 more. I opened the front door, expecting to see someone, maybe the landlord checking in, but no one was there. Just the empty gravel drive and the thin line of trees swaying in the dark. I went to bed uneasy, but exhaustion took over. Around 3 a.m., I woke to the faint sound of movement, something dragging across the floor in the living room. I froze, listening. It wasn't the sound of footsteps, more like the slow shuffle of something heavy being pulled. I grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight, and crept down the hallway. The light flickered over the walls and across the furniture, but everything was still. Then I saw it, the back door, wide open. The winter wind was blowing in, bringing the smell of wet earth and something else, something metallic. I shut the door, locked it, and tried to shake it off. I told myself I must have forgotten to latch it. The dragging sound? Maybe an old vent or pipes expanding in the cold. That's what I told myself. The next morning, I noticed something strange outside. In the snow, just beyond the porch steps, there were footprints, bare footprints. They started at the tree line and stopped right at the back door. No prints leaving, just arriving. The skin on my neck prickled. I took pictures and called the landlord, who brushed it off with a laugh. Probably kids messing around, he said. Happens out there sometimes. Over the next week, the knocking returned. Always the same rhythm, 3, pause, 2. It started at the front door, then the side window, then the back. I stopped opening the door to check. Some nights it would go on for hours, steady and patient, like whoever or whatever. It was new I was listening. I tried to drown it out with music, movies, anything, but the sound cut through everything. I couldn't sleep. I started drinking to calm my nerves, sitting on the couch with a bottle and my phone light on, just waiting for it to stop. Then one night it did stop, completely. No sound at all. The silence was thick, unnatural, and that's when I heard something else. A voice. It was faint, coming from somewhere deep in the house, a hoarse whisper that said my name. I froze, every muscle in my body locked. It said it again, clearer this time. My name, drawn out, almost like it was testing how it felt to say it. I ran. I didn't grab my coat, didn't grab my phone charger, nothing. I just ran outside and sat in my car with the engine running until the sun came up. When I went back inside, everything looked untouched. Nothing stolen, nothing broken. But on the living room wall, in small, shaky handwriting, were the words, "You're finally awake." I called the police. They searched the place, checked for signs of forced entry. Nothing. No footprints this time. No evidence anyone had been there. The officer gave me a pitying look and suggested I might have written it myself while half asleep. He said it wasn't uncommon for people under stress to lose time. But I knew I hadn't. I decided to install cameras. 2 inside, 1 pointing at the back door. For a few days, nothing happened. I started to relax, thinking maybe I'd been imagining it all. Then one morning, I checked the footage. Around 2:47 a.m., the camera facing the living room caught movement. Something dark sliding across the floor, almost crawling. At first, I thought it was an animal, until it stood up. It was a person, or something shaped like one, tall and thin with long, unsteady limbs. It walked toward my bedroom door and just stood there. For almost an hour. Not moving, not speaking, just standing. I didn't sleep that night or the next. I called the police again, showed them the footage. They took it seriously this time, said they'd send patrols out, but they never found anything. No tracks, no signs of entry. That's when I started noticing the smell, a sour, decaying scent that lingered in the air, strongest near the back of the house. I checked everywhere, the basement, under the porch, but there was nothing. Still, the smell never left. I moved all my furniture to the center of the rooms, Started sleeping with the lights on, the bat next to my bed. But I could feel it. Something was in that house with me, watching, waiting. One night, the knocking came again. Louder this time. 3, pause, 2. I didn't move. Then it shifted. The sound was coming from inside the house. I could hear it on the other side of my bedroom wall. 3 knocks, pause, 2. I grabbed my phone and called 911, whispering into the receiver. The operator told me to stay quiet, that officers were on their way. I waited, heart hammering, the knocking continuing. Then it stopped. I didn't hear the police arrive, but the next thing I knew, there were red and blue lights flashing outside. 2 officers came in and searched the house top to bottom. Nothing. Again. They left me there alone, telling me to get some rest. An hour later, the lights went out. All of them. I couldn't see a thing. My phone light barely worked, flickering as I stumbled toward the door. Then I heard it. The breathing. Slow, raspy, just behind me. I turned, shining the phone light toward the sound. The beam caught a shape in the corner. Something crouched, pale skin stretched too tight over long bones, its head tilted at an unnatural angle. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. It started crawling toward me, hands dragging across the floor, nails scraping the wood. I don't remember running. I don't remember how I made it outside. The next thing I knew, I was driving 90 miles per hour down the highway, sobbing, shaking. I didn't go back for anything. Not my clothes, not my stuff, nothing. A few days later, the landlord called. He said the police had gone to the house, said it was completely empty, except for one thing. On the living room wall, written in what they said might have been blood, were the same words as before, "You're finally awake." I tried to start over. I moved to a small apartment in another city, started therapy again, told myself I was safe. But last week, I woke up around 3 a.m. to the sound of knocking. 3 taps. Pause. 2 more. I froze in bed, listening. Then my phone lit up with a notification from the old security app I'd forgotten to delete. The motion sensor on the living room camera at the Kansas house had been triggered for the first time in years. I opened the feed. The camera showed the empty living room. Empty, except for a shape moving toward the lens. Slow, deliberate, long fingers stretching toward the camera before it cut to static. And right before it did, I swear I saw it smile. Story the end.